Hey everyone, this is Derek Bros of the Conscious Resistance Network, and we are just a few days away from Expose Bill Gates of Action, National Day. By now, most of you have probably seen, hopefully, have seen his documentary, four-part documentary on, or maybe read my three-part investigation on Bill Gates, or seen many of the videos that are out there right now. But James, how are you doing, and how do you feel about the response to your documentary? You're almost at 1 million views for the first video.
Yeah, well, at least that's what YouTube says. That's
Yeah.
it as far as you can throw it. I know the view counts are throttled. It's all internet way. And feedback on it, a lot of positive feedback from a lot of people, including people who weren't previously open to this information. So that is a hopeful sign. And my hat's off to you for doing your three-part investigation as well. For anyone in my audience who has seen the or hasn't seen the Gates documentary but hasn't read your work, I hope they will go and do so because you fill in other parts of the story, including. Let me give a special hat tip and thank you. You dug up that picture of Professor William Gates from the University of Louisiana or whatever. That was
Yeah.
as I've said in a couple of interviews now, that was one of those nuggets that I dug up at like 1 in the morning as I was working on this, and I could not go to bed until I figured out, is this William H. Gates, the grandfather? And the only specific piece was in that American Eugenics Society
Yeah.
roster that isn't exactly an official roster, so they were sourcing other documents and what have you. Anyway, in that it was saying this was a professor of Louisiana who is not, that would not be Gates's grandfather, but I couldn't verify that. I couldn't nail it down.
Yeah.
I couldn't even find records of that particular professor. You found the picture from the records. So anyway, a little bit more. I tend to believe that probably is not
Yeah.
Gates's grandfather, but I still don't know. And if anyone has anything definitive on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, on that whole detail, it seems like unless we can confirm that Gates's grandfather did go to Louisiana, because they're mainly from the Northwest, like his
Yeah.
family seems to be from that area. So unless he went down to Louisiana, became a professor, and then made his way back to the Washington
The
State.
official story is he was a furniture store owner in Seattle, so it nothing to do
Yeah,
with the professor. But
just a totally different Gates who is a
yeah,
part of the Eugenics Society.
a different William H. Gates, no less. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah, so I mean, I've been really awesome, glad to see the response, and I appreciate you as well what you just said about getting response from people who maybe are previously unopened, because I have been getting some of that, but I don't know if you've noticed this. I mean, you've been over a lot of targets over the years, but as soon as we started releasing Money's work, somebody else's work, it could be any number of things. I don't know for certain, but either way, I have not had the amount of trolls I've had. It's the more that I've had the last 2 weeks. People literally calling me and messaging me all kinds of just crazy things. But I've also got a lot of resistance to people looking at Bill Gates, and that's the main reasons I wanted to do this. And then seeing yourself and others trying to pick apart this, because he's being propped up on the main stage for everybody right now, right? And that's, I think, why. As soon as we Of started course, he's releasing not the his work, top of the somebody else's pyramid work, per it could se, be any but number of things. I don't the know for pieces of the certain. puzzle But are clearly there. either He's way, I connected have to the not had the amount Rockefellers. of He's trolls I've connected to had. a lot of the same web of The people, the Ted that I've had Turners the and the last Soros 2 and weeks, people all literally those calling folks that I me think it still makes him an important player, and and especially at a messaging time me all right kinds now of where just people are crazy being things. But like I've they're also seeing got a his lot of face all over the resistance media, to and people supposed to believe that his and that's opinion the main should reasons I matter to wanted to them, do and that this. he's an And then expert. And seeing so yourself some of the
and
response
others
millions of
stage for
lives,
everybody
and
right now,
the
right?
man
And
who's
that's
just
I
trying
think
to
why,
spend all of his
as soon
money
as we
to,
started releasing
fight off a
somebody else,
pandemic. And some of those people I think aren't going to be reached, but I am hopeful, and I have been a bit optimistic just to see that Gates has been eaten alive all over social media and can't seem to post anywhere on social media without a whole army of people coming to call him out for his agenda. So it seems now, and I love the way that you end the documentary, which plays perfectly into what I've been trying to do here, and other people have been trying to help with, is to issue a call to action. Like, I think that was just the perfect way to end your documentary. It's like we are at a crucial window with everything we're seeing right now, and Gates has said several times they plan to vaccinate 7 billion people on this planet. They've said that they're going to have the vaccine by January at the latest, maybe as soon as October in the US, and Operation Warp Speed and all these kinds of things. And all the power players are right there involved in the whole COVID operation. If was ever a window to try to wake people up to what's going on, this is the window. So, I mean, anything you want to say as far as like encouraging people to get out there? I know you've already got some people printing out flyers, and we're trying to do the same thing.
Right. So I think there are 2 points to be made here. One is that absolutely right. That I don't think Bill Gates is the top of the pyramid and he's the one. And I hope people will get that once they watch the full Gates series. It's not Bill Gates is the source of all evil, and if we take care of him, this will take care of itself. No, of course not. But Bill Gates is the identifiable figure that everyone out there has heard of. Everyone has some understanding of the Gates Foundation and at least the PR side of it, of what they're supposedly doing. So it's a great way to put a handle on this bigger story that is unfolding, that has to do with the vaccine manufacturers, and it has to do with various US government agencies and government agencies around the world and the World Health Organization and all of these players. But Bill Gates is like the spider in the center of the web, with funds going out to documentably to every single branch of that web. Well, that's a mixed metaphor, but anyway, you get the idea. So it's not about Gates per se, but it is about pointing out the network, which he is clearly a part of, a central part of, and what that agenda really is. And that's why I did end with that call to action. If you have now watched this documentary or read your series, you are better informed about the real story behind this PR gloss of Bill Gates, you're from heaven, and most of the on the planet. And what do you do with that information? That is really the question. And if we all just, okay, now I know that, and I'll just go on with the rest of my life, that isn't going to help the situation that's unfolding. And as I'm sure my listeners, I'm sure your regular audience right now will know, this is really everything I've been warning about for years and years, all coming to a head in this one moment of this crisis-opportunity to push this through to the other side and to get the biometric ID databases and the contact tracing and the vaccines to everyone that, oh, by the way, will be part of this identity grid that will be tied into the cashless payment system. It's just every part of this agenda is coming together right now. And we have this brief window of opportunity before these vaccines are thrust upon the population, and before and as the narrative that we've been sold for the past few months is crumbling right under our noses, right before our very eyes. The entire basis of all of this scamdemic scare of the last few months is crumbling right now. CDC is coming out and admitting, yeah, it's about the same fatality as the high seasonal flu. The lockdown was unnecessary. There's absolutely every part of this is crumbling right now, but people are getting distracted, and now that we're arguing about other things, so that it's almost like the last few months happened but didn't happen, and we're still going to have to change the world forever, but don't think about why. It's absolute insanity, and that's why this is the window. Don't let go of this. We have to be the attack dogs with the little rag doll in our mouth. Do not let go of it. Absolutely keep this issue in front of people's faces, so that when they come out in a few months and say we've got the vaccine, people will not be willingly going up and rolling up their sleeves to be the human guinea pigs for this technology and everything else that comes with it. It's absolutely crucial. So yes, it is now incumbent on the people who have this information to, at the very least, spread this information to others, let alone to act upon it in their own lives. And that's why I think things like the idea expose Bill Gates is such an important idea. I know your audience has heard about this yet. Maybe my audience, some of my audience doesn't. Tell people about what it is you're doing.
Yeah, so just
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft. In this video,
who is Bill Gates? A software developer? A businessman? A philanthropist? A global health expert? This question, once merely academic, is becoming a vegetable wealth, has been used to gain control over every corner of the fields of public health, medical research, and vaccine development. And now that we are presented with the very problems been talking about for years, we will soon find that this software developer with no medical training is going to leverage that wealth into control over the fates of billions of people.
Because until we get almost everybody vaccinated globally, we still won't be fully back to normal.
Bill Gates is no public health expert. He is not a doctor, an epidemiologist, or an infectious disease researcher. Yet somehow, he has become a central figure in the life, aiming to dictate the medical actions that will be required for the world to go back to normal. The transformation of Bill Gates from computer kingpin to global health czar is as remarkable as it is instructive, and it tells us a great deal about where we are heading as the world plunges into a crisis, the likes of which we have not seen before. This is the story of how Bill Gates monopolized global health. You're tuned into the Corbett Report. Until his reinvention as a philanthropist in the past decade, this is what many people thought of when they thought of Bill Gates.
In the case of the United States versus Microsoft, the US Justice Department contended that the software giant had breached antitrust laws by competing unfairly against Netscape Communications in the internet browser market, effectively creating a monopoly. Bill's first concern was that the prosecution could potentially block the release of his company's latest operating system, Windows 98.
are you asking me about when I wrote this email, or what are you asking me about?
I'm asking you about January of 1996.
That month.
Yes, sir.
And what about it?
What non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
I don't know what you mean concerned.
What is it about the word concerned that you don't understand?
I'm not sure what you mean by it.
We're going to be working together on Microsoft Office, on Internet Explorer, on Java, and I think that it's going to lead to a very healthy relationship. So it's a package announcement today. We're very, very happy about it. We're very, very excited about it. And I happen to have a special guest with me today via satellite downlink. And if we could get him up on the stage right now.
Police and security guards in Belgium were caught flat-footed today by a cowardly sneak attack on one of the world's wealthiest men. The target was Microsoft chairman Bill Gates, arriving for a meeting with community leaders. Watch what happens when a team of hitmen meet him first with a pie in the face. Gates was momentarily and understandably shaken, but he was not injured. The hit squad piled on with two more pies before one of them was wrestled to the ground and arrested. The others, for at least the moment, got away. Gates went inside, wiped his face clean, and made no comment. He then went ahead with his scheduled meeting. No word on the motive for this attack.
But once reviled for the massive wealth and the monopolistic power that his virus-laden software afforded him, Gates is now hailed as a visionary who is leveraging that wealth and power for the greater good of humanity.
In the 22nd century, a book will be written about the entrepreneur of the 21st century. I'm sure that the person who will foremost come to the mind of those historians is certainly Bill Gates.
I don't think it's hyperbole to say that Bill Gates is singularly, I would argue, the most consequential individual of our generation. I mean that.
Our next guest is one of the richest and most generous men in the world. Please welcome Bill Gates.
At a time when everyone is looking to understand the scope of the pandemic and how to minimize the threat, one of the best informed voices is that of businessman and philanthropist Bill Gates.
The process by which this reinvention of Gates's public image took place is not mysterious. It's the success which a billionaire has revived their public image since John D. Rockefeller hired Ivy Ledbetter Lee to transform him from the head of the Standard Oil Hydra into the kind old man handing out dimes to strangers.
Don't you give her a dime, Mr. Rockefeller?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I consider myself.
Thank you for the ride.
I consider myself more than amply paid.
Bless you, bless you, bless you.
More to the point, John D. Rockefeller knew that to gain the adoration of the public, he had to appear to give them what they want. His vast oil monopoly fortune to establishing institutions that, he claimed, were for the public good. The General Education Board, the Rockefeller Institute of Medical Research, the Rockefeller Foundation. Similarly, Bill Gates has spent much of the past 2 decades transforming himself to serve humanity through his own Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. In fact, Gates has surpassed Rockefeller's legacy with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, long having eclipsed the Rockefeller Foundation as the largest private foundation that it wields in its stated program areas of global health and development, global growth, and global policy advocacy. And, like Rockefeller, Gates's transformation has been helped along by a well-funded public relations campaign. Gone are the theatrical tricks of the PR pioneers, the ubiquitous ice cream cones of Gates' mentor Warren Buffett. No, Gates has guided his public image into that of a modern-day saint through an even simpler tactic: buying good publicity. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation spends tens of millions of dollars per year on media partnerships, sponsoring coverage of its program areas across the board. Gates funds The Guardian's global development website. Gates funds NPR's global health coverage. Gates funds the Our World in Data website that is tracking the latest. Gates funds BBC health and development issues, both through its BBC Media Action Organization and the BBC itself. Gates funds world health coverage on ABC News. When the NewsHour with Jim Lehrer was given a $3.5 million Gates Foundation grant to set up a special unit to report on global health issues, NewsHour communications chief Rob Flynn was asked about the potential conflict of interest that such a unit would have in reporting on issues that the Gates Foundation is itself involved in. In some regards, I guess you might say that there are not a heck of a lot of things you could touch in global health these days that would not have some kind of Gates tentacle, Flynn responded. Indeed, it would be almost impossible to find any area of global health that has been left untouched by the tentacles of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It was Gates who sponsored the meeting that led to the creation of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, a global public-private partnership bringing together state sponsors and big pharmaceutical companies whose specific goal is the creation of healthy markets for vaccines and other immunization products. As a founding partner of the alliance, the Gates Foundation provided $750 million in seed funding and has gone on to make over provided the seed money that created the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, a public-private partnership that acts as a finance vehicle for governmental AIDS, TB, and malaria programs. When a public-private partnership of governments, world health bodies, and 13 leading pharmaceutical companies came together in 2000, there was the Gates Foundation, with $363 million of support. When the Global Financing Facility for Women, Children, and Adolescents was launched in 2015 to leverage billions of dollars in public and private financing for global health and development programs, There was the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as a founding partner with a $275 million contribution. When the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations was launched at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2017 to develop vaccines against emerging infectious diseases, their foundation with an initial injection of $100 million. The examples go on and on. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's fingerprints can be seen on every major global health initiative of the past 2 decades. And beyond the flashy multi-billion-dollar global partnerships, the foundation is behind hundreds of smaller country and region-specific grants, $10 million to combat a locust infestation in East Africa, or $300 million to support agricultural research in Africa and Asia, that add up to billions of dollars in commitments. It comes as no surprise, then, that far beyond the $250 million that the Gates Foundation has pledged to the fight against coronavirus, every aspect of the current coronavirus pandemic involves organizations, groups, and individuals with direct ties to Gates funding. From the start, the World Health Organization has directed the global response to the current pandemic. From its initial monitoring of the outbreak in Wuhan and its declaration in January that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission, to its live media briefings and its technical guidance on country-level planning and other matters, the WHO has been the body setting the guidelines and recommendations shaping the global response to this outbreak. But even the World Health Organization itself is largely reliant on funds from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WHO's most recent donor report shows that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is the organization's second largest donor behind the United States government. The Gates Foundation single-handedly contributes more to the World Health Body than Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Russia, and the UK combined. What's more, current World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus is in fact, like Bill Gates himself, not a medical doctor at all, but the controversial ex-Minister of Health of Ethiopia, who was accused of 3 cholera outbreaks in the country during his tenure. Before joining the WHO, he served as chair of the Gates-founded Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and sat on the board of the Gates-founded Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and the Gates-funded Stop TB Partnership. The current round of lockdowns and restrictive stay-home orders in Western countries were enacted on the back of alarming models predicting millions of deaths in the United States and hundreds of thousands in the UK.
Imperial College in London released a COVID-19 report, and that's where most of our U.S. leaders are getting the information they're basing their decision-making on. The report runs us through a few different ways this could turn out depending on what our responses are. If we don't do anything to control this virus, over 80% of people in the U.S. would be infected over the course of the epidemic, with 2.2 million deaths from COVID-19. That 2.2 million deaths also doesn't account for the potential negative effects of health systems being overwhelmed.
From this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home.
Enough is enough. Go home and stay home.
A statewide order for people to stay at home.
The work of 2 research groups was crucial in shaping the decisions of the UK and US governments to implement wide-ranging lockdowns and, in turn, governments around the world. And 2.2 million deaths in the US, unless strict government measures were put in place. The second group, the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation in Bill Gates' estimates of the virus effects, estimates that have been repeatedly downgraded as the situation has progressed. Unsurprisingly, the Gates Foundation has injected substantial sums of money into both groups. This year alone, the Gates Foundation has already given $79 million to Imperial College, and in 2017, the foundation announced a $279 million investment into the IHME to expand its work collecting health data and creating models. Anthony Fauci, meanwhile, has become the face of the US government's coronavirus response, echoing Bill Gates' assertion that the country will not get back to normal until a good vaccine can be found to ensure the public's safety.
If you want to get to pre-coronavirus, that might not ever happen in the sense of the fact that the threat is there. But I believe with the therapies that will be coming online, and with the fact that I feel confident that over a period of time we'll get vaccine, that we will never have to.
Frequent collaborations and cooperation in the past, Fauci has direct ties to Gates' projects and funding. In 2010, he was appointed to the Leader Decades Project to implement a global vaccine action plan, a project to which Gates committed $10 billion of funding. And in October of last year, just as the current pandemic was beginning, the Gates Foundation announced a $100 million contribution to the National Institute of Health, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases research into HIV. Also in October of last year, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation partnered with the World Economic Forum and the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security to stage Event 201, a tabletop exercise gauging the economic and societal impact of a globally spreading coronavirus pandemic.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new coronavirus.
The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges arising in response to an unfolding pandemic. The board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved.
To do things that are out of their historical perspective or for the most part,
reach that the tentacles of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have into every corner of the global health markets, it should not be surprising that the foundation has been intimately involved with every stage of the current pandemic crisis either. In effect, Gates has merely used the wealth from his domination of the software market to leverage himself into a similar position in the world of global health. The whole process has been cloaked in the mantle of selfless philanthropy, but the foundation is not structured as a charitable endeavor. Instead, it maintains a dual structure. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation distributes money to grantees, but a separate entity that manages the endowment assets. These two entities often have overlapping interests, and, as has been noted many times in the past, grants given by the foundation often directly benefit the value of the trust's assets.
One of my favorite parts about my job at the Gates Foundation is that I get to travel to the developing world, and I do that quite regularly. My first trip in India, I was in a person's home where they had dirt floors, no running water, no electricity, and that's really what I see all over the shore on things that they don't have. But I am surprised by one thing that they do have: Coca-Cola. Coke is everywhere. In fact, when I travel in the developing world, Coke feels ubiquitous. And so when I come back from these trips and I'm thinking about development, and I'm flying to deliver condoms to people or vaccinations, you know, Coke's success kind of stops and makes you wonder, how is it that they can get Coke to these far-flung places? And if they can do that, why can't governments and NGOs do the same thing?
And the charity of Microsoft founder Bill Gates and his wife Melinda is under criticism following the disclosure. It substantially increased its holdings in the Agribah Santo to over $23 million. Foundation state farmers and sustainable development in Africa.
The study from the pressure group Global Justice Now paints a picture of the Gates Foundation partly as an expression of corporate America's desire to profit from Africa, and partly a damning critique of its effects.
You could have a case where the initial research is done by a Gates-funded institution. The media reporting on how well that research is conducted is done. The media outlet is a Gates-funded outlet, and maybe a Gates-funded journalist from a media program, and then the program is implemented more widely by a Gates-funded NGO. I mean, there are some very insular circles here.
Among the many criticisms, the idea that private finance can solve the problems of the developing world by having to use chemicals or fertilizers underwritten by offshoots of the foundation.
This is no mere theoretical conflict of interest. Gates is held up as a hero for donating $35.8 billion worth of his Microsoft stock to the foundation. But during the course of his decade of vaccines, Gates' net worth has actually doubled from $54 billion to $103.1 billion. The Rockefeller story provides an instructive template for this vision of tycoon turned philanthropist. When Rockefeller faced a public backlash, he helped spearhead the creation of a system of private foundations that connected in with his business interests. Leveraging his unprecedented oil monopoly fortune into unprecedented control over wide swaths of public life, Rockefeller was able to kill two birds with one stone, molding society in his family's own interests, even as he became a beloved figure in the public imagination. Similarly, Bill Gates has leveraged his software empire into a global health, development, and education empire, steering the course of investment and research and ensuring healthy markets for vaccines and other immunization products. And, like Rockefeller, Gates has been transformed from the feared and reviled head of a formidable hydra into a kindly old man, generously giving his wealth back to the public. But not everyone has been taken information monopolist to health monopolist back in 2009, when the extent of this Gates-led monopoly was becoming apparent to all. The first guiding principle of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is that it is driven by the interests and passions of the Gates family. An annual letter from Bill Gates summarizes those passions, referring to newspaper articles, books, and such investor in global health. Is such a whimsical governance principle good enough? This brings us back to the question, who is Bill Gates? Bill Gates summarizes what are his driving interests. What motivates his decisions? These are not academic questions. Gates's decisions have controlled the flows of billions of dollars, formed international partnerships pursuing wide-ranging agendas, ensured the creation of healthy markets for big pharma vaccine manufacturers. As we are seeing, his decisions are shaping the entire global response to the coronavirus pandemic. Next week, we will further explore Gates's vaccination initiatives, the business interests behind them, and the larger agenda that is beginning to take shape as we enter the new normal of the COVID-19.
And then the final solution, which is a year to 2 years off, is the vaccine.
The only thing that will really allow life as we once knew it to resume is a vaccine.
This will be the new normal until a vaccine is developed.
The truth is that this attempt to reorient the global health economy was part of a much bigger agenda.
But when we started developing coronavirus vaccines, we noticed the immune pathology.
Maybe just the
Good
best
point.
solution. Okay.
Bill Gates' plan to vaccinate the world.
$10 billion. I mean, just speak about the magnitude of that. That is by far the biggest commitment of the foundation, isn't it, Bill? I mean, this is by far the largest.
That's right. We've been spending a lot on vaccines. With this commitment, over 8 million additional lives will be saved. So it's one of the most effective ways that health in the poorest country improved.
In January of 2010, Bill and Melinda Gates used the World Economic Forum at Davos to announce a staggering $10 billion commitment to research and develop vaccines for the world's poorest countries, kicking off what he called a decade of vaccines.
Today, we're announcing a commitment over this next decade, which we think of as a decade of vaccines having incredible impact. We're announcing that will spend over $10 billion on vaccine.
By the pharmaceutical companies who stood to reap the benefits of that largesse. The record-setting commitment made waves in the international community, helping to underwrite a global vaccine action plan coordinated by the Gates-funded World Health Organization. But contrary to the Gates' own PR spin that this $10 billion pledge was an unalloyed good and would save 8 million lives, the truth is that this attempt to reorient the global health economy was part of a much bigger agenda. An agenda that would ultimately lead to greater profits for big pharma companies, greater control for the Gates Foundation over the field of global health, and greater power for Bill Gates to shape the course of the future for billions of people around the planet. This is Bill Gates' plan to vaccinate the world. It should come as no surprise that, since the dawn of this coronavirus crisis, he has been adamant that the world will not go back to normal.
But we're going to have this intermediate period of opening up, and it won't be normal until we get an amazing vaccine to the entire world. The vaccine is critical because until you have that, things aren't really there until we have very broad vaccination. Well, they won't be back to normal until we either have that phenomenal vaccine or a therapeutic that's like over 95% effective. And so we have to assume that's going to be almost 18 months from now. And then the final solution, which is a year to 2 years off, is the vaccine. So we've got to go full speed ahead on all three fronts.
Just to head off the conspiracy theorists, maybe we shouldn't call the vaccine the final solution. Maybe just the
Good
best
point.
solution. Okay.
More interestingly, since Gates began delivering this same talking point in every one of his many media appearances of late, it has been picked up and repeated by heads of state, health officials, doctors, and media talking heads, right down to the scientifically arbitrary but very specific 18-month time frame.
Realistically, COVID-19 will be here for the next 18 months or more. We will not be able to return to normalcy until we find a vaccine or effective medications.
The hard fact is, until we find a vaccine, going back to normal means putting lives at risk.
This will be the new normal until a vaccine is developed.
The only thing that will really allow life as we once knew it to resume is a vaccine.
I'll be here by probably 14, 15, 16 months. We're doing great on the vaccines.
The fact that so many heads of state, health ministers, and media commentators are dutifully echoing Gates's pronouncements about those who saw how Bill Gates monopolized global health. As we have seen, the Gates Foundation's tentacles have penetrated into every corner of the field of public health. Billions of dollars in funding and entire public policy agendas are under the control of this man, an unelected, unaccountable software developer with no medical research experience or training. And nowhere is Gates's control of public health more apparent than in the realm of vaccines. Gates launched the decade of vaccines with a $10 billion pledge. Gates helped develop the Global Vaccine Action Plan administered by the Gates-funded World Health Organization. Gates helped found Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, aiming to develop healthy markets for vaccine manufacturers. Gates helped launch Gavi with a $1 billion donation in 2011, going on to contribute $4.1 billion over the course of the decade of vaccines.
And so I'm pleased to announce to you that we're pledging an additional $1 billion to Thank you. All right, thank you. It's not every day we give away $1 billion.
One of the Gates Foundation's core funding areas is vaccine development and surveillance, which has resulted in the channeling of billions of dollars into vaccine development, a seat at the table to develop vaccination campaigns in countries around the globe, and the opportunity to shape public thinking about Bill Gates's pet project of the past 5 years, preparing rapid development and deployment of vaccines in the event of a globally spreading pandemic.
If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highlight by the quirk of nature at the hand of a terrorist. Epidemiologists show through their models in people in less than a year. And there is a reasonable probability of that taking place in the years ahead.
Many high-profile personalities have been gathering at this year's World Economic Forum in Davos, which aims to discuss and deal with the globe's most pressing issues. Amongst them is the Microsoft founder Bill Gates. His foundation is investing millions in the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations to help combat infectious diseases. Here's some of what he had to say about his push to develop new vaccines.
Unfortunately, it takes many years to do a completely new safety views, costs, the manufacturing, all those things mean that an epidemic can be very widespread before that tool would come along. And so after Ebola, the global health community talked a lot about this, including a new type of vaccine platform called DNA RNA that should speed things along. And so this Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Initiative, CEPI, 3 countries, Japan, Norway, Germany, and 2 foundations, Wellcome Trust, who we work with on a lot of things, and our foundation, Gates Foundation, coming together to fund actually trying to use that platform and make some vaccines. And so that would help us in the future.
We know vaccines can protect us.
We just need to be better prepared.
So let's
come together. Let's research
and invest. Let's save lives. Let's outsmart epidemics.
Given Gates's mammoth investment in vaccines over the past decade, his insistence that
things won't go back to truly normal until we have a vaccine that we've gotten out to basically the entire world
is hardly surprising. What should be surprising is that this strangely specific and continuously repeated message, that we will not go back to normal until we get a vaccine in 18 months, has no scientific basis whatsoever. Medical already conceded that a vaccine for SARS-CoV-2 may not even be possible, pointing to the inability of researchers to develop any kind of immunization against previous coronavirus outbreaks like SARS or MERS. But even if such a vaccine were possible, serious concerns remain about the safety of developing, testing, and delivering such an amazing vaccine to the entire world in this remarkably short time frame. Even proponents of vaccine development openly worry that the rush to vaccinate billions of people with largely untested experimental coronavirus vaccine will itself present grave risks to the public. One of these risks involves disease enhancement. It has been known for over a decade that vaccination for some viral infections, including coronaviruses, actually enhances susceptibility to viral infection or even causes infections in healthy vaccine recipients.
Now, the issue of safety, something that I want to make sure the American public understand. It's not only safety when you inject somebody and they get maybe an idiosyncratic reaction, they get a little allergic reaction, they get pain. There's safety associated. Does the vaccine make you worse? And there are diseases in someone. They get infected with what you're trying to protect them with, and you actually enhance the infection.
This is no mere theoretical risk. As researchers who were trying to develop a vaccine for the original SARS outbreak discovered, vaccine actually made the lab animals subjected to it more susceptible to the disease.
One of the things that we're not hearing a lot about is the unique potential safety problem of coronavirus vaccines. This was first found in the early 1960s with the respiratory syncytial virus vaccines, and it was done here in Washington with the NIH and Children's National Medical Center, that some of those kids who got the vaccine actually did worse. And I believe there were 2 deaths in the consequence of that study, because what happens with certain types of respiratory virus vaccines, you get immunized, and then when you get actually exposed to the virus, you get this kind of paradoxical immune enhancement phenomenon. And we don't entirely understand the basis of it, but we recognize that it's a real problem for certain respiratory virus vaccines. That killed the RSV program for decades. Now the Gates Foundation is taking it up again. But when we started developing coronavirus vaccines and our colleagues, we noticed in laboratory animals that they started to show some of the same immune pathology that resembled what had happened 50 years earlier.
This specific issue regarding coronavirus vaccines is exacerbated by the arbitrary and unscientific 18-month time frame that Gates is insisting on for the vaccine's development. In order to meet that deadline, vaccine developers are being urged to use new and largely unproven methods for creating their experimental immunizations, including.
For a self-described wartime president, victory over COVID-19 equals a vaccine.
I hope we're going to have a vaccine, and we're going to fast track it like you've never seen before.
Adding Trump-style branding, the administration launched Operation Warp Speed, a multi-billion-dollar research and manufacturing effort to shorten the typical year-plus vaccine development timeline.
We're going to start ramping up production with the companies involved. And you do that at risk. In other words, you don't wait until you get an answer before you start manufacturing. You at risk proactively start making it, assuming it's going to work.
You're thinking 18 months, even with all the work that you've already done to this point and the planning that you are taking with lots of different potential vaccinations and building up for that now?
Yeah, so there's an approach called RNA vaccine that people like Moderna, CureVac, and others are using, that in 2015, we'd identified that as very promising applications as well. And so if everything goes perfectly with the RNA approach, we could actually beat the 18 months. We don't want to create unrealistic expectations.
So the concept of an RNA vaccine is, let's inject the RNA molecule that encodes for the spike protein.
It's making your cell do the work of creating this viral protein that is going to be recognized by your immune system and trigger the development of these antibodies.
Our bodies won't make a full-fledged infectious virus, they'll just make a little piece and then learn to recognize it and then get ready to destroy the virus if it then later comes and invades us. It's a relatively new, unproven technology, and there's still no example of an RNA vaccine that's been deployed worldwide in the way that we need for the coronavirus.
There's the possibility for unforeseen adverse effects.
So this is all new territory. Whether it would elicit protective immune response against this virus is just unknown right now.
Rushing at warp speed to develop a new vaccine using experimental technology, and then mass producing and delivering billions of doses to be injected into basically the entire world before adequate testing is even done, amounts to one of the most dangerous experiments in of people. That an experimental vaccine, developed in a brand new way and rushed through with a special shortened testing regime, should be given to adults, children, pregnant women, newborn babies, and the elderly alike, would be, in any other situation, unthinkable. To suggest that such a vaccine should be given to the entire planet would have been called lunacy mere months ago. But now the public is being asked to accept this premise without question. Even Gates himself acknowledges the inherent risks of such a project. But his concern is not for the lives that will be irrevocably altered in the event that the vaccines cause damage to the population. Instead, he is more concerned that the pharmaceutical companies and the researchers are given legal immunity for any such damage.
If we have, 1 in 10,000 side effects, that's, way more, 700,000 suffer from that. So really understanding the safety at gigantic scale across all age ranges, pregnant, existing comorbidities, very, very hard. And that actual decision of, okay, let's go and give this vaccine to the entire world, governments will have to be involved because there will be some risk and indemnification needed before that can be decided on.
As we have already seen, in the arena of global health, what Bill Gates wants is what the world gets. So it should be no surprise that immunity for the big pharma vaccine manufacturers and the vaccination program planners is already being worked on. In the US, the Department of Health and Human Services issues manufacturers, distributors, and program planners of any vaccine used to treat, diagnose, cure, prevent, or mitigate COVID-19. The declaration was issued on March 17th, but retroactively covers any activity back to February 4th, 2020, the day before the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation announced an emergency $100 million to fund treatment efforts and to develop new vaccines for COVID-19. The plan to inject everyone on the planet with an experimental vaccine, it is its culmination. The decade of vaccines kicked off with a Gates-funded $3.6 million observational study of HPV vaccines in India that, according to a government investigation, violated the human rights of the study participants with gross violations of consent and failed to properly report adverse events experienced by the vaccine recipients. After the deaths of 7 girls involved in the trial were reported, a parliamentary investigation concluded that the Gates-funded Program for Appropriate Technology and Health, or PATH, which ran the study, had been engaged in a scheme to help ensure healthy markets for GlaxoSmithKline and Merck, the manufacturers of the Gardasil and Cervarix vaccines that had been so generously donated for use in the trial. Had PATH been successful in getting the HPV vaccine included in the universal immunization program of the concerned countries, this would have generated windfall profit for the manufacturer without any promotional or marketing expenses. It is well known that once introduced into the immunization program, it becomes politically impossible to stop any vaccination. Chandra M. Gulhati, editor of the influential Monthly Index of Medical Specialties, remarked that it is shocking to see how an American organization used surreptitious methods to establish itself in India. And Samarin Nundi, editor emeritus of the National Medical Journal of India, lamented that this is an obvious case where Indians were being used as guinea pigs. Throughout the decade, India's concerns about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and its corporate partners' influence on the country's national immunization programs grew. In 2016, the steering group of the country's National Health Mission blasted the government for allowing the country's National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization, the primary body advising the government on all vaccines by the Gates Foundation. As one steering group member noted, the NTAGI Secretariat has been moved out of the government's health ministry to the Office of Public Health Foundation of India, and the 32 staff their salaries from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. There is a clear conflict of interest. On one hand, the BMGF funds the Secretariat that is the highest decision-making body in vaccines, and, on the other, it partners with the pharma industry in Gavi. This is unacceptable. In 2017, the government responded by cutting all financial ties between the advisories play across the Gates. There's the Gates-founded and funded meningitis vaccine project, which led to the creation and testing of MenAfrivac, a 50-cent per dose immunization against meningococcal meningitis. The test led to reports of between 40 and 500 children suffering seizures and convulsions and eventually becoming paralyzed. There's the 2017 confirmation that the Gates-supported oral polio vaccine was actually responsible for the majority of new polio cases, and the 2018 follow-up showing that 80% of polio cases are now vaccine-derived. There's the 2018 paper in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, concluding that over 490,000 people in India developed paralysis as a result of the oral polio vaccine. Dr. Arata Kochi, who complained in an internal memo that Gates's influence meant that the world's leading malaria scientists are now locked up in a cartel with their own research funding being linked to those of others within the group, and that the foundation was stifling debate on the best ways to treat and combat malaria, prioritizing only those methods that relied on new technology or developing new drugs. Kochi's complaint, written in 2008, highlights the most common criticism of the global health web that Gates has spun in the past 2 decades: that the public health industry has become a racket run by and for big pharma and its partners for the benefit of big business. At the time, the executive director of the Gates Foundation's Global Health Program was Tachi Yamada. Yamada left his position as chairman of research and development at GlaxoSmithKline to take up the position at the Gates Foundation in 2006 at Tickles. Yamada's replacement as head of Gates's Global Health Program, Trevor Mundell, was himself a clinical researcher at Pfizer and Park Davis and spent time as head of development with Novartis before joining the foundation. This use of foundation funds to set public policy to drive up corporate profits is not a secret conspiracy. It is a perfectly open one. When the Center for Global Development formed a working group to develop a practical approach to the vaccine challenge, they concluded that the best way to incentivize pharmaceutical companies to produce more vaccines for the third world was for governments to promise to buy vaccines before they were even developed. They titled their report, "Making Markets for Vaccines."
The project, Making Markets for Vaccines, which existed for a long time, which is insufficient research and development budgets as well as investment capacity in vaccine development and production for the third world. How do you create better incentives to get the pharma community, the vaccine community, to produce products that are specifically dedicated for the developing world?
Michael Kremer, a professor at Harvard, had been thinking about this problem for many years.
He realized that if the rich countries of the world were to make a promise that they would buy a malaria vaccine if somebody produced it, that would industry go and do the research and development needed to make one. But this idea was unfamiliar. No government had made a commitment to buy a product that didn't already exist.
When the first such advanced market commitment was made in 2007, a $1.5 billion promise to buy yet-to-be-produced vaccines from big pharma manufacturers, there was the Gates Foundation as the only non-nation sponsor. The Gates-founded Gavi Vaccine Alliance is an open partnership between the Gates Foundation, the World Health Organization. Goal includes introducing new vaccines into the routine schedules of national immunization programs and to engage in market-shaping efforts to ensure healthy markets for vaccines and introduce new vaccines and ensuring of Gates's decade of vaccines. There can be no doubt that COVID-19 has seen that goal realized in spectacular fashion.
Let's start the pledging.
The EU kicked off its fundraising drive with €1 billion. In the hours that followed, pledges were beamed in from across the globe.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has pledged $500 million.
Even pop icon Madonna made a last-minute donation of €1 million.
By combining and we can attack this disease in the way it's attacking us globally. Our foundation is proud to partner with you, and I'm pleased to announce today that we will pledge $100 million towards this effort.
Germany was one of the leading donors, pledging over €500 million. The money is earmarked for international health organizations and research networks.
And there, at the center of this web, is the Gates Foundation, connected to every major organization, research institution, international alliance, and vaccine manufacturer involved in the current crisis, like the Rockefellers, have profited from their years as the most generous people on the planet. As curious as it might seem to those who don't understand the true nature of this monopoly cartel, despite all of these grants and pledges, commitments of tens of billions of dollars, Bill Gates' personal net worth has actually doubled during this decade of vaccines, from $50 billion to over. But once again, we come back to the question, who is Bill Gates? Is he motivated simply by money? Is this incessant drive to vaccinate the entire population of the planet merely the result of greed? Or is there something else driving this agenda? As we shall see next time, money is not the end goal of Gates's philanthropic activities. Money is just the tool that he is using to purchase what he really wants. Control. Control not just of the health industry, but control of the human population itself. Next week on the Corbett Report.
So Melinda and I wondered whether providing new medicines and keeping children alive, would that create more of a population problem?
Researchers are now developing a vaccine that's delivered using a dissolvable patch called a microneedle array.
In Gates's vision, these digital identities will be tied to all of our actions and transactions.
Once you have that digital infrastructure, the whole way you think about government benefits can be done differently. And so it's too bad if somebody thinks that creates a privacy problem.
Bill Gates and the population control grid.
Hello, everyone.
Mr.
B. What's but an idea that came from my good friend, Mr. Bill Gates.
Kids?
The real, actual, in-person Bill? Bill?
Hey, that we're big fans, Mr. Gates.
It's a strange fact that Bill Gates' hagiographers, PR hacks employed more often than not by large corporations that receive funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, consistently depict this drab software developer as a cartoon superhero, using his superpower of being very rich to help save the planet.
Those doors on this New York campus, a secret gathering of some of the world's most powerful people. Gates was like, well, he was like the Super Friends.
In the great hall of the Justice League, there are assembled the world's 4 greatest heroes.
But these about Gates and the other mega-rich philanthropists they are attempting to idolize. They reveal that the idea of the selfless billionaire do-gooder is a work of fiction so unbelievable it is only fit for Saturday morning cartoon fare. As we have seen in our first 2 explorations of Bill Gates' role as global health kingpin, the seemingly selfless generosity of the Gates family through their eponymous foundation has in fact greatly increased their own wealth, with Bill Gates' personal net worth having doubled in the past decade alone. But the takeover of public monopolized global health, Bill Gates' plan to vaccinate the world, was not, at base, about money. The unimaginable wealth that Gates has accrued is now being used to purchase something much more useful. Control. Control not just of the global health bodies that can coordinate a worldwide vaccination program, or the governments that will mandate such an unprecedented campaign, but control over the global population itself. This is an exploration of Bill Gates and the population control grid. You're tuned into the Corbett Report. From a journalistic standpoint, Good Morning America's inane report on the secretive billionaire meeting that took place in some of meeting attendees worth.
Gates, Buffett, Bloomberg, Winfrey, together with others at the meeting, including George Soros, Ted Turner, David Rockefeller, they're worth more than $125 billion.
It turned to the senior editor of Forbes for a soundbite about what it would be like to witness such an assembly of wealth.
To have been in the room and see this meeting of the minds really would have been a fascinating thing.
And it dutifully reported the participants.
That much power on one table. It begs the question, what were they doing? What were they scheming? Total world domination?
This group, together for 6 hours.
Before wrapping up with another juvenile appeal to comic book superhero lore.
The new Superman and Wonder Woman, the super rich friends, not fighting bad guys, but fighting for good nonetheless. Good morning, America. John Berman, ABC News.
Yes, from a journalistic standpoint, Berman's report was an utter failure. There was no attempt to question the participants about the meeting, no space for any criticism of these billionaires or questions about their motives, no adversarial journalism of any kind. But as a PR piece, it was brilliant. It leaves the viewer with a vague sense that some kind of gathering took place somewhere in New York in which rich people, who, let's not forget, are superheroes, talked about charity. One would have to turn to print sources to discover that the meeting was held at the personal residence of Sir Paul Nurse, then president of Rockefeller University, began by Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and David Rockefeller, or that the aim of the meeting was to consider how their wealth could be used to slow the growth of the world's population. Given that these extraordinarily rich and powerful men, including Warren Buffett, David Rockefeller, and Ted Turner, have all expressed their belief that the growing human population is the greatest threat faced by humanity, it should not be surprising that they would convene a conference to discuss how best to channel their vast wealth into the project of reducing the number of people on the planet. Particularly unsurprising, population control is close to his heart, as the most impressive speaker at the event.
Here we can see a chart that looks at the total world population over the last several hundred years. And at first glance, this is a bit scary. We go from less than 1 billion in 1800, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.4 billion where we are today is happening even faster. So Melinda and I wondered whether providing new medicines and keeping children alive, would that create more of a population problem?
And what the developing world does not need is more children.
And I think that was the biggest we got into this work, as we asked ourselves, of course, the same hard-nosed question you'd ask, which is, if you get into this work and you start to save these children, will women just keep overpopulating the world? And thank goodness the converse is absolutely true.
This is a very important question to get right, because it was absolutely key for me. When our foundation face, you've got to help mothers who want to limit family size have the tools and education to do that. And that's the only thing that really counts.
In recent years, critics have pointed to Bill Gates' own words linking vaccination programs with his goal of reducing population growth.
The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
$10 billion over the next 10 years to make it the year of the vaccines. What does that mean exactly?
Well, over this decade, we believe unbelievable progress can be made, both inventing new vaccines and making sure they get out to all the children who need them. We could cut the number of children who die every year from about 9 million to half of that if we have success on it. And the benefits there in terms of reducing sickness, reducing the population growth, it really allows a society a chance to take care of itself once you've made that intervention.
But as any number of fact-checking websites, not to mention Bill Gates himself, are quick to point out, this doesn't mean what it sounds like it means.
What we found out is that as health improves, families choose to have less children.
The truth is that when people's lives improve, when children survive, for instance, or when girls go to school, people start making decisions based on the expectation that their children will live and thrive. The result is smaller families and slower population growth.
I came across articles that showed that the key thing you can do to reduce population growth is actually improve health. And that sounds paradoxical. You think, okay, better health means more kids, not less kids. Well, in fact, what parents are trying to have 2 kids survive to adulthood to take care of them. And so the more disease burden there is, the more kids they have to have that high probability. So there's a perfect correlation that as you improve health, within a half generation, the population growth rate goes down.
Yes, the Gates plan is to reduce population growth by improving health. But the idea of using vaccines as consent, not conspiracy lore, but documentable fact. In its 1968 annual report, the Rockefeller Foundation addressed the problems of population limit to reduce fertility, and much more research is required if a solution is to be found here. The foundation vowed to correct this problem by funding established and beginning investigators to turn their attention to aspects of research in reproductive biology that have implications for human fertility and its control. This was no empty promise. By the time of its 1988 annual report, the Rockefeller Foundation was able to report progress on its funding into contraceptive arm and effective for 5 years. In its 1988 report, the Rockefeller population was now approved for marketing in countries. The Rockefellers Population Council and other research organizations joined with the World Health Organization in 1972 to create a task force on vaccines for fertility regulation. By 1995, they were able to report progress vaccine, which works by combining an immunogen formed from a synthetic embryo to remain implanted in the womb with a toxoid carrier molecule. The vaccine stimulates an immune reaction, causing women to develop antibodies against the hormone, thus preventing them from carrying babies to term. But beginning in the 1990s, a series of scandals over WHO-led vaccination programs in the Third World led to allegations that tetanus vaccines in places like the Philippines and Kenya were being laced with HCG in order to implement population control by stealth. The controversy generated by these stories led global institutions to step back from the campaign to champion population control by vaccine. But, as usual, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was there to renew interest, working with the UK government to host a London summit on family planning in 2012, at which the foundation announced their support for contraceptives.
You heard me talk earlier about Sadie, who I met in Niger. She was traveling 15 kilometers to get an injection. But let's ask ourselves, what if she didn't have to travel to that clinic? If we put it, how can we keep in her village to get the contraceptive she wants? Well, Pfizer is testing a new form of depot. The injection that she goes 15 kilometers to get, they're now putting it in a new form, a new device that can be given. It's very, very small. It's called Uniject. I think it's going to be pictured here. It's a high quality product. It's effective. It's safe. It's tiny, as you can see, and it can be put in the healthcare worker's kit to give.
But the Gates were not content to stop there. In 2014, it was announced that Microchips Biotech Inc., a company in Lexington, Massachusetts, had developed a new form of birth control. a wireless implant that can be turned on and off with a remote control and that is designed to last up to 16 years. According to MIT Technology Review, the idea originated when Bill Gates visited Robert Langer's MIT lab in 2012 and asked him if it would be possible to create an implantable birth control device that could be turned on or off remotely. Langer referred Gates to the controlled release microchip technology he had invented and licensed to Microchip's biotechnology. Gates Foundation granted $20 million to the firm to develop the implants. Reducing population growth has, by Gates' own admission, been a core mission of the Gates Foundation since its inception. But in order to really understand what Gates means by population control, we have to look beyond the concept of controlling population size. At its most fundamental level, the population goal, but in order to understand the broader population control agenda and how it ties into the Gates Foundation's plans, we have to look at a puzzling development that took place in 2017. In that year, Gavi, the Gates founded and funded alliance that partners the Gates Foundation, the World Health Organization, and the World Bank with vaccine manufacturing from vaccinating every child on the planet to providing that year, where he states that the goal of 100% immunization will not be reached without secure digital identification systems that can store a child's medical history. He then gives a specific example. We are working with a company in India called Kushi Baby, which creates off-grid digital health records. A necklace worn by infants contains a unique identification number on a short-range communication chip. Communicating interest in digital identity was no mere passing fancy for the Vaccine Alliance. Gavi doubled down by becoming a founding member of the ID 2020 Alliance, a public-private partnership dedicated to spearheading a global digital biometric identity standard. Digital technologies for finding, identifying, and registering the most vulnerable children. The call specifically requested technologies for captures on rugged biometric devices. Berkeley continued to follow up on this idea in public engagements as one of the new core
birth certificates as kind of a major document. But, you know, the most common, as I mentioned before, is not a birth certificate, is not a death certificate, is not a marriage certificate. The most common connection, vital registration for the population is actually a child health card, because we reach more than 90% of children with at least one dose of vaccine as part of routine. So they're in the system. The challenge is that contact is not connected into the system. So if you could connect it, then you have the ability to give them their basic identity papers. You have ability then later on, if they want to own land or they want to have their rights, you're able to help them with that. But, you know, we're not currently taking advantage of that. And so the children get seen, they get enrolled in the health centers, but that information is not used for anything else.
Although vaccines and identity may seem unrelated, Bill Gates has spent the last few years funding research that can bring the two ideas together. Late last year, Gates once again turned to Robert Langer and his MIT colleagues to investigate new ways to permanently store and record the vaccination information of each individual. The result of their research was a new vaccine delivery method. They found by using dissolvable microneedles that deliver patterns of near-infrared light-emitting microparticles to the skin, they could create particle patterns in the skin of vaccine recipients smartphones. Rice University describes the quantum dot tags left behind by the microneedles as so who was behind this development? As lead researcher Kevin McHugh explains, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation came to us and said, "Hey, we have a real problem knowing who's vaccinated." So our idea was to put the record on the person, This way, later on, people can scan over the area to see what the microparticles that form the fluorescent quantum dot tags are delivered along with the vaccine. Instead, they must be delivered by a patch of microneedles made from a mixture of dissolvable sugar and a polymer called PVA, as well as the quantum dot dye in the vaccine. It should be no surprise, then, that big pharma vaccine manufacturers, in their scramble to produce the coronavirus vaccine that's a dissolvable microneedle array patch.
The University of Pittsburgh is where the polio vaccine was first discovered. At the medical center, researchers are now developing a vaccine that is delivered using a dissolvable patch called a microneedle array.
Think about them as almost like a Band-Aid. And so the microneedle array is placed very shortly, often thrown away, and then the antigen is already delivered.
As is becoming evident, this new vaccine-delivered barcode-like tattoo is about much more than simply ensuring that children get all their Gavi-recommended immunizations. On a recent Ask Me Anything thread on Reddit, when asked, "What changes are we going to have to make to how businesses operate to maintain our economy while providing social distancing?" Bill Gates answered, "Actually, we will have some digital certificates to show who has recovered or been tested recently, or when we have a vaccine, who has received it." In his answer, Gates fails to mention that he has himself been instrumental in kickstarting and funding the research into the very type of digital certificates for vaccination that he is speaking about, or that these digital certificates, likely, at first, to be a digital marker linked to a biometric ID, tattoos. But, as in so many other aspects of the unfolding crisis, Gates' unscientific pronouncement that we will need digital certificates to prove our immunity in the new normal of the post-coronavirus world.
Eventually, what we'll have to have is certificates of who's a recovered person, who's a vaccinated person.
Is now being implemented by a number of governments. It is now being reported that OnFido, a tech startup specializing in AI-based biometric ID verification, is dubbed an immunity passport. The proposed system would require would-be workers the OnFido-provided app to scan their face or other biometric data, link that information to a SARS-CoV-2 space or work environment. Last month, OnFido announced that it had raised $50 million in a round of investments led by Bill Gates' old company, Microsoft. But this is not Gates' first experience with the field of biometric identity. A decade ago, the government of India began what has been called the largest social experiment on Earth, enrolling over 1 billion people in the largest biometric identification database ever constructed. The project, involving iris scanning and fingerprinting the entirety of the Indian population, recording their biometric details in a centralized database, and issuing them a 12-digit identity number that could be used to prove residence and access government services, all within the span of a few years, present an incredible societal, legal, and technological challenge. It's no surprise, then, that the person who was brought in as the chief architect of the Aadhaar project when it was launched, Nandan Nilekani, co-founder of Indian multinational Infosys, is also a longtime friend of Bill Gates and a partner with Bill and Melinda Gates on a philanthropic's initiatives to address major social challenges at scale. Nilekani's involvement in Aadhaar has even made him one of Gates's heroes, featured in slick video promotions produced by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
My friend, Nandan Nilekani, is one of India's best world's large ID systems. Now, he's working to promote his platform to improve the lives of the world's poorest people.
There are more than 1 billion people around the world who don't have any kind of ID. You can't do anything in life without an ID because people are mobile, they're migrant, and wherever they go, whether they want a job or whether they want to board a train or whether they want to get a bank account or get a mobile connection, if the person has no way of proving who they are, then they just won't get access to those services. So the challenge we had was, how do we give a billion people, many of whom don't have birth certificates, how do we give them ID?
And Gates has personally praised the Aadhaar scheme as a huge asset for India.
Well, Aadhaar is a huge asset for very well. The fact that you can make digital payments so easily, you can open a bank account. India is a leader in that. Our foundation, worked with the Reserve Bank, Nanda Nilekani and a group of people that he pulled together, did a great job.
But Gates is not merely an arm's-length admirer of the Aadhaar experiment. He is not only personally connected to its chief architect, he is also connected to one of the key companies that biometric database. The company that provides the iris recognition technology at the core of the Aadhaar system, IDEMIA, also provides facial recognition systems for the Chinese government and is currently developing digital driver's licenses for use in the United States. IDEMIA even created the Cushy Baby identification necklaces with embedded microchips that Gavi CEO Seth Berkley touted in his Nature article. Unsurprisingly, the company receives support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through its involvement in the GSMA Inclusive Tech Lab. And now, Gates is funding a scheme to retool Aadhaar for a global rollout. In 2014, the World Bank created a multi-sector working group to launch the Identification for Development Initiative, or ID4D, which aims to support progress toward identification systems using 21st century solutions. The World Bank cites Goal 16.9 of the UN Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, vowing to provide legal identity for all, including birth registration, in the next 10 years, as the basis for its initiative. But ID4D was little more than a pipe dream until 2016. Foundation provided analytic contributions to launch the ID4D Multi-Donor Trust Fund, which enticed the UK, French, and Australian governments, along with the Omidyar network, into a partnership aiming to shape global approaches and a shared vision on identification. Unsurprisingly, this World Bank ID4D initiative includes Nandar Nilekani, Gates' partner and the chief architect of Aadhaar, on its advisory council, and Gates has said that he is funding the World Bank to take this Aadhaar approach to other countries. This headlong rush to capture the biometric details and assign digital identification to every person on Earth is sold to the public under the guise of financial inclusion. The poorest people on the planet have trouble because they don't have official government identification paper. Being government ID, biometric details registered, tracked, and databased by the government, is a human right that must be secured. It should be no surprise by this point directives for big business and for the entities that are looking to greater control over the human population. Gates provided insight into the real purpose of this identification control grid in a speech at the Financial Inclusion Forum hosted by the US Treasury in 2015.
Every country really needs to look through these KYC, Know Your Customer rules, to make sure that customers are able to prove who they are. But of course, in many countries, you don't have any type of ID system. And the lack of an ID system is a problem, not just for the payment system, but also for voting and health and education and taxation. And it's a wonderful thing to go in and create a broad identification system. Again, India is a very interesting example of this, where the Aadhaar system, which is a 12-digit identifier that's correlated to biometric measures, is becoming pervasive throughout the country and will be the foundation for how we bring this low-cost switch to every mobile phone user in India. The same type of thing is happening now in Pakistan, and there's early beginnings of creating these ID programs in Africa as well. We expect to be able to use the ID so that we show up for any government service. Say you walk into a primary health clinic, we'll be able to take that bio electronic health record. Even if you've moved from one part of the country to the other, you will be well tracked and well served without waiting. And so the ID system is foundational.
The ID control grid is an essential part of the digitization of the economy. In the banking of Gates and his banking and business associates, it is in fact a personal transaction that does not have the approval of the government or the payment providers.
Once financial flows go underground, where you have lots of legitimate transactions, mixed interactions that you want to wear or that you want to block.
And once again, this is no mere theoretical talk from Gates. He has been intimately involved in this process of switching the world over to a digital payment grid tied to biometric identity. In 2000, Melinda Gates founded the Better Than Cash Alliance, which brings together governments, international organizations, and the private sector to accelerate the transition from cash to digital payments globally. And when the Indian government made a bold move to demonetize large amounts of its circulating currency in order to draw off-the-books funds back under the purview of the Indian tax office, there was Gates to praise the move as an important step toward the creation of a brave new digital economy, tied, of course, to the Aadhaar ID grid.
The bold move to demonetize high-value denominations and replace them with new notes with higher security features is an important step to move away from a shadow economy to an even more transparent economy. And digitized dramatic here. In fact, I think in the next several years, India will become the most digitized economy, not just by size, but by percentage as well. All of the pieces are now coming together. One piece of this that we've enjoyed consulting with the government on making sure in the right way is the pending rollout of payment banks. This, for the first time, really will mean that you have full currency capability on those digital phones. Once you have that digital infrastructure, the whole way benefits be done differently. Over time, all of these transactions will create a footprint. And so when you go in for credit, the ability to access your history that you've paid your utility bills on time, that you've saved up money for your children's education, all of those things in your digital trail accessed in an appropriate way will allow the credit market to properly spur investments, not only in the agriculture sector, but for all the entrepreneurs in the country.
And control grid together like piece of jigsaw puzzle. The vaccination drive ties into the biometric identity drive, which ties into the cashless society drive. In Gates's vision, everyone will receive the government-mandated vaccinations, and everyone will have their biometric details recorded in nationally administered, globally integrated digital IDs. These digital identities, or even the payment providers themselves. The Indian experiment in pioneering this biometric digital economy, an experiment with which Gates has been so also provides a perfect example of just how such a system will be abused. In January 2018, a report in the Tribune revealed that all of the details, including the name, address, postal code, photo, phone number, and email of all billion-plus Aadhaar registered Indians was available for purchase on WhatsApp for 500 rupees, or about $7. An authority of India administers the Aadhaar scheme, was then forced to admit that approximately 210 websites, including websites of the central government and state government departments, were displaying the list of government beneficiaries, along with their name, address, other details, and Aadhaar numbers. Even more worryingly, Newly obtained documents show that the Indian government is integrating Aadhaar collected data to create a 360-degree database that will automatically track when a citizen moves between cities or buys new property, and integrate that data into a real-time geospatial database built by the country's most willfully obtuse could claim to be unable to see the nightmarish implications for this type of all-seeing, all-pervasive society, where every transaction and every movement of every citizen is monitored, analyzed, and databased in real time by the government. And Bill Gates is one of those willfully obtuse people.
Current debate that's on in India. Now, you've been an advocate of Aadhaar. You've supported it, you've defended it. And I think that the questions arise not on whether it's a good idea or not, but whether it should be made mandatory for every citizen, for every service possible, because it was envisaged as people accessing government subsidies. India today is still grappling with putting in place a privacy framework, a privacy regulation, a data protection regulation. In that context, then, does it make sense, even though the matter is in court today, to link Aadhaar to every possible service?
Well, Aadhaar is just something that avoids you pretending to be somebody else. That, you can have, fake people on the government payroll. Aadhaar, prevents you being on that payroll as a ghost worker. It prevents you from collecting things that you shouldn't collect or accessing a health record you shouldn't have access to. So the basic Aadhaar mechanism is an identity mechanism. And so it's too bad if somebody thinks that because Aadhaar is there, that in and of itself creates a privacy problem.
Gates's response is, of course, disingenuous. It should be no surprise, then, that this man who is not concerned about the privacy implications of a global, real-time electronic ID and digital payments grid is also a prime investor in EarthNow LLC, a company promising to deploy a large constellation of advanced imaging satellites that will deliver real-time, continuous video of almost anywhere on Earth. No, this Gates-driven agenda is not about money. It is about control. Control lives. From where and what do. The great irony is that this billionaire philanthropist, nothing so much as a comic book supervillain, right down to the use of his vast wealth to sponsor Harvard University research into dimming the sun by spraying particles into the stratosphere. Even back to the question, who is this person? What ideology is driving this quest for control? And what is the end goal of this quest? Who is Bill Gates? Next time on the Corbett Report.
Well, I wouldn't say genius.
900 people get on the plane Monday morning and they all go down to try to help Bill Gates.
Every corner we've turned in the field of global health, we've been there and have been there for years.
But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
Meet Bill Gates. Computer whiz kid, talented software developer, shrewd businessman, benevolent philanthropist, global health expert, many hats on his remarkable journey from his early life as the privileged son of a Seattle area power couple to his current status as one of the richest and most influential people on the planet. But as we have seen in our exploration of Gates's rise as unelected global health czar and population control advocate, the question of who Bill Gates really is, predicted by Bill Gates, which is triggering a response from the Global Health Organization that the bill has been working on for years. The answer to the question, who is Bill Gates, is quickly becoming one of the most important questions of our lives. That answer will not only tell us about the world that we are living in, but about the one that we are being thrust into, and how we can avoid it. Today we will attempt to answer that question as we examine the motives, the ideology, and the connections of this man. So who is Bill Gates? Some argue that he's a genius who leveraged his natural computer savvy into a billion-dollar fortune.
You're called a genius, and I will... Well, no, I don't think that embarrassed you at all. They call you a genius. Part of your genius is that you have the business acumen to turn it into a working company. Are you a business genius too?
Well, I wouldn't say genius.
Others insist that he is a visionary who has changed our lives with his foresight and bold imagination.
Bill had a vision, and I understand it went back even then, that computing would be ubiquitous. It would be part of all of our lives. And indeed, as you all know, he executed on that vision, and the world today has changed so dramatically, in large part due to the work that Bill has done throughout the years.
He has been hailed as a shrewd executive who built the Microsoft empire with his remarkable talent for business.
When the biographers and historians write the history of the 20th century, Bill Gates is going to go down as the best businessman of our century. And Microsoft is one of the greatest companies of the 20th century.
And he has been praised as a philanthropist who is selflessly devoting his wealth to improving the lives of people around the world.
Bill, even your harshest critic would have to admit that your philanthropy work is, planet-shaking, incredible, and could be, if you make it a second act, so amazing that it would dwarf what you've actually done at Microsoft.
But, like anyone of his status, he has his detractors. In the 1990s, he was often portrayed as the greedy head of the evil Microsoft monopoly.
Bill Gates isn't content with his Windows system running just a few PCs. He wants it to run the world, spreading like a computer virus into our faxes, our phones, our TV sets, and yes, even our toasters.
But in the age of the coronavirus crisis, he is most often treated like some sort of epidemiologist or leading health researcher.
Back here with us once again to talk about this, as well as testing, treatments, and more, Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Bill, thanks so much for being back with us. It's been a little over a month since you were here, and at that time, you said the U.S. had not hit its peak. So at this point, do you think we have peaked, and where do you think we are right now in kind of the arc of the pandemic?
But in truth, none of these perspectives are accurate. Microsoft's big break famously came from a deal to provide software for IBM as they moved into the personal computer market. But the deal was not the result of Gates's technical genius or amazing business acumen. As has been quietly admitted by IBM, it was given their shot at chance to blue as a result of Gates's mother's relationship with IBM CEO John Opel.
You remember your partnership of IBM and Bill Gates. How did it break up?
I do remember very well, actually. Bill Gates, at the beginning of our relationship with him, was living on pizza and Pepsi-Cola in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and his mother happened to be on the United Way board with our chairman, and asked our chairman to help him. And when the chairman comes in and tells you to go help this kid, 900 people get on the plane Monday morning, and they all go down to try to help Bill Gates. So I don't see Bill Gates as this great creative person. I see him as an opportunist. There was a lot of sharing of software code. People gave it away. In Silicon Valley, they would share everything. He came in and he tried to control everything and put a price on it.
Computer historians have long known how the basis for what became MS-DOS was not QDOS, a quick and dirty operating system that had been thrown together by Tim Patterson, a worker at Seattle Computer Products, as a placeholder until he could sell a proper operating system to his customers. And as even Gates himself admitted, the breakthrough graphical user interface that became the basis for Windows was ripped off from the researchers at the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center.
As Bill would say after Apple unsuccessfully sued Microsoft for copyright infringement over Windows GUI, "Hey, Steve, just because you broke into Xerox's house before I did and took the TV, doesn't mean I can't go in later and take the stereo."
And, as Gates also admits, it is not a spirit of selfless generosity that motivates his interest in.
I'd like to talk to you about your approach to vaccinations. You wrote something recently, and like you always do, you kind of looked at $1 billion in vaccinations over the last 2 decades, and you figured out the return on investment for that, and it kind of stunned me. Can you walk us through the math?
We see a phenomenal track record. It's been $100 billion overall that the world's put in. Our foundation.
As we have seen, Gates's philanthropic investment scheme has paid off well, with his $50 billion net worth having ballooned to over $100 billion after his decade of altruism in the vaccine market. As critics of his foundation have repeatedly pointed out, the 9 million people who die every year of hunger would be best served by securing food supplies, running water, and other basic necessities, not costly medical interventions for rare diseases. But there is no return on investment to be made from that kind of charity. No, this is not about charity. It is about control. The population control grid that Gates has been quietly funding into existence for the past decade, a biometric identification system tied to a digital payments infrastructure that will be used to track, catalog, and control every movement, every transaction, and every interaction of every citizen just now to view. A man rich beyond the wildest dreams of avarice to spend his time and invest his fortune. To find the answer to that question, we have to examine Gates's family background. Bill Gates, it should not be surprising to learn, was born into money. His great-grandfather, J.W. Maxwell, was the president of National City Bank in Seattle. His grandfather, Willard, was also a banker, and his grandmother, Adele, a prominent Seattle civic leader. Bill Gates' mother, Mary Maxwell Gates, was a scion of the Maxwell banking family and, by all accounts, as hard-driving as her forebears. She served as a director of several companies, including First Interstate Bancorp and KIRO-TV of Seattle. She was appointed board of the United Way of America, where, as we have seen, she persuaded IBM CEO John Opel to help her son in his fledgling software development career. Bill's father, William H. Gates Sr., was a prominent Seattle area lawyer. He co-founded a powerful law and lobbying firm, helped Howard Schultz in his bid to buy Starbucks, served on the boards of numerous companies and organizations, and along with his son's life and career.
My dad was large presence, both physically and in terms of his wisdom. He worked very hard, so he'd leave in the mornings, often before we had breakfast, to get home in time for dinner. I always looked up to my dad in terms of how hard he worked. At the dinner table, my dad would go through various lawsuits, expect us to follow along. He had high expectations.
The young Bill Gates, technically William H. Gates III, although his card-playing family dubbed him Trey, learned much from his parents. From his mother's banking family, he inherited a nose for the dollar, as one childhood friend's father called it. From his hard-driving, legal-minded father, he learned the value of legalizing business arrangements. As a child, he even had a legal contract drawn up to grant him the use of his older sister's baseball mitt. These traits would not earn him many friends, but they served him well as he began to bring order to the anarchic software development community of the 1970s. Excitement about the microcomputer revolution and love of engineering and problem solving led them to develop and share code freely with each other. But this was no good for the young Bill Gates, who, even before Microsoft was off the ground, was already dreaming of commoditizing this hobby and turning it into the base of a business empire. On Microsoft's systems of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the then 21-year-old Gates wrote an open letter to hobbyists, excoriating the early computer enthusiasts who represented his main market for sharing Microsoft's code for Altair Basic. As the majority of hobbyists must be aware, most of you steal your software. Hardware must be paid for, but software is something to share. Who cares if the people who worked on it get paid? Is this fair? The royalty paid to us, the manual, the tape, and the overhead make it a break-even operation. One thing you do is prevent good software from being written. Who can afford to do professional work for nothing? What hobbyist can put 3 man-years into programming, finding all bugs, documenting his product, and distribute for free? The fact is, no one besides us has invested a lot of money in hobby software. We have written 6800 BASIC and are writing 8080 APL and 6800 APL, but there is very little incentive to make this software available to hobbyists. Most directly, the thing you do is theft. The letter was awkward and tone-deaf, as many people have described the young Bill Gates in his social interactions. It heaped vitriol on the very people who would be the customers of any future business, and tried to change an established culture of sharing software code. Even Apple computers, which would go on to be one of the prime purveyors of walled garden systems that restrict users' ability to control their own computers, scored an easy marketing victory by responding to Gates's angry letter with a reminder that, yes, folks, Apple Basic is free. But the gauntlet was thrown down, and Gates would have his way. Although freeware and other forms of will exist, the establishment of software code as legally protected intellectual property has led to the rise of billionaires like Gates. A nose for the dollar and a knowledge of how to use the legal system to get what you want were not the only things to emerge from Bill Gates' childhood, however. His parents also encouraged discussion about the family's charity work and the causes they held close to their heart. As Gates revealed to Bill Moyers in 2003, those causes included the population issue, which sparked a lifelong interest in reproductive health.
One issue that really grabbed me as urgent were issues related to population, reproductive health.
But did you come to reproductive issues as an intellectual?
When I was growing up, my parents were always involved in various volunteer things. My dad was head of Planned Parenthood, and it was very controversial to be involved with that.
Gates tips his hand when he equates issues related to population with reproductive health. The topic is particularly controversial because population control and eugenics, the discredited pseudoscience that holds that certain families are fit to be leaders of society by virtue of their superior genes. As we saw in Why Big Oil Conquered the World, eugenics was a field named and codified by Francis Galton, cousin of Charles Darwin. Ostensibly concerned with heredity and what would later be known as genetics, the eugenicists believed that the rich and powerful were rich and powerful not because of luck or chance or happenstance, and certainly not from the deployment of cutthroat business tactics and underhanded dealings. No, the rich and powerful had attained their status because they came from better stock. Conversely, The poor were poor because of their defective germplasm. As transparent as it seems to us today that this ideology was a self-serving self-justification for the ruling class, it was quickly taken from Teddy Roosevelt to H.G. Wells to Julian Huxley to Winston Churchill. There was widespread the rich and well-born breed as much as possible, and the poor, infirm, and feeble-minded be prevented from having children. A eugenicist was the source of society, life-saving medical care and intervention fashioned, so those resources can be best put to use elsewhere. So-called negative eugenicists even took things further, with some, like famed playwright George Bernard Shaw, calling for people to be called before a state-appointed board to justify their existence or be put to death.
But there are an extraordinary number of people whom I want to kill. Not in any unkind or personal spirit, but it must be evident to all of you. You must all know half a dozen people at least who are more trouble than they are worth. I think it would be a good thing to make everybody come before a properly appointed board, just as he might come before the income tax commissioners, and say every 5 years or every 7 years, just put him there and say, sir or madam, now will you be kind enough to justify your existence?
But in the post-World War II era, as the name of eugenics became tarred by association with the Nazi atrocities, the talk of death panels and other harsh eugenicist notions was dropped from public conversation. Now, the quest to reduce the size of control and still, occasionally, these old negative eugenic ideas are revisited in moments of candor.
You're raising tuitions at California as rapidly as they can. And so the access that used to be available to the middle class or whatever is just rapidly going away. That's a trade-off very high. Would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and to make that trade-off in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
It is worth questioning why this man, who openly muses about death panels and the trade-offs of providing healthcare to the elderly, is to be taken completely at face value in his attempts to slow population growth in the third world, or to handle a coronavirus health crisis that primarily affects the elderly. That the Gates agenda is being driven by a eugenicist ideology is suggested by multiple lines of evidence, both historical and current. As we have also seen in Why Big Oil Conquered the World, the Rockefeller family was instrumental in funding and promoting eugenics, both in America and overseas. The Rockefellers helped fund the Eugenics Record Office. The founding director of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, William Welch, sat on the ERO's board and helped direct its activities. The Rockefellers sponsored the studies of the including forced sterilization law. And, when the American Eugenics Society became embarrassed of its own name, its longtime director, Frederick Osborne, merely took over as president of the Rockefeller-founded Population Council. This dedication to the cause of public health did not escape the approving gaze of Bill Gates Sr. In a 2009 book, Showing Up for Life, called Walking with Giants, he writes admiringly of the Rockefellers and their influence in the field. Every corner we've turned in the field of global health, we've found that the Rockefellers were already there and had been there for years. When we committed to childhood immunization, we found ourselves building on efforts the Rockefeller Foundation had helped launch and fund in the 1980s. When we became interested in fighting malaria and tuberculosis, we learned that the Rockefellers had been studying the prevention and treatment of such diseases around the globe for, in some cases, as long as 100 years. A similar dynamic held true in the case of HIV/AIDS. A lesson we learned from studying and working with the Rockefellers is that to succeed in pursuing audacious goals, you need like-minded partners with whom to collaborate. And we learned that such goals are not prizes claimed by the short-winded. The Rockefellers stay with tough problems for generations. As Gates Sr. suggests, it is by working with like-minded partners that such great achievements in the field of health can be made. For the Gates, these like-minded partners include the Rockefellers themselves. Bill Gates Sr. got to discuss global health, agriculture, and environment with the likes of David Rockefeller Sr. in 2000. And Bill Gates, as we have seen, co-hosted a meeting on reducing the population with David Rockefeller in 2009. But the most salacious hints of a deeper agenda are not to be found in the Gates' public associations, but in the associations that they have tried to hide from the public.
Jeffrey Epstein may be dead, but this story isn't. A shocking new report from the New York Times sheds light on the connection between Microsoft founder Bill Gates and the late Jeffrey Epstein. After Gates' name came up in connection with Epstein and MIT Media Lab, Gates gave a statement to the relationship or friendship with Epstein. But new reporting from the New York Times outlines numerous meetings between Gates and Epstein and a conversation with Bill and Melinda Gates' foundation, a connection between their foundation and JP Morgan to set up a charitable fund that would financially benefit Epstein. You know what I want to know? Why?
Beginning in August of last year, a string of information connecting Bill Gates to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein began to emerge. Flight logs revealed that Gates had flown on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet. An email surfaced showing disgraced MIT Media Lab director Joy Ito, who resigned from his position after it was discovered that he had helped cover up Jeffrey Epstein's identity as an anonymous donor to the lab, informing his staff that a $2 million donation to the lab in 2014 was a gift from Bill Gates, directed by Jeffrey Epstein. As the story gained momentum, Gates tried to downplay the relationship, with a Gates spokesperson protesting that Gates didn't know it was Epstein's plane, and Gates himself insisting that I didn't have any business relationship or friendship with Epstein. This was in 2012 that Gates had in fact met with Epstein on multiple occasions, even going so far as to discuss the creation with seed money from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and JP Morgan Chase. According to the Times, Gates emailed his colleagues about Epstein in 2011. His lifestyle is very different and kind of intriguing, although it would not work for me. Epstein's will even named Boris Nikolic, a Harvard-trained immunologist who served as the chief scientific advisor to both Microsoft and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and who appears in the sole publicly known photo of Epstein and Gates' 2011 meeting at Epstein's Manhattan mansion, as the backup executor of Epstein's estate. It is not difficult to see why Gates would try to distance himself from his relationship with a child sex trafficker. Epstein, after all, is suspected of ensnaring high-ranking politicians, businessmen, and even royalty in an intelligence-directed honeypot operation, recording them in the act of sexually abusing underage girls and using that evidence as blackmail. But, as it turns out, the attempt to suppress the Gates-Epstein story may have been an attempt to suppress the revelation of an altogether different shared interest.
Sources say several accusers have come forward in New Mexico, where Epstein owns a sprawling ranch. According to a new report published in the New York Times, not verified by NBC News, Epstein wanted to use the ranch for controlled breeding, using his DNA to improve humanity. Citing 2 award-winning scientists and an advisor to large companies and wealthy individuals, the article reports Epstein surrounded himself with leading scientists and would tell them he wanted to have 20 women impregnated at a time on the ranch.
The already scarcely believable Jeffrey Epstein story took another bizarre turn in August of 2019, when it was reported that Epstein hoped to seed the human race with his DNA. As the New York Times explained, Epstein's plan to seed the human race, a plan he told to a number of the scientific luminaries he kept in his orbit, put a modern gloss on a very old idea. Mr. Epstein's vision reflected his long-standing fascination with what has become known as transhumanism, the science of improving the human race through controlled breeding. Epstein's interest in genetics led him to sponsor a number of scientists working in the field, including George Church, a Harvard geneticist whose lab received funding from Epstein's foundation from 2005 to 2007 for cutting-edge science. Church publicly apologized for his connection to included several meetings a year from 2014 onward. This was neither the first nor the last time that this unassuming Harvard biologist, whose cutting-edge science often strays into controversial areas, caused a public scandal. In 2019, which was immediately as a Pinoy. Church also acted as scientific advisor to Editas Medicine, a startup seeking to use the genome editing tool CRISPR-Cas9 to eliminate disease code responsible for the illness. In 2015, the company announced it had raised $120 million from a group led by Epstein's appointed backup executor, Dr. Boris Nikolic. Naturally, that group of investors included Bill Gates. Yes, Bill Gates is certainly following his father's advice to collaborate with like-minded partners. So the question remains, is Bill Gates motivated by eugenics? Given that eugenics went underground over half a century ago, we are unlikely ever to unearth a frank admission along those lines from Gates himself. After all, there are no longer any card-carrying members of the American Eugenics Society. The society was rebranded in the 1970s when, as the society's founder noted, it became evident that changes of a eugenic nature would be made for reasons other than eugenics, and that tying a eugenic label on them would more often hinder than help their adoption. But there was an American Eugenics Society in the 1920s, and it just so happened to boast a William H. Gates on its member roster. But perhaps that is just a coincidence. And there was an American Eugenics Society in the 1960s, when William H. Gates II was preceded as head of Planned Parenthood as the director of the American Eugenics Society. And perhaps it was coincidence that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation organized their London Summit on Family Planning, at which the Gates recommitted themselves to funding population control in the Third World, in July 2012, on the anniversary of the first International Eugenics Congress, held in London exactly 100 years prior. And perhaps it is reaching to compare the young Bill Gates's dating preferences to the genetic-based dating favored by modern-day eugenicists.
I interviewed several women who had dated Bill just briefly, and one told me the very first question Bill asked her was, "What did you score on your SAT test?" You know, this is not exactly, you know, what a young woman wants to hear. For Bill Gates, though, he had scored a perfect 800 on his math portion of the SAT, and this was a matter of pride with him, and he wanted to make sure whoever he was dating, you know, had scored a pretty high grade.
No, we cannot expect an answer about Bill Gates' true motives to come from Gates himself. By this point, the question of Bill Gates' intentions has been buried under the combined weight of hundreds of millions of dollars of paid PR spin. Like the Rockefellers before them, the Gates have long since learned the secret of enlarging their family fortune, not to mention their control over the human population, by donning the mask of philanthropy. There are many perspectives on Bill Gates. Depending on who you ask, he is a computer savant, a genius businessman, or a saintly philanthropist. But all of these perspectives have been brought to you through PR outlets founded or funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Bill Gates is no longer a subject for historians, but hagiographers. Now we must confront the question of why this man is public health agencies.
And for all 193 member states, you must make vaccine a priority in your health systems to ensure that all your children have access to existing vaccines now and to the new vaccines that have recently become available.
Control over our identities.
And the Lack of an ID system helps taxation. And so it's a wonderful thing to go in and create a broad
control over our transactions.
Once financial flows go underground, where you have lots of legitimate transactions mixed in with the ones you want to track, and once they're going over a digital system that the U.S. has no connection to, it's far more difficult to find the transactions that you want to be aware of or that you want to block.
And even control over our bodies.
But we're going to have this intermediate period of opening up. And it won't be normal until we get an amazing vaccine to the entire world.
We must confront the possibility that this quest for control comes not from a selfless spirit of generosity that never seemed to exist before he became a multi-billionaire, but from the same drive for money, the same desire for domination, and the same sense of superiority that motivated him on his way up the corporate ladder. But if the answer to the question, who is Bill Gates, is Bill Gates is a eugenicist, that tells us some important things about the world that we are living in. It tells us that Gates is deceiving the public into supporting his takeover of the world with a false front of philanthropy. It tells us that the goal of the Gates, like the goal of the Rockefellers before them, is not to improve the world for humankind, but to improve the world for their kind. And most importantly, it tells us that Bill Gates is no comic book supervillain, single-handedly directing all of the chaos that is unfolding in the world or single-handedly bringing his own order to that chaos. No, if Bill Gates is a eugenicist, driven by a belief in the superiority of himself and his fellow wealthy elitists, then what we are facing is not one man, or even one family, but an ideology. This is not a trivial point. One man, whatever his wealth, can be stopped easily enough. But even if Bill Gates were to be thrown in jail tomorrow, the agenda that has already been set in motion would continue without missing a beat. An entire infrastructure of researchers, labs, corporations, governmental agencies, and public health bodies exists, funded more often than not by Gates, but driven by the belief of all millions of people working for these various entities that they are truly working in the best interest of the people. No, an ideology cannot be stopping one man. It can only be stopped when enough people learn the truth about this agenda and the world of total, pervasive control that is coming into view. If you have watched all 4 parts of this exploration on Bill Gates, informed people on the planet about the true nature of this agenda, you have seen how the takeover of public health has been used to railroad the world into a headlong rush toward mandatory vaccinations. You have seen how peace is a greater threat to the future of humanity than any virus. Here is the good news. Armed with this information, you have the antidote to the scourge of this eugenicist ideology. The truth is that ideologies are viruses of the mind. They spread from person to person, infecting them with ideas that can lead to a disease of the body politic. But here is the even greater truth. Inoculations do work. Inoculations of truth spreading their poisonous ideology. If you have made it this far, it is incumbent on you to help inoculate those around you against the corrupt ideology of Bill Gates and all those who seek to control the population of the world. You must help to spread this information so that others have a chance to see the bigger picture and decide for themselves whether they are willing to roll up their sleeves and accept what is coming or not. But time is not on our side. Even as we speak, mass vaccination campaigns are being prepared.
We are already building our plans to vaccinate the whole city of Chicago and working with others across the region on a major plan for this. We've bought syringes, we've bought cold boxes, we've planned out locations.
Biometric identification schemes and immunity passports are already being rolled out.
And so while we started with travel at our core, we're a biometric secure identity platform, where it's always been about attaching your identity to your boarding pass, the airport, or your ticket to get into a sports stadium, or your credit card to buy a beer. And so now with the launch of Clear Health Pass, it's about attaching your identity to your COVID-related health insights for employers, for employees, for customers.
Programs for tracking, tracing, and surveilling the entire population are already being beta tested.
Today, we are launching another useful tool that can supplement the critical detective work we are conducting in public health. Alberta Trace Together is a voluntary, secure, mobile contact tracing application to help prevent the spread of COVID-19.
And the digital payment infrastructure, the system of financial exclusion that will allow governments to turn off our access to the economy at will, is being in place.
In order to avoid the risk of transmission through physical handling of money, we encourage the use of cashless transactions. And
people are using touchless payment systems much more than they're using cash, both because we're not interacting with people directly as much anymore, and also because cash is kind of skeezy.
We must spread the word about the dark nature of this population control agenda to as many people as we can, before our ability to speak out against this agenda is taken away for good. Thanks to this population control already here, it is threatening to crash the system as we've known it. But if Bill Gates has taught us anything,
Applications like Word and Excel, PowerPoint.
It's how to deal with a virus. It's time for a hard reset. Welcome back, friends. James Corbett here, CorbettReport.com. And today I wanted to come to you to debunk a piece of disinformation that I'm seeing bandied about in conspiracy circles that, if we are not careful about, could undermine and discredit a lot of the diligent work that people like myself and others are doing to draw attention to certain nefarious agendas. And I'm referring specifically to a video that I'm sure many of you have seen by now that purports to be of a presentation that was made in the basement of the Pentagon by Bill Gates to the CIA.
So over here, we have individuals who are not particularly fundamentalist, not particularly religious, and you can see there's a much reduced expression of this particular gene, the VMAT2 gene. Another evidence that supports our hypothesis for the development of this approach.
What you see here is by spreading this virus, we're going to eliminate individuals from donning on a bomb vest and going into a market and blowing up the market?
So our hypothesis is that these are fanatical people, that they have overexpression of the VMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this, we'll eliminate this behavior.
Oh my God. Big if true, as the meme says. And I'm sure you'll agree, this is startling, amazing stuff, which is why people are right now, everyone they know, oh my God, have you seen this Bill Gates lecture to the CIA? I knew they were up to this. One problem with that, this is not Bill Gates. This is not a real lecture. This is a hoax video that's been circulating for 9 years. So let's delve into some of the details. Now, there are many versions of this video that are circulating on all the various social media platforms right now, but the ones that are circulating tend to be vastly downgraded in quality and quite blurry, potentially on purpose to make people squint and believe, that might be Bill Gates. Is that Bill Gates? We'll go to the original version of this video, posted to Joey Lombardi's YouTube channel on June 1st, 2011, precisely 9 years ago to the day since from the time I'm recording this video. And you will see not Bill. If you honestly still think that is Bill Gates, you genuinely might need your eyes examined or might need to check for possible face blindness, because there is no way that is Bill Gates. It is not. Excruciating displeasure hours of Bill Gates interviews and lectures. Trust me, that Kermit the Frog voice has been seared into my consciousness. That is not Bill Gates. In fact, it is not even purported to be Bill Gates, because again, as anyone who has done any due diligence or even the slightest bit of research about what is this video and where did it come from before they began would know, when this video first appeared in 2011, there was no insinuation, no implication. This was not purported to be Bill Gates. It was never stated this for obvious reasons, because of course Bill Gates and vaccination has become purported this to be Bill Gates. In fact, if you actually do a little bit of due diligence, a little bit of research, you will find that there is a YouTube channel that was created for the FunVax documentary project. We'll get more into the details of that in a moment, but from that YouTube channel of the FunVax documentary, you can find a video called Is FunVax Possible? Dean Hamer and FunVax Scientist Discuss, which does have a sit-down, face-on interview with the person in that video, who is clearly both audio and visual, is the person who was in that presentation and is not Bill Gates.
So if somebody asked me to design a vaccine for religious fundamentalism or fanaticism, basically what I would do is to try to better understand why people are fanatical. Why do they have extreme behavior? It's pretty clear these days that all behavior results from activity of our own brains. And so there must be pathways that are important in generating this kind of behavior.
So yes, no, that is not Bill Gates, nor was it ever purported to be Bill Gates. So now that you know that you are being specifically lied to by the people who are passing this around as this is Bill Gates, that should at the very least set being sown in the spirit. Yes. So let's see about this video. We don't have to turn to any other sources. We can see it directly for ourselves. And it certainly helps if you have an audiovisual production background, because as someone who has been working with audiovisual media for over a decade now, there are certain things that jump out at me immediately upon viewing this. In fact, I did see this video those 9 years ago when it first appeared. It did make some waves at that time, but then it quickly went away because there was not much there. And at the time, I looked at the video, saw it was fake, and moved on. But now that everybody is forwarding it again, I think this needs to be dealt with firmly. For reasons that we'll go into in more detail later. But let's see just what we can see about this video. For example, at 1 minute and 2 seconds of this video, there is a zoom that is not an optical zoom. This is not happening in the camera. This is a post-production zoom. Very evidently so. Again, for anyone who has dealt with post-production, you can see that is a post-production zoom that was digitally inserted in post-production for whatever reason. So I guess the Pentagon, or is it the CIA? Yeah, again, this is a CIA lecture, but this is in the Pentagon. Well, anyway, the Pentagon post-production managers of this lecture decided to a couple of things, one of which is that the timestamp and the 232 are added in after in post-production. They are not part of the image itself, which again is interesting because again, depending what is the source of this video, where are we saying this comes from? Because clearly it's been edited after the fact in some manner. And of course, when it does zoom in, it does take your the visual away from the person's mouth, where it's more difficult to see if the audio is actually in sync with the video. But there are other moments at which the video is clearly, at the very least, not in sync with the audio. It's, I think, very likely, almost certain that this audio has been inserted over top of this video, for example, to 30 seconds or so, where he's talking about respiratory viruses such flu or rhinoviruses, and we believe that that's the satisfactory way to get the exposure. Watch his mouth at that point. Clearly, what is being said is not what you are hearing. There is something else being said at that point, and in various other points of the video. I think it's just particularly apparent there, but clearly it's not in sync with the video. But I think it has been inserted later because there are the interjections from the audience at various points, and they do generally make at least some attempt at something approaching audio fidelity there because of this. But yes, there is a way that the presenter's voice is 100% crystal clear, no room echo, no nothing. It is directly going into a microphone. So we can imagine maybe he's wearing some sort of lav mic that's not particularly evident in the video. It is zoomed out very far. Maybe you just can't see the lav mic that he's clearly wearing in order to pick up the audio to that degree of clarity. But then you also hear the questions from the audience in not particularly raised voice. They're not shouting, just slightly raised voice, but you can hear it. There's at least some room echo there. So it sounds like it could, well, so maybe they've just boosted the lav mic that's clearly picking up on the room that's picking up that audio echo, I guess, but it doesn't seem particularly likely. But at 3 minutes and four seconds, someone enters in from out of frame and in the back row whispers, and you can hear it like cartoon sitcom whispers. It's just self-evident nonsense. Where is the microphone that is picking up the whispers that are at the same level? No room echo, no nothing. You could hear the whispers crystal clear in the same way you can hear the presenter that's speaking. Again, this is audio that has been faked, which is particularly perplexing because clearly the documentary filmmaker behind this documentary footage, this movie that was being produced, clearly has access to the actor who is playing that scientist down on the floor. They do a sit-down interview with him for the documentary. So they clearly have this actor with his own voice. Why wouldn't they just actually play anyway, for whatever reason, I guess the audio from their lecture didn't come across well enough, or they didn't follow the script well enough, whatever it is, they've inserted audio after the fact. Just bizarre. But then take it to another level, as has been pointed out in the debunkery realm. which again, which is why this is such an own goal for people who are spreading this and want to adhere to some semblance of truth. You are checkers, again, golden platter when you take this nonsense seriously, because as has been pointed out, for example, Metabunk, Mick West over at Metabunk, who is no friend to 9/11 Truth or many of the other things that we talk about here on the Corbett Report, but the debunkers are right, they're right. And this presentation involves the presentation of a slide showing a religious brain versus a non-religious brain, which is in fact the exact same image of the exact same brain that has been photoshopped with some colors in different parts of this brain versus a non-religious brain. How is that exactly self-identified, I guess, at what they look like? But it is the same image of the same brain that, interestingly enough, for this 2005 lecture, well, that's what the timestamp says at the bottom, the digitally inserted post-production timestamp. Precise brain comes from a 2010 article in the Journal of Neurology, which again you can find online, and they've just photoshopped some colors on top of it to show two different brains. Again, just bizarre nonsense on top of nonsense. Absolutely any of it. If you just see this video and just take everything you see at 100% face value and everything you hear at 100% face value, I guess there's nothing to worry about. So where did video, and this video, once you start to delve into it, was purportedly leaked by someone named Joey Lombardi, who is, again, purportedly worked for Combat Camera, which, when you look into it, has some, specifically Core has an outlet of this. And supposedly this is a leaker, a whistleblower from the Combat Camera crew who was leaking this video, and at the same time, a quarterly FunVax review, the document itself that was purportedly leaked along with this video, which brings with it a slew of other questions, including where this document was supposed to be published in the first place. What is this? Is this a Pentagon document? There's absolutely no markings or classification or absolutely any sort of markings that you would expect on, or that I've seen on every other Department of Defense document I've ever looked at. It's, I guess, quasi some sort of report. It has a sort of appendix at the end with Johns Hopkins University and other scientific information, but it is certainly written as if it's for the Pentagon about this God gene vaccine and how they're going to, but again, it doesn't contain any of the markings that I've ever seen on absolutely any other document that has ever come out, leaked or otherwise, from the Pentagon or any other U.S. governmental agency. So that's unsure. The typeface is clearly computer, but designed to look as if this was some sort of typewritten document or printed out document with crudely scratched out, blackened out areas, which is, again, not like any of the redactions I've ever seen on any other government document that's ever been released, leaked, or otherwise. The font at the bottom of the pagination, 2 of 33 of 34 of 30, again, looks nothing like any of the other font, and is clearly a, Word, MS Word kind of font. So again, so many questions about even just the physicality of this document, let alone where it came from, how it was purported to be leaked by this Combat Camera guy, I guess. Who is Joey Lombardi? Apparently he was arrested in Argentina in 2012. Okay, I guess we'll never hear about that again. And all of this swirls around a documentary called FunVax, which was going to be released, that was potentially the leaked presentation, and we're going to have follow-up interviews with the actor who's playing the scientist in that video, and with Noam Chomsky and others, which again purports to bring some sort of level of, oh, this is credibility. Noam Chomsky is being interviewed for this. Well, of course, in the interview, at least the excerpt that they show in the 2-minute preview of FunVax that they released, it does not show Noam Chomsky talking at all about this this purportedly leaked video. No, he's talking about the idea of religion and religiosity generally, of course, because it's remarkably easy to get an interview with Noam Chomsky, and you just have to say, well, it's about religion, and he'll give you an interview. So again, all of this is just such amateurish nonsense, but it whirls around this Kickstarter for this FunVax documentary project that was going to be released, guys. We're going to release it. We just need $10,000 in order to raise enough funds to release this documentary. And the Kickstarter was funding, so it didn't go ahead. And that was more or less the last that we heard about this documentary project. As I say, there was some previews released and stuff, very purported to be Bill Gates until just recently, but it has, of course, been debunked before by the professional debunkers, including, of course, Snopes, that ran their debunk back in January of 2015. As I say, Mick West of Metabunk was on it well before that fact, back in 2012. There's, again, so much that has already been done. Even just the little details, like the digitally inserted post-production timestamp marker at the top and bottom of the screen, which again was not part of the original image. Location, Pentagon, RM room, BC232. Even those little details, whoever hoaxed this video into existence didn't seem to do any of their basic research on it. For example, the Free Republic was talking about this video back when it was released in 2011. And one of the commenters, for example, saying the video says it is in room BC232. That means it's on the basement level, C ring, corridor 2. I worked on 4C278. There was no basement level on that ring and corridor. So again, even just the basic, does that room exist type of thing has not been was not seen by the that important, because they knew no one would buy details, right? Again, top to bottom, this is a hoax. It is phony. It is fake as a $3 bill. And the end result of this hoax is that it gives carte blanche to the fact checkers and the debunkers to do their thing and to actually be telling the truth for once when they debunk this nonsense. Reuters fact checkers came out 18 days ago with false claim video shows Bill Gates presenting vaccine for religious fundamentalists to Pentagon, where they reached out to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for a little quote from the foundation saying, no, that is not Bill Gates in the video. And you know what? They're right. They're telling the truth. That is not Bill Gates in the video. So again, passing this stuff along, this easily debunkable nonsense along as here it is, golden jewels. We've got Bill Gates on tape saying he wants to vaccinate against religious fundamentalism is, I hope quite evidently so, a gigantic and stupendously flawed strategy. Even if you know that this isn't real, but hey, they're probably working on something like this, so I'll send it along because other people might fall for it. That is not in any way anything I want anything to do with. I do not want to try to promote truth by spreading lies. And I would hope that the people would not want that either. So once again, this gives a gigantic, wrapped in a bow Christmas present to all of the debunkers and fact checker sites who can now say, look, everyone's teaming up on poor little Bill Gates now and spreading all of these lies and nonsense about Bill Gates, like this video, which they can then show is total nonsense, easily debunkable. They debunk it 7 ways from Sunday. And guess what? Next time you try to send something to that friend that you sent this video, they're going to say, but you sent me that hoax video that was totally, utterly ludicrous nonsense. You sent me that. You're a gullible moron. You'll believe anything. And I won't trust anything that comes from you. So you discredit and undermine all of the real work about the real agendas by spreading this garbage. Now, here's the real point of this, because again, the God gene is highly controversial, to say the least anyway, that it even exists, let alone that it can be vaccinated against, and all of the things that are being steeped on top of this. But here's something that you can provide in their words from the Gates themselves, to do with religiosity and their desire to take that out of the population.
What is it you'd most like to know about the world? But if you could know one thing about the future in the world, what would it be?
How in the world somebody resolved the religious anger. Somebody figure out a way so that people with serious religious convictions didn't think it made sense to go kill somebody else because they had different convictions.
Amen, if that's not a religious conviction. Thank you both.
All right.
Thank
You see, that is really, actually, verifiably, documentably, and uncontestably Bill Gates Sr. talking about his desire to get rid of religion from the human population. And yes, we can certainly speculate about various things that are going on in the skunk works of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation towards that end, and what the billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars that the foundation is using to direct global health, ways that they might be working on this or that. But again, that is the real stuff, and that is actually Bill Gates Sr. It's documentable, it's on the record, but it's not as sexy as have got guys, who clearly is not Bill Gates. So that video that I just showed you will not go viral. You will not spread it to your friends. No one will get excited about it because, yeah, but that can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, and it's not the smoking gun proof. Yeah, it's not smoking gun proof of anything, but it is actually documentably talking about the Gates and what they are concerned with. So at any rate, there's reality and what we can actually prove versus this speculative nonsense based on easily debunkable forgeries and hoaxes that gets everyone's attention. And anyone who knows my work and knows what I do knows that I don't pass along that kind of debunkable hoax nonsense. And I hope you won't either, because once again, you do a great service to the fact checkers, who are, of course, with wealth at all times. Easier when you mix in real information with crap like this video. So don't do it. Having said that, it is exceptionally important to talk about this new era of fact checkers and debunkers and all of this that is coming into view, that has already obviously arrived, but is definitely solidifying and taking form right now, because there is a great and grave danger to the free flow of information that is being presented by this phenomenon. And I will have a lot. Let's not do our work, spread debunkable hoaxes. On that note, James Corbett, CorbettReport.com. Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett at CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato from MediaMonarchy.com. I don't know what stomach there would be for stories about societies falling apart. We've got that story plus scenes from an informant restaurant. But first, ousted whistleblower warns of darkest winter in modern history. That's pretty tough words. Ousted vaccine chief Bright to warn window of opportunity is closing for virus response. Now, we are actually, this is behind the scenes, taping this on the 13th here in the States. But the way media works, when there's these big events and testifying and all that stuff, they release their... So there's PDFs of what this guy is going to testify, and he will have already testified by the time you're watching this. Again, you get your news before it's news from New World News. A top vaccine doctor who was ousted from his position in April testifies that the Trump administration was unprepared for the coronavirus and that the U.S. could face the darkest winter in modern history if it doesn't develop a national coordinated response. Rick Bright, the former head of the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, tells Congress that leadership at the Department of Health and Human Services ignored his warnings in January, February, and March about a potential shortage of medical supplies. He will testify that HHS missed early warning signals, like bin Laden determined to strike in the U.S. Bright's testimony also reiterates claims from a whistleblower report last week that alleges he was ousted over his attempts to limit the use of hydroxychloroquine, an unproven drug touted by President Trump to treat the coronavirus. It's also touted in that 2003 episode of The Dead Zone. More on that in a moment. I continue to believe that we must act urgently. Will get far worse and be prolonged, causing unprecedented illnesses and fatalities without clear planning and implementation of the steps that I and other experts have outlined. 2020 will be the darkest winter in his entire pretty massive statement. Scientific integrity in the COVID-19 response. Statement of Rick Bright, PhD. Meanwhile, this is pretty much the battle of who has less integrity. Colleagues paint mixed picture of ousted Rick Bright. Makes a powerful case against Swamp Thing, but he might be pressed about his own claims and his own record. Of news in the news. Extra significance in this language used. I think so many of these ideas, memes, which are mind viruses, have been purposefully seeded into the pop culture for decades, generations. I will include the link for folks if they haven't seen it. Dead Zone has from China quine as the treatment. Dean Koontz, Tom Clancy, Michael Crichton, Aldous Huxley, H.G. Wells, George Orwell, Simpsons, Black Mirror, on and on. I think my main point, James, is being something we've discussed before, but it is worth mentioning again. On June 22nd and the 23rd, 2001, just under 3 months before 9/11, the U.S. military held a senior-level war game at Andrews Air Force Base called Dark Winter. The scenario of this bioterror drill was designed to simulate a smallpox attack, and as part of this war game, the most stunning part, scripted TV news clips were made, fake news, to help make this drill as realistic as possible. I uploaded all 5 dark videos. Are definitely must see. So James, as I throw this back to you, I think one, do you think this is intentional use of language meant to be some sort of signal, dog whistle for the next step in this scamdemic? And 2, if this is the new evidence of motion, saying, oh, your government failed you.
Yes, and yes. It is certainly significant that the phrase dark winter is now being used in regards to this second wave that they have been predicting into reality for some time now, and which I think is coming. Because specifically, I think the public has not yet been broken. In order to truly bring in the area where nothing will be more than just the month or 2 long vacation of enforced unemployment and other things. I mean, if things just suddenly return back to normal, well, then we could just gradually forget that this ever happened. But don't worry, there will be lots and lots more death stumbling into a lot of purposes, political as well as social, as well as economic. And I think this is the, this is clearly a signpost that that's where we're heading into. And interestingly, the only other person that I've heard you during this entire scamdemic has been, of course, none other than Bill Gates, who in the course of denying the existence of Event 201. You might remember back, we did have exercises, 15 years ago or 18 years ago called Dark Winter, and he did mention that specifically, but then he said he just glossed over the existence of Event 201. Anyway, so yes, I think clearly this is an interesting or another. One could hope it will be simply by scamming and statistical chicanery and other such things, but real bioweapons really do exist, and they really could release them to really release some real carnage on the world in order to really make the death toll go up, in order to really convince people that this is the end of the world as we've known it. One other interesting point I want to bring up about this guy and his testimony, as you say, I mean, every single headline is leading with this darkest winter quote. AP and Washington Post and all the usual suspects, CNN and other. You notice that he is throwing shade at the hydroxychloroquine solution. But if you actually read the testimony, go and read on the second page. I found it particularly interesting where he says, when he's talking about getting ousted as director of BARDA, he says, "I believe this transfer was in response to my insistence that the government invest funding allocated to BARDA by Congress to address the COVID-19 pandemic into safe and drugs, vaccines, and other technologies that lack scientific merit." I would say that he couldn't be saying that about vaccines. This was a developer, he was a vaccine researcher, but that's in the written testimony. So I don't know. He's saying vaccines lack scientific merit and shouldn't be being pursued in this case. I think that's the real lead of this story that I haven't seen anyone pick up on. Anyway, I thought that was interesting.
Hopefully some Congress critter will mention that during the grilling. So that's interesting. In some ways, Bill Gates has amounts of interviews. I mean, Colbert had to correct him and be like, dude, don't say final solution. And really recently, so we've got Fauci and we also have Birx. Again, all these shadows on the wall, characters playing out this, again, scripted live scenario, drama, essentially. Dr. Birx basically has said, according to the Washington Post, that she can't trust the CDC at all and that they've inflated them. I'll still be buying into the scamdemic. James, let's move to our second story this week on New World Next Week, episode 408. This is for May 14th, 2020. And again, it's all Rona all the time. And we've been talking about this stuff not only for these last 3 months, but we've basically been talking about the scenarios and the situations and the technology and the psychological operations that have gotten us to the point where we are now for the previous decade here on New World Next Week. Bars, restaurants allowed to reopen if they agree to snitch on customers. An excellent article from Mass Private Eye going over in detail how counties in Louisiana, Texas, and Missouri are all trying to roll out this action, reporting Washington State customers to aid in contact tracing. Since everything, of course, is moving at warp speed, like we're going to make those, of course, wildly untested vaccines at warp speed, I think we should jump here to the most recent development, which would essentially be the reaction. This from kansascity.com. And again, everything we say will always be included in your show notes, so you can continue the research for yourself. Kansas County orders businesses to track customers. Lawsuit calls that unconstitutional. A rural eastern Kansas county has ordered businesses to keep track of their in-person customers by recording phone numbers and arrival and departure times during the pandemic, a move that has led to a federal lawsuit. The publisher of the local newspaper and a restaurant owner in Linn County, Linn County, Kansas, both want the order blocked, contending it authorizes warrantless searches and seizures, which customers under the Open Records Act. So for the same reason we find out about all the Karens who have been calling the snitch lines, they're going to find out who all these people are. So essentially it'd be like, oh, the Jameses, they went to this certain bar on this certain date and then they left at this time. And you know it's going to include how many people spend cash. Fortunately, cash is still pretty much king down here in New Mexico, but that's not really the case elsewhere. So they're going to have all those debit card records as well. And don't forget to check in on your smartphone. This would, of course, allow the public to see who the plaintiffs are meeting with and how long, including visits, of course, to medical providers, as don't forget, this is medical martial law. The order is the latest flashpoint, as kansascity.com says, over public health and personal freedom in Kansas. So let's see. The problem is trying to in salons and barbershops would be like the front line of the fight against the reaction then is we're going to sue you. So what's the solution going to be, James?
Well, the solution that they want to bring in all of this is medical martial law. That's what you're saying. And I think that's exactly it. They're going to proclaim, well, this is an emergency scenario and we need to treat this seriously because public health is in danger. So we can do whatever we want. Rubber stamp. You can now, you not only can, but you must track your customers, as some of these governors are starting to implement in this reopening. And this is, I mean, this is where absolutely the rubber meets the road with regards to this entire issue. So their solution, of course, is going to be rewriting well, not even rewriting the rules, because there's already know your customer type laws in place for anything that deals with anything financial. I mean, if you run a cryptocurrency exchange or whatever, you have to have like 18 forms of ID in your blood and your next of kin and your DNA and whatever else in order to have an account. Well, now they're just going to make seat space, the physical world. Anywhere you go, restaurants or whatever, movie theaters, you'll have to sign a form and have 14 pieces of ID and whatever else. So it's really just an extension of laws that already exist. The real solution, though, not the phony solution that they're trying to bring in, the real solution is going to be economic civil disobedience, not following orders, not complying. If you are a business owner, not taking your customers' details and recording them dutifully and all of this. Oh no, but you might face prison time. Well, that's actually kind of the point. And I am loath to provide this example because people who have followed my work for some time might know I am not a fan of this person. But yes, let's put it on the table. Elon Musk has been one of in recent, as you may or may not have noticed, in his fight with California. And for example, fee.org has a post up, Tesla's Elon Musk defies government orders in an act of economic civil disobedience. So yes, I am not a fan of Elon Musk and his various scandals, his Grand Canada, and he's called for the creation of the Martian technocracy and all of this. And he talks about how we need to merge with the machines so that AI doesn't take over or whatever, all that kind of nonsense. But at least on this issue, although I think particularly and solely for self-interested reasons, at any rate, he is on the right side of this and has been, I think, articulating that. But for people who need a little bit more articulation of why it is this is not in the benefit of most billionaires to end the lockdowns. Oh, if you're for ending the lockdowns, you're for the billionaires and crap. No. And if you want more on that, you should go to offguardian.org. Opposing lockdown is not profits before people, where Kit Knightley puts that quite strongly and quite articulately, that no, the average person who has been thrown out of work, the average low pay because of this lockdown, it's billionaires because they want a chance to be able to go out and earn some money and put their food on their family's table. And anyway, it's an important point to make, but civil disobedience will be necessary because they are going to push this as far as they possibly can, and do not rely on the courts to uphold the rule of law. Don't worry, guys. The courts have totally got this, and they're going to protect you from this type of invasion of privacy. They are not. I think we all know that by now. No, it is going to happen when people put their foot down and do not comply with these types of orders, and do not support businesses that do comply with them. Again, easier said than done, but if we don't do it, it's going to happen. This is going to be the new normal.
Downside would basically be, before you can go eat lab-grown meat and crickets at the company restaurant, you'll have to take your biometric garbage information. Garbage in, garbage out, making it therefore useless. Just one idea to basically be able to push back against this without, again, having armed thugs come and arrest you in front of your family. Finally, James, or in further segment on Media Monarchy, about a one-off UK TV movie from 1985 called 20 Minutes into the Future. Because I think that's pretty much where we are right now. Satire, sci-fi is reality, and now even the audiences could stomach another season of Black Mirror at the moment. In a new interview with RadioTimes.com, Brooker suggested that the public mood doesn't suit another season of his dystopian anthology series. When asked about another season, Brooker said, quote, I've been busy about what I'm doing, not doing. Sidebar, of course, that means other people own your work when you're not at liberty to say, I can't even talk about the things because, of course, other corporations already own my ideas before I've written them down. Sidebar. I don't know what I can say about what I'm doing and not doing. At the moment, I don't know what stomach there would be for stories about societies falling apart, so I'm not working away on one of those. I'm sorry at making my stuff. And Charlie Brooker already has another show coming up. BBC Two confirms Charlie Brooker's antiviral wipe. I guess they have these series of something wipe. I had to research that to find out what on earth they were talking about during the half-hour episode. Brooker, the creator of Black Mirror, will look at what we've all been watching while stuck in quarantine. So speaking of that, I hear, James, there's this great like horror sci-fi miniseries about this little sniveling little like computer nerd worm. He comes from this like family cult of like planned serial killers, and he wants to force experimental drugs on this slave like Soylent Green and Running Man TV shows. It's called like Kill Bill Gates of Hell, something like that. What have you been binging on, James?
Yeah. Well, yeah, what have I been binging on? All I've been doing, unfortunately, for the last several weeks now is watching Bill Gates interviews, reading books by and about Bill Gates, and looking at Bill Gates' website and all of this. So, yeah, I'm neck deep in Bill right now. But, yeah, on the story of Charlie Brooker, I'll confess, I still have never seen an episode of Black Mirror. I research this for a living. I don't need to watch sci-fi to, get some window in the future. I already know what's coming. But I'm glad that at the very least, more people seem aware of these issues because of the predictive programming. Does that mean that they are more or less likely to stumble into it? That's the real question. At any rate, yeah, this is kind of like what we've talked about before with regards to, The Onion. Remember back when they were funny? And then it became, well, no, this is not The Onion, guys. This is real, because at a certain point, the satire starts to blend with the reality until what are we even satirizing anymore? So in this case, yeah, the predictive programming is just the news. It's now, is this Black Mirror or is this the news? I don't know. I can't tell anymore. Okay, let's do something different. So unfortunately, this is what we're getting into. And it does really raise the question, the profound question of have this type of dystopian that actually shakes them out of their cage, given the fact that most people, when they are consuming this material, are sitting there like this, just zombies. I just don't know if that's really possible, because all television does is put you into a zombie state, a passive zombie state, watching images flash by on your screen, which of course is the metaphor for the cave. That's what it is. We are just watching shadows on the wall, and we're not actually interacting with reality. That's what TV does to you. So can you have a TV show that shakes you out of that? Not unless you have a TV show that encourages you to actually smash the TV into pieces.
That's, James, I think in a lot of, again, I call it media monarchy. I, of course, have spent a lot of time in film and all that different. Anymore, though, I read about it. It's a much more efficient way, and in a lot of ways, it helps link the distance to a lot of the programming. You're able to research it, but also maybe not have it sort of play on you. People do really seem to be pushing back this time, James. It certainly hasn't taken 19 years for people to figure out this latest scam, which might, of course, just make the powers that shouldn't be push it that much harder. And then we'll keep pushing back that much harder again, in the ways that we do, non-violent ways, where we, again, remove our consent and decentralize. This isn't about getting in the streets and fighting. Remember, the man knows really well how to deal with that. So as I always like to wrap up these episodes, James, just by inviting people to come check out my radio stream, 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, news, music, memes, and more. I think it's like old school radio station. People I find are just basically leaving it on. Not that it's just some wallpaper background that they maybe are there and catch the morning show, but maybe they had to step away and do something for work or the kids or what have you. And then they come back and check out a little bit of it later in the afternoon. I think it's like a radio station. I hope folks come check it out, MediaMonarchy.com/listen. If they click actually through that Discord widget, they can come get a free pass for limited time.
24/7 nonstop, obsessively on this next Gates installment. It will take a little while. It may not be available on Friday. At any rate, it will be up when it's ready, and it will be hopefully not too long from now. But anyway, you'll just have to sit tight and wait for it, because that's
I have a boom for you today. I've been researching this for a few days now, and I got lost in that, and I was determined to bring all of it to you at once in this video. But you know what? In the end, I realized this is such a big deal that it's important for me to go back to the original boom and just deliver that right now by itself to you. All right. It all started with this at the Hastings Center. And I noticed that all of these people's names got highlighted, that they count, except for this person, Christine Grady. And I thought, well, who might she be? We discussed 3 major challenges from a nursing perspective, safety of on Twitter. Who is she? I thought. So I looked her up. First thing I found was this. Christine Grady happens to work for the National Institute of Health. She is the chief of bioethics and the head of the section on human subjects research. Whoa, I didn't even know that department existed. Human Subjects Research Department of the National Institutes of Health. All right. That was the first thing I found out about Christine Grady. Let's see. What else? She writes a lot of academic papers. A lot. And she's written a book, Search for an AIDS Vaccine. That was in 1995. One of her most interesting papers that she wrote, she co-authored with another guy in 2005, called 4 Paradigms of Clinical Research and Research Oversight. That is going to be the subject of another video, so I'll leave it here for now. Suffice to say that she goes through medical research on human subjects over the course of the last 80 years or so, since World War II. And she categorizes the phases that they've gone through. And where she ends up is that in 2005, we were getting into a communitarian-based paradigm of human research subjects. And what she essentially means is they've made it so that the general public feels like it is their duty as humans to possibly sacrifice their own lives for medical research. They don't even have to pay them. They don't have to have people who are sick. They have now done such a mind job on the general public that they can convince a lot of perfectly healthy people to come in and let them experiment on them for free for the good of humanity. That's where Christine Grady's head is at in terms of her ethics. Okay? So keep that in mind as we go forward. And also, Christine Grady in 2017 gave a talk at the National Institute of Health about the framework for the ethics of research with human subjects. Well, I just told you where her head is at. And in the 2017 version, it's practically a copy of that 2005 article that she wrote, but updated terminology. I don't believe she uses the word communitarian anymore because people know what that means. It's a weird kind of it's a weird kind of communism where you've talked people into doing it through psychological pressure and things like this, and training and conditioning. All right, what else about Christine Grady? I have not gotten to the boom yet. It's coming. Booms are always better if we build them up. Right? Okay. Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues. Look at that. She was on the President's Commission from 2010, so appointed by Obama, and she was finished there in 2017. I don't know what the story is behind her departure, but like I said, she was still giving speeches and everything about her chosen topic in 2017, and then all of a sudden she was gone. So that's Christine Grady's professional, her family, and I found her sister. Wouldn't you know this? Christine Grady's sister was involved in, she is here, Joanne Husky. This is from a YouTube video from Voice of Africa. So the story is that second secretary at Kenya in 1998, she went there that day, the day of the bombing, supposedly to have her children get tested to be approved to go to school in Kenya. And she says she parked her car. She walked into the medical area, and the bomb went off, and it knocked her and her children to the floor. It was perfectly black. She couldn't see anything. There were her husband was apparently in the building. They found each other somehow and went outside into the parking lot. And she noticed even her car was just a black shell, she said. Almost like her car had the bomb in it. I don't know. But I'm not suggesting that. But that's, and the husband is just as pivotal to look at as the sister. So James L. Husky's LinkedIn page is here, and we can see that from 2012 to present, he's been a consultant in international affairs at colleges and universities, but more importantly, at the U.S. Department of State. So now he's just not on the payroll. He's a contractor. At the Department of State, James Christine Grady's brother-in-law reviews diplomatic correspondence and documents for release via Freedom of Information Act requests. Okay, so he is the choke point for information getting out into the public, for anything the State Department might do, especially the ambassadors. And it's funny because who is one of the ambassadors? I mean, ambassadors have played a pivotal role in one or two particular big news items. Since Trump's gotten elected, I can think immediately of Marie Yovanovitch and Sondland and other diplomats and ambassadors, right? And Christine Grady's sister's husband, her brother-in-law, works right now reviewing diplomatic correspondence and documents for release via Freedom of Information Act requests. Very interesting. And then when you go back in time in Husky's career, you can see Department of State. He was Director of Crisis Management, Deputy Director, Office of Global Systems. He was a diplomat in residence at Georgetown University, Deputy Director, Office of East Asia Regional Security at the U.S. Department of State between 1999 and 2002. Seems like a little thing called the that. I don't know if he was in any countries involved, which countries were truly involved in that, do we? And then going all the way back to 1996 is when he started in Nairobi, Kenya. That's quite the background so far for Christine, head of human subjects research and medical ethics at NIH, was on the President's Medical Ethics Commission for 7 years, starting in 2010. Christine Grady's sister is connected directly to a person who's been in the Department of State since 1996. She's written a book called The Search for an AIDS Vaccine, and her ethics are communitarian-minded. Does she of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation or something like that? Well, I cannot find any such connection. No direct connection anyway. And that's where the boom comes in. Are you ready? Who is Christine Grady married to? Any guesses? I won't keep you in suspense. Christine Grady is married to Anthony Fauci. What? Are you kidding? My jaw dropped when I saw that. Christine Grady, head of bioethics and human experimentation at the NIH, is married to Anthony Fauci, who also works at the NIH and is head of the Coronavirus Response Task Force. Boom. Boom. And who needs a direct connection between Christine Grady and Bill Gates when you know all we know about Anthony Fauci's own connections to Bill Gates? Now, there's newspaper articles and television spots there right now claiming that Anthony Fauci is not on the board of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Well, that's true. He's not. But that's an obfuscation on the part of the news. That's how they lie. They don't outright lie to you. They just in such a way that they can set up a straw man and defeat the straw man. Straw man's never a true place. What we know is that Anthony Fauci is connected in a myriad ways to Bill Gates. Here's Jacob Brevity from Philanthropy News Daily in 2002. In this article, which is called Gates Foundation Names New Director of Global Health Program, they mention that that position went to Dr. Richard D. Klausner. But they mention further down in the article that along with Dr. Richard D. Klausner, another man will be overseeing the creation and development of the Vaccine Research Center, and that man is Dr. Anthony Fauci. There's one connection going all the way back to 2002. And a second one, very significantly, is from this Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation website press release from 2010. Global health leaders launch decade of vaccines collaboration. New York, the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have announced a collaboration for the decade of vaccines. The leadership council there is comprised of Margaret Chan, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and others. So, who needs a direct connection when you've got a marriage partner that can have that connection for you and obscure it? Don't forget, Anthony Fauci is also the person who created PEPFAR. That's a HIV/AIDS funding mechanism from the U.S. government entity called PEPFAR. Bill and Melinda Gates have benefited greatly from funding that goes through PEPFAR. Oh yeah, and before I forget, you guys, if you've been watching me for a while, already know this, but not only did Anthony Fauci, current head of Deborah Birx. And as you probably know, Anthony Fauci and Deborah Birx are the two people in charge of the coronavirus task force response in the United States. And who benefit if a vaccine gets approved for the COVID-19 response? Bill Gates, of course. Here is probably of Bill Gates about his vaccine dreams for COVID-19. Note how he seems to understand that the world is being pressured right now in every way, economically, socially, their love. We're all under this right now. So he knows we're kind of hostage. He knows how badly everybody wants their lives to be given back to them, their freedom to be given back to them, their choices to be given back to them. But he seems to think, I mean, you can see it on his face. He knows how this works to his advantage, because generally vaccines can take 50 years to develop. Even more recent vaccines took 17 years, things like that, for Hep B and things like that. They want to do this with it unless people crave it. And we crave it because they are currently ruining our lives. And I think Bill Gates knows it. Look at his face when he talks about this stuff.
Very dramatically these next few years till we get to that full vaccination. So we'll have a lot of unusual measures until we get the world vaccinated. 7 billion people, that's a tall order, but it is where we need to get to.
When will there be a vaccine?
Will be a trade-off. We'll have less safety testing than we typically would have. And so governments will have to decide, do they indemnify the companies and let's go out with this when we just don't have the time to do what we normally do. You can run into safety issues. So we're going to have to take something that usually takes 5 or 6 years and get it done in 18 months. If you want to wait and see if a side effect shows up 2 years later, that takes 2 years.
How could this ever conceivably be seen as being ethical? And do you think this constitutes human subjects research? To put out a vaccine like the one they want now, which is never been tried before. It has never been tried before, this RNA vaccine. It's very dangerous, especially to rush it this way and to try to force it on people, to try to take away our choices. How is this ethical? Well, I guess it helps when a longtime partner of yours, if you're Bill Gates, your longtime partner, Dr. Anthony Fauci of the NIH, happens to be married to the person who is in charge of bioethics and human experimentation at the NIH, I guess it helps. In her 2017 presentation that she gave on the framework for the ethics of research with human subjects, Christine Grady, in her disclaimer, says, "I have no conflicts of interest to declare." Well, that doesn't seem very true to me. She herself may not be connected to vaccine manufacturers or foundations which benefit from being able to experiment on human subjects. However, as I've shown you, her husband does. Just look at all these overlapping interests right here. Gentlemen involved in human subjects research as it pertains to HIV vaccines and the AIDS epidemic. That came out in 1995. Well, in 1996, her husband, Anthony Fauci, presents NIAID strategy for HIV vaccine development. The article says that he seeks to develop a partnership between the institute and industry sponsors, so big pharma. He wants to identify and exploit scientific opportunities to accelerate HIV vaccine going into countries in Africa where the people defend themselves. And he seeks to strengthen collaborative interactions with other public and private organizations. Like who? Possibly the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? Organizations like that? Dr. Fauci is optimistic that a useful HIV vaccine can be developed despite economic, ethical, and cultural constraints. Well, yeah, it's easy to do when you're bioethics human subject at the National Institute of Health. That sure does grease the wheels, doesn't it? So yeah, excuse me, but I don't have a high opinion. Christine Gray's own ethics when she says, "I have no conflicts of interest to declare." I'm going to leave it there for its boom is big enough as it is. There were tentacles that came off of this about medical ethics, about the polio vaccine, about Bill Gates and his company using technology to track refugees way back in 2001. In fact, before I stop talking, let me just give you a look at that one, because this has to do with Christine Grady's sister, Joanne. I told you she was involved in that Kenya bombing, right, at the embassy. Well, in this 2001 edition of Foreign Service Journal, they print her story. She writes it in and they print it. And in this very same edition of Foreign Service Journal is another interesting article about technology, and the UN, Melinda Gates Foundation gave $600,000, and Microsoft Corporation gave software and laptops to the UN High Commission on Refugees, who first took them to Kosovo to track the refugees and log them. And then they used version 2.0 after that in Senegal and New Delhi. It says here, in a speech at Microsoft headquarters last July, then Deputy High Commissioner for Refugees Rick Barton suggested that technology could help UNHCR, quote, move beyond just the care and maintenance of refugees to connect the diaspora of people who are influential in the development of post-conflict societies. Oh boy, that opens a whole can of worms. Do you remember my research on Project Aerodynamic, which was where the CIA identified a large diaspora community of Ukrainians that had come mostly to Canada? And the CIA moved in and used the fact that they were unassimilated and that they were kind of an island in itself, floating loosely. They could push them towards different political opinions and ideas. And also, they exploited the fact that these guys were traveling back and forth from Ukraine and other Soviet bloc countries back to Canada, back and forth. They used them to pass messages. They used them to spread propaganda. They used to read their mail. They used them to bring things back and forth. They used them to recruit other spies in other areas. They were assets of the CIA. It was called Project Aerodynamic. I've covered it before in relation to Alexander Vindman and his family. Well, this, what I just showed you about Microsoft going in with their technology and logging and tracking and connecting the diaspora communities of refugees from all kinds of countries, that sounds like a high-tech version of Aerodynamic to me. Anyways, you see, I can go off on these wild tangents. I wanted to stick to the boom. And the boom is, of course, that Anthony Fauci's wife, Christine Grady, is head of human subjects research and medical ethics at the National Institute of Health and was actually on the President's Medical Ethics Commission from 2010 to 2017. Boom. All right. I am going to stop talking now. Finally, thank you very much for listening. If you wouldn't mind giving me a thumbs up, I would love that. That helps spread the video. Please spread it around yourself. Leave a comment. Subscribe if you haven't. Subscribe over on BitChute. That's my video backup channel. I will leave a link in the description box. Also in the description box will be a link to my PayPal if you'd like to send me a tip, a financial tip for the work that I've done. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who already has. Also, if you don't want to use that, you can use the regular mail at my P.O. Box address, which is on the contact page of my website. All that stuff will be in the description box below, along with references and other things. Until next time.
Si Bill Gates nga ba ang nasa likod ng pandemyang nararanasan ng buong mundo ngayon? Ano nga ba ang katotohanan patungkol dito? Tara, pag-usapan natin yan. Welcome back na naman po dito sa ating muting channel. Kung first time mo pa lang dito, subscribe mo na yan. Sa video na ito, pag-uusapan po natin si Bill Gates. Marami ang mga naniniwala na si Bill Gates ay isa sa mga matataas na tao na nasa likod ng pandemyang nararanasan natin ngayon. At ang kanilang mithiin at ang kanilang nais ay bawasan ang populasyon ng mundo. Sa mga hindi po nakakakilala kay Bill Gates, Siya po ang pinakamayamang tao dati sa buong mundo. Pero ngayon, napalitan na po siya ni Jeff Bezos, kaya siya ay pangalawa na lang po. Siya po ang nagtatag ng Microsoft, yung nasa computer. Marami po ang naniniwala na conspiracy theories na ginawa ni Bill Gates kasama ng kanyang mga matataas na kasamahan ang virus tapos kinalat sa buong mundo, and after na makalat at lumala, doon po nila ang vaccine. Hindi lang po basta-bastang teorya lang ha, kasi mismong advisor Donald Trump, sinabi mismo ng kaparapan sa isang radio station interview na si Bill Gates ang gumawa ng virus, at the same time, siya ay gumawa ng isang vaccine with the microchip para i-track ang populasyon ng mundo. Ito pa po ang nakakagulat. Gumawa ang Yahoo na lamang ay naniniwala doon sa vaccine at microchip implantation na ginawa ni Bill Gates. Nakakagulat po ang kanilang mga kasagutan. 44% sa mga yun ay naniniwala ngayon ng isang microchip implants. Tapos 31% po sinabi nila na sila ay hindi sigurado. Tapos yung 26% nun ay hindi po naniniwala. So ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng survey na yun? Ibig po sabihin, mas maraming Amerikano na naniniwala na si Bill Gates ay isa sa mga tao sa likod ng virus at pandemyang nararanasan natin ngayon. Around 2000 po, narinig ko na itong patungkol sa microchip. Bata pa lang ako noon. Laging sinasabi ng mga preacher na huwag nating i-adapt yung microchip kasi yan ay 666 way. Demonic yan. Ngayon, nalaman ko, noong 2000 rin po, etong si Bill Gates ay bumaba niyang posisyon as CEO ng Microsoft. Imagine ha, ikaw bilang head of that company. Ano ang pinaplano ni Bill Gates noon? Ano ang piniprepare niya o ano yung nakikita niya sa future? Or ano yung pinaghahandaan niya? Yun ang katanungan, mga Evadgers. Kasi naniniwala ako, itong si Bill Gates, isa rin siya. Kaya nga po siya ang pinakamayamang tao dati sa buong mundo. Pangalawa na lang ngayon. Ito po ang logic dyan ha. Ang isang CEO o may-ari ng company, hindi yan basta-basta bababa sa kanyang posisyon kung walang mas higit pa sa kanyang kumpanya na kapalit. So ibig sabihin, mas higit pa sa Microsoft company ang pinaghahandaan ni Bill Gates. Sa YouTube channel ni Bill Gates, tinakil niya or diniscuss niya ang patungkol sa pagiging overpopulated ng mundo. Bakit kaya? Hindi lang yan. Sa isang sikat na talk show, which is the TED Talk, sa mga hindi po nakakaalam, mga millennials, familiar po sila sa TED Talk. Ang TED Talk po ay topic patungkol sa mga innovations, patungkol sa technology, patungkol sa mga tao at mga inspirational talks po. Yun po yung TED. You can search it on YouTube. Marami pong mga video doon. Ngayon, nakapagtataka itong si Bill, imbes na magsalita siya ng mga inspirational message about paano niya ginawa ang Microsoft, iba po ang kanyang topic. At itong nakakagulat. Ang kanyang topic ay patungkol sa preparedness of the pandemic na paparating. Mapapanood niyo po yun, makikita niyo na si Bill Gates, tinakil niya, diniscuss niya kung paano dapat tayo maging prepared o paano dapat natin paghandaan, paano dapat natin bigyan ng budget ang paparating, merong paparating na pandemic. So, is this a business? Or meron ba talaga mga tao sa likod dito? Totoo ba na yung kanilang mga motibo ay bawasan ang populasyon ng mundo? O pagpapayaman lang? Yan po ang malaking katanungan. Ano ba itong microchip implants? Bata pa lang ako, naririnig ko na yung patungkol dito. Marami nga po ang nagbibigay ng information at nagwa-warn sa atin na huwag nating i-adapt ito. Siguro, noon pa lang ay nakasagap na sila ng impormasyon patungkol sa mga plano nitong mga tao sa likod ng microchip implants. Tapos, ayun, nileak nila yung information at binalaan nila ang buong mundo. Ito po kasi ang mangyayari kapag tayo ay meron ng microchip implant sa ating katawan. Microchip sa iyong katawan na, pwede ka nang matrack kahit saan. Pwede ka na lang mahanap kahit saan ka pa magtago using GPS, mga evadgers. Ngayon, this is an advantage para doon sa mga kriminal. Kasi yung mga kriminal, wala na silang lusot. Makikita at mahanap talaga sila using the tracker na meron sa iyong microchip. Pangalawa po, ito ang isa sa gamit niyan. Pag ikaw ay bibili, hindi mo na kailangang maglabas ng iyong credit card, maglabas na yung ATM. Kundi, i-scan lang yung chip mo, tik, ayun, nakabayad ka na. At alam nyo ba mga evadgers na sa bansang Sweden, ginagamit na po nila yung ganitong sistema. Yes, tama po ang inyong narinig. May mga tao sa Sweden na nagpapa-implant na ng microchip sa kanilang mga balat or sa kanilang mga katawan. Ito ay ginagamit po nila para kung wari sila ay papasok sa office, hindi na nila kailangang mag-swipe ng card. Mismo, yung kanilang kamay lang, ginaganon lang po nila, tapos nakakapasok na sila sa pintuan. Tapos kung sila po ay sasakay ng tren, hindi na nila kailangang maglabas ng kanilang mga ticket, isuswipe na lang po sa kanilang mga kamay. Yes po, tama. On the internet, totoo po na ginagamit na po nila ito. Meron ng 4,000 katao sa Sweden ang gumagamit po nito. So talagang pinopromote po nila ito mga evadgers sa kanilang bansa. Kasi ito daw po ay napaka-safe para sa kanilang pagbabangko, para sa kanilang mga personal bagay. Ginagawa ng tao talaga lahat para sila ay maging secure at para mas mapadali ang kanilang buhay. So the advancement of technology, ina-adapt na ng tao at lalong-lalo na itong microchip. Pero dapat ba talaga nating itong i-adapt? Ito ba talaga ang nais ng ating Diyos para sa sangkatauhan? Sabi po ni Stephen Hawking, kung hindi niyo po kilala si Stephen Hawking, siya po yung sikat na scientist, namatay po siya last year. Sobrang sikat ng taong ito at iniidolo ito ng mga matatalinong tao po, mga evadgers. Ngayon po, sabi niya, darating ang panahon na tayo ay magkakaroon ng mga artificial intelligence dito sa ating mundo. Ano ba yung sinasabing artificial intelligence? Ang artificial intelligence po, ito po yung mga advanced na robot na kaya pong gawin ang mga kayang gawin ng tao. Yes po, tama po yung narinig. Itong mga robot na ito ay sobrang advanced na para ba silang mga tao. Pero ang masasabi ko po, hindi na kailangang dumating tayo dun sa panahon na yun. Actually, ngayon pa lang, narito na tayo sa panahon kung saan meron ng mga artificial intelligence sa ating mundo. Paano ko nasabi yun? Yung implantation ng chip po, masasabi ko, hindi ka na totally tao niyan. Kasi bakit? Ito ang mangyayari sa iyo eh. Kung ikaw ay magpapalagay ng microchip sa iyong katawan, ikaw ay under na ng isang system. Technological system po. Ngayon, wala ka nang pinagkaiba sa computer, sa cellphone, at sa iba pang mga teknolohiya. Ang mangyayari niyan, kung gusto ng may-ari ng system na i-malfunction ka, kayang-kaya nilang gawin yon. Halimbawa, ma-malfunction natin to, patayin na natin, tapos na ang buhay mo. Ngayon, ikaw ay kontrolado ng isang tao. Hindi ka kontrolado ng Diyos. Kontrolado ka ng tao. Dahil sa microchip na nilagay mo sa iyong katawan. Isa po sa pinakamagandang gift na binigay sa atin ng Diyos ay yung meron tayong free will. Kailanman po ay hindi tayo kinontrol ng Diyos sa ating mga desisyon. Kaya napakagandang gift po nun. Hindi tayo pinapakailaman ng Diyos dyan sa mga bagay-bagay. We have the free will to choose everything. Ngayon po, kung ikaw ay mayroong chip na dyan sa ay kontrolado na ng tao. Dahil kontrolado ka na ng kanilang sistema, nasa mga galamay kanila, nasa control kanila. On the future po, because of the advancement of the technology, people will play like God. Yes po, ganun ang iisipin ng tao na sila ba ay parang mga Diyos. So kung totoo man itong na tao, hindi tayo nilikha ng Diyos na robot. We are created according to the image of God. At hindi tayo create according to the image of human being or according to the image of robot. So yun po ang katotohanan. Tao po kasi, they are trying to become God. May mga taong ganun ang mindset. Gusto nila na maging katulad ng Diyos. At para magawa yun, ang mismong katauhan. Pero hindi po yan magtatagumpay kasi anumang kasamaang balak, hindi yang magtatagumpay laban sa nasa taas. Yun lang po ang masasabi ko dyan. Pagputok na pagput yun, o ng konspirasiyang iyon mga evadgers, nabahala si Bill Gates, actually. Tapos, siya po ay nagpa-interview sa isang sikat na news outlet sa China. Sa China pa po, ha? Ito ang CGTN. At dito po niya binanggit na wala pong katotohang aparatang sa kanya na siya ay gumagawa ng microchip implants as a vaccine para sa virus. Pero hindi po natin alam kung ano talaga ang totoo sa likod ng lahat ng ito. Sino ba ang mga tao sa likod ng nangyayaring pandemya na nararanasan natin ngayon? And I think that's all for today. So sana ay marami kayong natutunan. Sana ay marami kayong insights na gusto nyong sabihin dyan. Please comment down below. At ano ang masasabi nyo? At sa marami pang political issue, ako si Evan PUP. Mabuhay ang bansang Pilipinas. Peace out. Boom. God bless. So, guys, tingnan natin to. Ebidensya na nag-i-exist talaga ang Illuminati. Okay, sabi ng ilan, hindi ito totoo. Maski ako ay hindi ako naniniwala na totoo ang Illuminati. Pero ngayon guys, parang I am convinced na totoo ang Illuminati base sa mga nabasa ko at na-research ko. At katunayan nga mga kaibigan, nakailang take ako, no? For the first time here, no, nakailang take ako dito sa topic na to. Parang ayaw nilang ituloy ko itong topic na ito, no? No, so Illuminati, totoo ba talaga? Itong katanungan ng ilan, mga kaibigan, no? Yes, totoo po ito at ito ay nasa kasaysayan, no? Ito ay itinatag ni Adam Weishaupt. Hayop na pangalan yan, ang hirap banggitin, no? Weishaupt, no? Hindi ko alam kung paanong pronunciation yan. Si Weishaupt, mga kaibigan, ay isang German professor. Noong 1776 sa Bavaria, Germany. Parang tunog Bavarian. Okay, nagutom ako bigla doon. No? Gustong pumasok ni Weishaupt sa Freemason. Ang Freemason, mga kaibigan, ay mga samahan, parang brotherhood, parang union, no? International brotherhood. Pero hindi niya kayang bayaran ang tuition or admission nito. Hindi nakapasok si Adam Weishaupt doon sa Freemason. Parang tinanggihan siya. Yung parang gusto mo, parang mahal mo, hindi parang mahal mo. Minahal mo, kaso hindi ka mahal. Parang ganun yun, no? Yeah. Pasok lang natin, no? Now, ang nangyari, dahil hindi siya nakapasok, gumawa siya ng isang union. Gumawa siya ng sariling organization o gumawa siya ng sariling grupo. At dito na nga, nagsimula ang Illuminati. Ang tawag sa grupo na ginawa ni Adam Weishaupt ay the Order of Illuminati. O kilala sa tawag ngayon, short, Illuminati, mga kaibigan. Now, ano ba ang pinaka-goal nitong Illuminati na ito? Ang pinaka-goal nila ay impluwensyahan ang buong mundo. At
i-transform ang buong mundo into a new world order. Ano ba yung new world order, mga kaibigan? Ang new world order lang naman ay yung sumasama daw ito sa mga free spirits or mga kung ano-ano lang ang sinasamba nito, ay mga antichrist, mga hindi naniniwala sa Diyos, no? Sila ay sumasamba sa demonyo. At ang new world order naman, speaking of science, ay gusto nila na advance sila. Halimbawa, kung hindi ka naman katalinuhan, hindi ka mayaman, hindi ka ilalagay doon sa new world. Bawa, ito ay grupo ng mga mahihirap, patayin na lang yung mga mahirap na yan, pabigat lang yan sa new world order, tatanggalin na natin yan. Okay? Gagawa tayo ng bagong mundo. Sa bagong mundo ay mga magagaling, mga matatalino, kaya kung ikaw ay hindi ka matalino, ay tanggal ka na, hindi ka na makakasama sa new world, mga kaibigan. Okay, so yun na nga, sumasamba daw sila sa demonyo. Kaya makita natin sa mga symbol nila, merong parang mga satanas, no? Ang simbolo ng Illuminati, mga kaibigan. At sabi nga nila, meron din daw bentahan ng kaluluwa na nagaganap dito. Kaya gusto mong sumama dito, ay bibenta mo yung kaluluwa, no? At sigurado, pupunta ka na sa impyerno kapag binenta mo yung kaluluwa mo kay Satanas, no? Ganun ang sinasabi nila. Now, sino ba yung mga sikat na Illuminati, mga kaibigan? Madami ang mga sikat na Illuminati. So, baka ma-offend kayo sa mga susunod kong sasabihin. Sabi nila, si LeBron James, Illuminati daw. Hindi ko alam kung gaano katotoo, pero yun ang napapabalita. Dahil madalas daw na gumaganon si Illuminati, si LeBron James. Si Chris Aquino sa Pilipinas ay isa rin daw ang Illuminati. Yun ang sabi nila. Marami pang iba, mga kaibigan, si Beyonce, si Eminem, si Rihanna, si Lady Gaga, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, no? Marami pang iba, mga kaibigan. At ayon nga sa naging sabi-sabi ay kapag ikaw ay naging member na daw dito, ay papatayin ka nila. Kapag ikaw ay nagdesisyong umalis. Okay? Kaya nga daw ang sabi-sabi rin, no, na itong si Michael Jackson daw, si Whitney Houston, ay talagang pinatay daw talaga yun. Hindi talaga pinalabas na parang namatay lang sila, pero pinatay daw ng Illuminati. Okay, so nakakatakot kasi parang dito sa Pilipinas ay baka may Illuminati group, hindi natin alam, no, kung saan sila itong si Satanas nga daw, no, mga kaibigan. No, so kanina sinabi ko na yung New World Order, no. Ang New World Order nga ay ito yung mga gusto sila highly intelligent, mga mayayaman lang yung mga nandun. At meron nga daw, mga kaibigan, sinasabi lang clone glitching. Ano ba yung clone glitching? Ang clone glitching ay papatayin ka tapos papalitan ka ng clone. Halimbawa, itong mga artista, para mas lumawak daw ang impluwensya ng clone. Kaya yung nakita natin kanina ay isang halimbawa ng clone glitching, mga kaibigan. At marami pa, actually, marami pang mga nakita nila na mga hinihinala ang mga artista na member ng Illuminati. Narito, mga kaibigan, panoorin natin. Okay, una itong si Beyonce, mga kaibigan. Tignan mo naman to. Grabe. Tignan mo, parang bigla siyang nawala sa kanyang sarili, mga kaibigan. Parang, sabi nila, meron daw binubulong ang, parang daw binubulong ang pinaka-head nila dito. Kasi, ganito kasi kapag ito ay clone na, mayroong parang remote control sa mga clone na ito. At merong pinapagawang task kung ano-ano para ma-impluwensyahan nga ang buong mundo. Ang mga task na ginagawa lamang nila ay patungkol lamang sa pagpapalawak at pagpapalawig na. Ayun. So kaya medyo may binubulong daw dito. Ito pa, mga kaibigan, ang next. Ayan. Makikita natin, obserbahan yung mabuti kung paano ang tao, no? Kung taong to ay nagko-clone glitching, mga kaibigan. At narito pa ang ilang mga video ng clone glitching. Okay, so guys, ako personally, sumakit ang ulo ko dito habang ginagawa ko tong video na to. Hindi ko alam, pero for the first time here, biglang sumakit ang ulo ko habang nagva-vlog nito. Kasi medyo nakakatakot na itong topic na ito, no? Kasi sabi nila, yung simbolo daw ng Illuminati ay triangle na may mata. Yung mata doon ay nagsisimbolize ng ako lahat, or I can see the world noon. Kaya merong mata sa gitna, parang nakikita ko lahat. Okay? So, yung matang, yung simbolo na yun, parang unity, triangle diba? Parang united together, symbol ng unity. Now, kaya merong isang mata doon sa gitna, ay yun yung pinaka baga kapag united na sila na yung mag-aari sa mundo, makita nila yung buong mundo, makukontrol na nila yung buong mundo. Yun yung pinaka-goal ng Illuminati. Now, baka ikaw, hindi mo alam, na-influensyahan ka na pala ng Illuminati. Paano ka na-influensyahan? Ito ay base sa yung mga pinapakinggang music. Kaya piliin mo kung sino yung pinapakinggan mo. Baka mamaya ay meron na palang espiritu na napasa sa'yo. Actually, ang music kasi guys, kung mapapansin mo, no? At napaka-power ng music, bilang kang gaganon. Ibig sabihin, may napasa sa yung something na spirit na parang kinokontrol ka na at maganon-ganon ka na. No? Minsan nga nakikita ko, kapag sa isang event, gumaganon-ganon yung mga tao, sabay-sabay sila, in rhythm, in harmony pa. No, naka-rhythm sila, pinapakinggan na yung music, iisa yung kanilang nagiging galaw. Ganon din ang gagawin sa iyo sa Illuminati music. Pero hindi mo alam kung aling music doon ang Illuminati. Now, sabi nila, ito ngang si Rihanna, yung mga rapper, ito daw yung mayroong mga Illuminati music. Kaya nga minsan magugulat ka, no? Sobrang ganda ng mood mo nitong araw na to, bigla nang nagagalit. No, after mo makinig ng music na yun, bigla ka na lang magiging war freak, no? Biglang nag-change mode ka na lang. Kasi nga, biglang may napasa sa yung spirito at base yan sa pinapakinggan mo. Kaya choose your music or choose what influence you. Yun lang yung pinakagustong sabihin dito, no? Kasi kung sino yung nag-i-influensya sa'yo, magiging ganon ka rin. Bawa, naka-expose ka doon sa mga mamamatay tao, balang araw, mataas din yung chance na magiging mamamatay tao ka rin. Bawa, naka-expose ka dito nga sa music ng Illuminati. Yung mga lyrics ay tungkol sa kalandian, kalaswaan, hindi malayo na balang araw ay magiging rapist ka o may gagawin kang kakaiba, no? So, sana hindi mangyari sa inyo lahat yung guys, no? Kaya choose your music, piliin mo, no, kung ano yung mga pinapanood mo, baka mamaya ay na-influensyahan ka na pala ng Illuminati.
Sa isang Reddit na Ask Me Anything sa paksa ng coronavirus COVID-19 ay nagawang maraming mga tao ang nag-alala na malapit na nating makita ang pagpapatupad tungkol sa hula ng Mark of the Beast. May nagtanong sa kanya kung anong pagbabago ang gagawin ng mga tao sa kung paano gumana ang mga negosyo upang mapanatili ang ekonomiya habang may pinapatupad na social distancing sa lipunan. Dito ay sumagot si Bill Gates. Ang tanong na kung aling mga negosyo ang dapat magpatuloy ay hindi matiyak. Pero ang tiyak natin ay ang supply ng pagkain at ang sistemang pangkalusugan. Kailangan pa rin natin ng tubig, kuryente at internet. Ang mga politikal na bagay ay kailangang mapanatili. Ang mga bansa ay inuunawa pa lang kung ano ang mga dapat na ipagpatuloy. Sa kalaunan, magkakaroon tayo ng ilang mga digital na sertipiko upang makita kung sino ang gumaling o na-test kamakailan o kapag mayroon na tayong bakuna, sino ang tumanggap nito. Ito ang kanyang huling pahayag tungkol sa mga taong may ganitong uri ng digital na sertipiko. Pagaling na. Ito ang nagbigay sa napakaraming tao na mag-alala tungkol sa isang posibleng mabilis na pagpapatupad ng Mark of the Beast. Sinasabi sa Revelation 3, lahat ng tao, dakila o hindi, mayaman o mahirap, alipid o malaya, na magpatatak sa kanang kamay o sa noo. At ang sinumang ayaw magpatatak ng pangalan o numero ng unang halimaw ay hindi maaaring bumili o magbenta. Kailangan dito ang talino upang maunawaan ang kahulugan ng numero ng unang halimaw dahil simbolo ito ng pangalan ng tao at ang numero ay 666. Ngayon, ang isang digital na sertipiko ay hindi kinakailangang isang marka sa kamay o noo dahil maaari itong maging isang digitally signed immutable record sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng blockchain technology na i-upload sa internet na narerehistro kung gaano karaming mga tao ang na-test, kung gaano karaming mga tao ang gumaling, at sa kalaunan kung gaano karaming mga taong nakatanggap ng bakuna para sa coronavirus. Gayunpaman, ang nagbigay sa maraming tao na mag-alala tungkol sa komento ay si Bill Gates ay may ilang mga proyekto na pinopondohan na kung saan kapag pinagsama-sama, mas nagmukhang katulad ng hula tungkol sa Mark of the Beast. Ang una na direktang nauugnay sa isang bakuna para sa virus ay isang bagay na tinatawag na quantum dot. Ito ay isang bagay na pinag-aaralan ng mga mananaliksik sa MIT. O ay sciencealert.com. Inilalarawan ito na isang tinta na ligtas na naka-embed sa balat sa tabi ng bakuna mismo at makikita lamang ito gamit ang isang espesyal na smartphone camera app at filter. Sa madaling salita, ito ay tulad ng isang hindi nakikita na tattoo na makikita lamang sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng espesyal na app ng camera ng smartphone at filter nito. Sa artikulo pagkatapos ay sinabing, The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation na pinondohan ang pananaliksik na ito na naipublish sa journal Science Translational Medicine noong Miyerkules, December 18, 2019. Ayon sa ang proyekto ay naitatag kasunod sa direktang kahilingan mula sa founder ng Microsoft na si Bill Gates mismo na siya ay kasangkot sa mga pagsisikap na matanggal ang polio at tigdas sa pamamagitan ng mga pagbabakuna. Ngayon, sinasabi ng artikulo na ito ay nasa proof of concept stage, kaya malamang na ang naturang bagay ay handa nang ipatupad sa buong mundo kasama ang coronavirus vaccine. Gayunpaman, dahil ang mga bagay ay lalo pang bumibilis at ang mga gobyerno ay nagsasagawa ng mga iba't ibang hakbang upang labanan ang virus, may posibilidad na ang gayong teknolohiya ay maaaring magamit para sa COVID-19 vaccine. Dagtatu upang mapatunayan na sila ay nabakunahan, ang may pahintulot na makapasok sa mga tindahan upang bumili ng mga bagay at ang mga may-ari lamang ng tindahan na nabak. At dito ay matutupad ang hula tungkol sa Mark of the Beast sa puntong iyon. Ang mungkahing ito ang marahil nagparurok sa mga alalahanin ng mga anti-vaxxers. Sa oras na kung saan magkakaroon ng pangangailangang kumbinsihin ang lahat na kumuha ng bakuna, ang ganitong panukala ay malamang na magkakaroon ng opposite effect. Mas lalong dadami ang mga tao sa kampo ng anti-vaxxers dahil sa takot na ang bakuna mismo ay isang katuparan ng Mark of the Beast. Mananatili pa ring malalaman kung ang coronavirus vaccine na ito ay isasama ang quantum dot technology. Gayunpaman, personal akong naniniwala na ang actual na Mark of the Beast ay gagawa ng higit pa kaysa sa magbigay lamang ng isang selyo upang patunayan na ito ay tinatawag na ID 2020. Ang ID 2020 ay isang alyansa ng mga Accenture, isang Biometrics Digital Vaccine Alliance, at ang Rockefeller Foundation, nakatuon sa paglikha at pagtaguyod ng isang digital biometric identification system batay sa blockchain na maaaring magamit para sa offline at online purposes. Ito ay napakaaktibo sa pagsusumikap upang matupad ang 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals upang magbigay ng legal na pagkakakilanlan para sa lahat, kabilang ang pagpaparehistro ng kapanganakan sa 2030. Tayo sa isang maliwanag na pandaigdigang banta mula sa coronavirus. Iminumungkahi ang pagpapabakuna sa lahat ng itulak ang ngayon, sa puntong ito, walang sinuman ang nagbabanggit ng microchip implant bilang solusyon sa lahat ng ito. Ngunit, habang patuloy tayong malapit ng palapit patungo sa The Great Tribulation, malamang sa isang worldwide digital ID para sa lahat sa paggamit ng microchip implant na maaaring magamit sa pagbili at pagbebenta ay ipipresenta ng darating na pinuno ng mundo bilang solusyon sa lahat ng mga problema sa mundo. Karamihan sa mga tao ay tatanggapin ito. Desperado na makahanap ng solusyon sa mga kaguluhan, kagutuman, pagkalat ng mga sakit at mga problemang pang-ekonomiya. At sasabihin nila ang sinumang tumangging makipagtulungan ay pinakamasamang uri. Dito kailangan ng bawat isa sa atin na kumprontahin ang sarili. Gaano tayo kalugod na magdusa para sa kaharian ng Diyos? Handa ba tayong mamatay bago natin tanggapin ang Mark of the Beast? Ngunit, ang kanilang solusyon ay ang pagbili ng mga baril at ipagtanggol ang kanilang sarili sa karahasan. Hindi lamang ito salungat sa mga halimbawa at turo ni Jesus. Magsisilbi itong mas palakasin pa ang sistema dahil mas hihigpitan pinakalubosang kailangan na mayroon tayo ngayon ay ang ating kaligtasang espiritual. Sinabi sa atin ni Jesus na ang huling henerasyon ay
nakakita ng mga digmaan, bansa laban sa mga bansa, maraming malalakas na lindol, salot, pagkagutom, mga program, kababalaghan at mga palatandaan sa kalangitan. At ito ang magiging simulan ng kapighatian. Isang pasya sa malaking pag-uusig sa lahat ng tunay na mananampalataya. Ang katakawan, paglalasing at kabalisahan sa buhay na ito ay alisin ninyo sa inyong isip. Mag-ingat kayo at baka bigla kayong abutan ng araw na tulad ng isang bitag, sapagkat darating ang araw na iyon sa lahat ng tao, kaya't maging handa kayo sa lahat ng oras. Lagi ninyong idalangin na magkaroon kayo ng upang makaligtas sa lahat ng mangyayaring ito at makaharap kayo sa anak ng Diyos.
tiyak na nabubuhay tayo sa isang makabuluhang panahon. Patuloy tayong manalangin at magtuon kay Jesus at sa kanyang mga turo. Hanapin ang patnubay ng Diyos habang kinakarap ang huling larong ito.
Aking posisyon. Ang posisyon ni Trump and all the rest of the leaders of the world na unti-unting nagigising ngayon. The economy of the world will collapse. And that is by design of the globalist. You see? Kaya nga po, paulit-ulit nilang sinasabi, hindi na tayo babalik sa dati. The new normal will be social distancing. Ano pa daw? The new normal, mga kababayan, is abnormality in all nations of the world. Mawawalan tayo ng leader. Kaya nga po, tingnan ninyo ang ginagawa ng mga liberals dito, ng mga dilawan. Wala silang nakikitang tama. May diferensya. Kala ninyo, aksidente lang yon. That is scripted. That is being done all throughout the world. Di lang nila maisahan yung mga ibang bansa na independent mag-isip like Japan, South Korea. Di nila maisahan. Pero ang ginagawa nila, itong mga globalist na to, palabas sila ng palabas ng mga balita. WHO mismo. We warn you, tingnan ninyo yung mga news. Kahit dito, sa Pilipinas, ganun ang news. Pag iniisip ng ating mga leaders na iis ang restriction, so, dodoblian niya. Dadami. Pinaniwala tayong ganon. Totoo ba yon? Hindi man totoo po. Sabi ko sa inyo, your research of people in this country, the mortality from different diseases, and you compare it with COVID. Ang layo po. Not only in this country, but in America, So, sabi nga po ni Dr. Erickson and Masihi, these are immunologists, virologists, kay Bill Gates, na hindi man doktor, di nga nagtapos, funded siya ng mga, kaya magaling siya eh. Bakit siya magaling at mayaman sa buong mundo? Funded siya ng Rockefeller family. Barkada niya si George Soros, all the globalist players. Sabi ko sa inyo, kung ako babarkadahin ko sila, magiging bilyonaryo din ako. Bakit? You'll be funded by them. Pero ano, isasanla ko yung kaluluwa ko sa kanila? At pati yung kaluluwa ninyo damay? Then, Jesus Christ will just destroy them. Gusto ninyo yung ganon? I'm not a fool, mga kababayan, para kumampi sa kanila. Sabi Christ is short-lived. The Antichrist will reign. And this globalist is paving the way of the Antichrist for the appearance of the Antichrist. Nag-appear nga siguro ang isa, Unite the New World Order. Si Macron, ang pangalan niya Emmanuel Macron, kausap si Pope. Siya, sa lockdown, quarantine, hindi nang may mga sakit, kundi yung healthy people. Nag-team up with Bill Gates to implement the vaccination of 8 billion people. Sabihin ko po sa inyo, mga kababayan, this is not an ordinary vaccine tulad ng ibinakuna sa akin. Ako bakunado din eh. All of us siguro na bakuna. Winawarningan ko po kayo, kung may bakuna na ordinary, okay yun sa akin kasi ang bakuna talagang lason siya. Kailang this vaccine being promoted by Bill Gates and the New World Order is a very different vaccine. It is your passport. It is your ID system. It has an artificer, your PIN. It is your wallet. It is your money. And the Word of God can never be wrong. It was prophesied in the Word of God to be in place and a tool of the Antichrist. And he caused it all, both small and great, rich and poor, to have a mark in the right hand or on the forehead, so that no might buy or sell. Said he that had a mark, let him that has wisdom. Yung may wisdom pala, yung may understanding. Tindi. Kaya yung mga hindi makaintindi sa sinasabi ko, you lack wisdom from the Word of God. You seek wisdom from God. Fear Him. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Yun ang aking advice sa inyo. Pero kung ayaw ninyo sa aking advice, wala na tayong magagawa. Let him that has the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. 666. Parang 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. 18 months lockdown. Kita ninyo? Nagkataon lang ba na ang plano, mga kababayan ng mga elite, i-lockdown tayo for 18 months? And that is 6 months plus 6 months plus 6 months, 18 months. Nagkataon lang siya? Baka. Right now, mga kababayan, we are given a quarantine pass to buy or sell in the market. Kinokondisyon na po tayo na gano'n ang mangyayari sa atin in this very moment. Hindi ka pwedeng lumabas para mamili. Hindi ka rin pwedeng lumabas para magbenta. Sakto ang Revelation 13, verse 16 to 18. Ano? You cannot buy or sell without a You can only buy and do business if you had the ID 2020. So it will be the ultimate solution. And he is out to implement that after 18 months. Kasi sabi, kung hindi natin naintindihan ang sinasabi niya, kasi nga po, kailangan nating mag-seek ng wisdom galing sa Panginoon. Without the wisdom from Him, hindi natin maintindihan siya. And you'll never appreciate. At lagi tayong magdududa. Let him that hath understanding, let him that hath wisdom count the number. It is the number of a man trying to be God. Kaya nga po siya 666 because number 6 is the number of a man. On the 6th day, man was created by God. On the 7th day, God rested. Hindi dahil pagod siya. Kita ninyo? Paano ko ito na ipapaliwanag po? God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Kaya siya tatlo. Itong tao na gustong maging Diyos sa mundo, kaya siya 666. A man that is wanted to be like God. He want to be worshipped. Bantayan ninyo po ang taong ito na laging kausap ni, ngayon lang, bigla siyang lumitaw on the world stage. Dati, dyan lang siya sa Europe, especially in France. Ang pangalan po niya, Emmanuel. In Hebrew, alam po ba ninyo ang ibig sabihin ng Emmanuel in Hebrew? God is with us. O, kita ninyo. Ang apelyido niya, Macron. Alam ninyo ang meaning ng Macron in English? Mark. So, ano yun? Nagkataon lang yun? Emmanuel, God is with us. Mark, Macron. Kita ninyo? And alam ninyo kung sino yung nag-train sa kanya? Jesuits tulad ni Pope. A Jesuit Pope. Pero habang siya, mga kababayan, trained Jesuit, school. Mga kababayan, barkada niya si Rockefeller. You see? The bankers of the world. And this guy is a very good-looking man. Mga bayan, from unknown, defeating all his opponents in politics. Yung pinakang mga magagaling na politiko ng France, tinalo niya. And this time, mga kababayan, the Pope and Macron met, nag-meeting sila with the UN Secretary General. And they are one for the unification of all efforts to fight COVID. So, masasabi ko po sa inyo, a health problem. It is actually being used to usher in the global power. Tama si Dr. Shiba. The operational system anya. Tingnan niyo yung video ni Dr. Shiba. The American doctor, microbiologist, mga kababayan, and candidate for senator on the Republican Party, Massachusetts. Tingnan ninyo yung video niya. Ano sabi niya? The operational system used by these people out to grab power not only in America but all throughout the world. Power, profit, in control. Kaya nga po, pinapractice sa atin ngayon. We are being controlled. Willfully surrender. Ganon katalino. Sila. In all of us, most of us, hindi all of us, beg for the continuation of lockdown. Nakikipag-away pa nga tayo, di ba? Ang daming nagre-react dito, nakikipag-away sa akin. Ang kita niya, Mr. Maravillas, anong gusto mo? Di lumabas ka. Magpakamatay ka dyan sa labas. Kontra mo niya sa lockdown? O sige, labas ka. Kita ninyo, kagaling ng demonyo. Kagaling. You're fighting. Hindi ka makalabas. So, pinaglalaban mo pa yung pag-detain sa'yo sa sarili mong bahay. Ano sabi sa tao? Na i-quarantine. Dapat na i-lockdown. Nandito siya. Saan yun? Sa Leviticus. Ay tumatawag. Dali lang po. I-share ko po ito sa inyo, mga kabayan, para hindi aka-aka. At kung may pinakang sabi natin, hindi po doktor ang pinakang magaling. Pinakang magaling po si God. Ano di po? All the days wherein the plague, this pandemic is a plague. He, referring to the one or contaminated by the plague, he is unclean. Tama po yon. Pag ikaw na virus, you are unclean. Question. Kasi yung virus nga eh. Sino yung dapat mo na i-isolate? Yung healthy? Saan ka nakakita? All of us, naka-quarantine tayo. Naka-lockdown tayo sa bahay. Ang dapat mong i-isolate, i-quarantine, yung may sakit. So ang dapat na ginagawa natin po sa buong mundo, including in this country, BBM, panoorin niyo yung kung ni BBM. Tawag doon? Vlog. Yung latest vlog. Ano dapat? You trace. Sino yung mga kontaminado? Sino yung infected? You treat. Tatlo siya. Ano pa yung pangatlo? Yun ko nga po. Kakalimutan. Tatlo yun eh. Yun ang sabi ni BBM. So, nalili. Baka napanood na ninyo yon, i-share na lang ninyo para madali na lang. Share na lang ninyo sa akin ito. Test mo na. Tatlo. Tama yon. Iti-test ninyo yung mga suspected. Pag wala man, pauwiin na ninyo. At saka, ayaw ninyong maglakad-lakad. There's no need for lockdown, mga kababayan. Sabi ng mga experts. Hindi yung experts sa panloloko sa atin. Yung mga nag-promote ng lockdown in quarantine. Hindi po yun. You test. Then, pag nag-positive, you trace kung sino yung yung kasalamuha niya na infected na rin possibly. Hindi lahat ng nakasalamuha niya could be infected. Depende yon kung mahina yung immune system ng isang tao. Anong proof natin yan? Sabi ko nga, nasaan na yung mga nahawa ni Coco Pimentel? Nasaan? Positive si Coco. Nasaan na yon? Kung ang lahat nahawa, lahat dapat na nakausap niya, nahawa na yon, including Pacman. Negative si Pacman. Bakit negative si Pacman? Malakas yung katawan ni Pacman, laging nag-exercise, laging nakabilad. Laging takbo-takbo siya. You see? Nasaan yung nahawa ni Sani Angara? Nasaan? Ni Mig Sobiri? Nasaan? Nasaan ang nahawa dito sa amin? Ni Joey Bautista? Nasaan? Nagkakanda gulo din sa ni BBM, maganda. Hindi siya doktor. May common sense kasi siya. Kaya sabi, mga kababayan ni Dr. Erickson and Dr. Masihi, all this that are happening today, mga kababayan, nonsense. Nonsense niya. Bakit? Pag ikaw niya quinarantin, lalo kang magkakasakit pag ikaw linakdown. Bakit? Di ka makagalaw eh. Stressed ka. Di ka naarawan. It will weaken your immune system. Anong dapat daw ginagawa ng tao? Continue your life. You exercise, eat the right food. And as you are exposed sa mga viruses, kasi po ang virus daw, sabi ng virologist yan, hindi ako, kasi sino man ako po, hindi man ako doktor. Sabi ng virus in Masihi, immunologist sila, pinag-aralan nila and they're practicing that in America, Bakersfield Hospital for 20 years. They have the credentials. Dr. found. Anong credentials noon? Ang credentials noon, barkada si Clinton. Barkada si Bill Gates. Barkada yung mga big pharma. Barkada ng mga globalist. Dr. Fauci is not exposed, mga kababayan, sa actual job ng isang doktor in the field. Sa hospital mismo nagtatrabaho, observing the patients. Kita niyo yung pagkakaiba? Sino yung paniniwalaan ninyo? Yung doktor nga siya, hindi ko kini-question yung pagdoktor niya. Pero yung pagka-doktor niya, barkada niya yung big pharma, doktor na negosyante. Pag ang doktor mo negosyante, sabihin ko sa inyo, hindi ka gagaling. Bakit? Mas gusto niya na doktor pag ikaw ay mapera at negosyante yung doktor mo. Gusto niyan, lagi kang may sakit. Tama ba? Ang billionaire, kawawa naman. Namatay po. Namatay. Nakang mahal na buhay siya. Kinemo. Pag kinemo ka, cancer yun eh. Pag kinemo ka, ayun na. Parang dito mga kababayan, ano yung warning ni Dr. Erickson and Dr. Masini? Dr. Shiba, the same. Hindi sila mga negosyanting doktor kasi. Therefore, the recovery of the patients. Hindi sila yung doktor na kailangan nga niya magkasakit ka lagi kasi dadaling ka sa ospital ko. Pag dinala ka sa ospital ko, ibibil kita. Ito yung 5 days bill mo, 200,000. Sila yung nagsasabi. They are immunologists. They are virologists. Ano ang advice? Hindi po kailangang i-lockdown. Kasi ang virus po in microbes and bacteria are everywhere. Nandyan siya. Kasama natin araw-araw. Bakit? Kahit kasama natin siya sa araw-araw ang mga bakterya. May good bacteria, may bad bacteria. Bakit kasama natin siya sa araw-araw? Kasama siya. That is part of the corruption of this world. Bakit po? As man sin, comes now the corruption of this world. Kaya nga po tayo namamatay. Kaya pag namatay ka, matutunaw ka. From dust thou art, and unto dust shall thou return. Sino yung kumakain ng katawan natin? Mga bakterya yung para matunaw po tayo, maging abono ng lupa, pataba ng lupa. Kita ninyo? May pakinabang po sila for the replacement of the population of the world. We have to die. Kaya nga po dapat may namamatay talaga araw-araw. Huwag kayong magtaka kung may namamatay araw-araw. Huwag kayong matakot. Kailangan talagang may mamatay kasi kailangan may mabuhay na bago. Yung mga anak natin at kaapo-apuan, kailangan din nilang mabuhay. Dadaan lang tayo dito sa mundo. We were deceived by these people out to control power, out for profit power in control of this world. Kasi pag naka-lockdown ka daw, hindi ka exposed sa labas, lalo kang manghihina. Your immune system will be weakened. Ang nagsasabi, virologists, immunologists, niloko tayo ng mga globalist. Dapat lockdown tayo para iwas daw sakit. Hindi daw tayo mahawa. Tolentino, Rafi at Silor na kabigsin, yan ang nakakalungkot sa ating bansa. Ang boto ng tao baliwala dahil sila ang namimili kung sino ang papanalo nila. Kaya sayang ang boto ng tao. Huwag tayong susoko. Tuloy lang tayo. Tuloy tayo. Huwag tayong this time, mga kababayan, ito po yung plano ni Bill Gates. Sabi rito, Bill Gates backs $1 billion plan to cover Earth in a video surveillance satellites. A satellite company planning to launch a 1 billion network of satellites to provide live, unfiltered coverage of the Earth has been backed by former Microsoft Chief Executive Bill Gates and Japanese tech giant SoftBank. The tech leaders are backing Earth now, which plans to launch 500 satellites to cover Earth's atmosphere in video surveillance and provide live video feedback with only 1 second of delay. Matindi. Ito nga ang live streaming. Mas malakas pa dito sa live streaming natin. Pero yung delay natin, ilang seconds yung delay? 4 seconds ang delay ng broadcast natin. Kaya pag nagsasalita ako, habang nagsalita ako dito, maya-maya pa maririnig ninyo sa ano. Pag pinakinggan mo sa monitor, i-on mo nga. I-on mo. Magsasalita po ako, pakinggan ninyo. Sabi kasi nang tumawag sa akin. Tingnan ninyo. Si Dr. Abante, Benny Abante, Mga 30 seconds siguro.
Siya po ang
Dr. Abante pa lang ang pinagsasabi nitong mamang ito. Oh.
sa Manila.
Sobra, mga 1 minute siguro. Mga 1 minute ang delay ng broadcast. 1 minute na kung nakapagsalita, hindi pa lumalabas sa monitor. Pero ito mo po, almost instantaneously, 1 second delay lang. Matindi. Powerful satellite. Surveillance satellite. Almost real time. 1 second. 500 satellites nagliliparan dyan, mga kababayan, in space. Nakatutok sa lahat ng kanto ng mundo. May kanto pala ang mundo. May kanto po. Kasi corners, di ba? Ang corners. 4 corners of the world. Kanto. Kanto yun sa Tagalog eh. Kahit bilog yung mundo, may kanto. Yon mga kababayan, nakadeploy po yon. Kaya nga po, pinapaliwanag ko sa inyo, huwag tayong nagpapaniwala sa kanila. As of this very moment, to follow the protocols. Kasi po nga, parte yun ng kanilang surveillance strategy, yung social distancing, contact tracing. Ay, sabi ko po sa inyo, in real time, you are traced. Kasi po, ang gagawin nila, ni Bill Gates, kaya nga po, babakunahan po tayo ng digital ID. Nandun na yung bakuna, yung diniscuss ko sa inyo. May microchip na po yon, na parang dust lang, parang alikabok. You see? May AI po yon. So, kung gusto kang i-trace nila, real time matitrace ka nila. Kahit saang solo ka ng mundo, nakatago. It is a big brother scheme. The social distancing is designed to effectively monitor us. Every move. Kahit saan ka pumunta. Alam nila. And they will control our food, buying and selling, para wala tayong kawala. Sa madaling sabi po, aalipinin po tayo nila. Ang nakakalungkot po, right now, napakaraming tao ang very willing, kasi hindi nila naiintindihan kung ano to, kala nila kung ano lang. They're very willing na maging alipin itong mga globalist elite. Di na bali kung tayo, mga kababayan, ay alipinin ang ating Panginoon, Jesus. We become a servant of Jesus Christ. Walang problema doon. But if we become a servant of the Antichrist, yun ang problema po natin. Beware, mga kababayan. They will not stop. They're out to conquer all of us. And this is their tool for us to surrender all our rights, and we surrendered willingly. And we allow authorities to trample on our rights, mga kababayan. Our rights to travel, our rights to movement, our rights, mga kababayan, sinurrender sa kanila. Di ka na nga makapaghanap buhay. Pag sinabi nilang huwag lalabas, di yan. Total lockdown. Tulad ng dito sa barangay namin. You see? Huwag bubukas ng tindahan. Bawal ng tindahan na yan. So, ipigbawal sa atin ang maghanap buhay. Imagine that. And willingly, we just surrender all of these rights. Hindi po ako human rights advocates, ha? Hindi ako human rights advocates. Sinasabi ko lang po sa inyo kung paano tayo niloko. At niloloko hanggang ngayon. We are a prison in our own planet. Ginawa tayong detainee in our own house. At masaya tayo. Ito niya, napakagaling, mga kababayan, nitong mga taong ito. At hindi tayo nakahalata na inaabuso tayo nila. Pati yung pangarap ng ating mga anak, the world is on standstill. Pati yung pakikipagkaibigan, pag-kwento-kwento, bawal. Social distancing niya. Pati yung pagsakay ng asawa mo sa yung motorcycle, di niya pwede. Di yan pwede. Kita niya? So this time, mga kababayan, the last na gusto kong ipaabot sa inyo. Itong balita galing sa Yahoo. Wuhan to test entire 11 million population as the new cases raise fears of second coronavirus waves. O bakit nila ito? Officials in the Chinese city of Wuhan, where the coronavirus outbreak began, have ordered a citywide nucleic acid test for COVID-19 over the 10-day period after a resurgence of infections over the weekend. Gagawin nila yung mass testing. Para doon, mga kababayan, ay sasabihin nila, o tingnan mo niya, dumami uli, lockdown uli, and to justify, mga kababayan, a mass vaccination that will be a model to all the nations of the world. Ito niya? Sa Wuhan siya nagsimula. And this second wave, promotions of COVID, pandemonic, gagawin nila din doon. As the media, mainstream media, cover all these stories about mass testing, then comes now, issuing all throughout the world. Tama niya, pinan mo niya, dumami doon. Beware. Kailangan niyang sundan natin yung model na ginagawa ng Wuhan. Ganon tayo po nila. I think malinaw na yon. That ends our discussion, mga kababayan, ngayong umaga kasi alas 12 na.
Ay, magandang hapon, Mr. J. Sa pong
Ay.
karangalan ng makausap kayo at
Ano yun? Teresita Ramirez, hi Sir Dan, watching from Hong Kong. Excellent explanation. Dito tayo sa mga bago ninyong Juan Dolono, fake news yan Sir Dan. Hindi umiiyak yung president ng Italy. President po yun ng Brazil, yung umiiyak. Ay, wow. Fake news ba yan? Fernando Cabalsa, duda ko, marami na sa mga tinamaan ng COVID-19. Kaya lang, iba yata ang tama sa kanila. Hindi sa baga, kundi sa utak. Ayan. May napanood ako sa Fox News, yung anti-malaria vaccine ay 100% makakagaling sa coronavirus sa loob ng 6 days. Sana nga po, God bless sa inyo. Motion signs. God rescue your people. Later po, ilalabas na yung taong magsosolve niyan at alos lahat po hahanga. Juan Doluno. Ay, nabasa ko na yun. Fidelina Humalin, hope that the divine government will take over at nang manahimik at mabuhay tayong maaliwalas at malinaw. Ayos na po mga kababayan. Bukas naman po, pagluluobin ng ating Panginoon, live po tayo dito sa ating programa. Bullseye News Unfiltered. What you see is what you get. You decide. Bye-bye po mga kababayan. Na bumili ng bakuna na untested tulad ng timbang. Ngayon naman, tiga-receive, mga kababayan. Ngayon, the natural remedy ng tigas. Punat-punat malaki. Do not be alarmed by this, ang tawag dito, this news. Minamanipula po tayo. Yung Amerika po, dito ko na i-discuss mga kababayan yung posisyon ni Trump. Sabi ko kanina sa inyo, ganito. Bakit naman po si Trump, presidente ng Amerika, hindi siya ang nasusunod? Di kayo nagtataka? In his tweeting, the whole world, to ease the restrictions. Bakit? Sino nag-order ng lockdown? Di kayo nagtataka? Di ba dapat siya ang presidente? Siya dapat nag-order? Oh, I am now lifting the lockdown. Effective May 15, I am lifting the lockdown because lockdown kills the economy, kills business. I cannot allow it na magutom yung mga tao. Hindi. Di ba dapat ganon? Mga kababayan, sabi ko na sa inyo ang totoo. America has a double government. Dalawa po ang gobyerno ng Amerika. Ang unang gobyerno nakikita ninyo, si Trump in his associates. Siya ang unang gobyernong nakikita ninyo. But the most powerful government in America, yung hindi ninyo nakikita, the one that assassinate John F. Kennedy, the one behind the killing of yung isa pang presidente, yung nakaganon, sino yon? Yung nakaganon, parang ating Pangulo? Malilimutin na po ako. Baka ano? Yung nag-assassinate, mga kababayan, kay John F. Kennedy, yun ang mas powerful government sa Amerika. Controlling America. Ha? Abraham Lincoln. Maraming salamat. Salute to you, mga kababayan. Galing ninyo. Abraham Lincoln. Ang tawag po, mga kababayan, ng iba, the deep state government of America. Kaya wag ninyong pagtakaan si Trump, nag-tweet siya as if he is powerless. Is powerless. Totoo naman yun eh. Pag hindi maglaro si Trump, baka po si Trump, nilalaro lang ni Trump, mga kababayan. And this time, ang una niyang nahalata, para kanyang dinidiktahan mo na ako eh. Ikaw na yan ang nasusunod. Nauna niyang nahalata yung sekretary niya, si Fauci, si Dr. Fauci. Si Fauci, mga kababayan, is an agent of the cabal. Kaya nga po, tingnan ninyo yung history ni Dr. Fauci. Tingnan ninyo. Basahin ninyo kung kanino siya naglingkod. Ilang pangulo. Is he so powerful and bright? Bakit gano'n na lang yun? Serving multiple presidents. Because Dr. Fauci is allied with the cabal controlling the WHO, the United Nations, in all the powers within the so-called the Committee of 300 as described by Dr. Coleman. Kaya nga po yung mga hindi naniniwala sa conspiracy, you read the book, you can search. Pakita ko na sa inyo. Nangala. O ito. Binabasa ko siya, kaya lang napakahaba niya. Isang libro nga siya eh. Pwede niyo siyang, pwede niyo siyang, may book ako nito, mga 15 years ago or 18 years ago na ibigay sa akin dito. Kaya lang, hiniram ng isang kaibigan ko, katrabaho ko, hindi na naibalik. Buti na lang, available pala siya dito sa, anong tawag mo dito? Dito sa ADF, ano? PDF file. O dito, i-search lang ninyo sa, i-google lang ninyo. Pagkita ko sa inyo. Basahin ko po. Conspirators Hierarchy, The Story of the Committee of 300 by Dr. John Coleman. Yon. Ang kasabwat po, running the whole world. The whole world. Belonging to Committee of 300. Sino ito na mga nasa Committee of 300? Kilalanin po ninyong mabuti, baka yung iba nagtatrabaho kayo doon. Kasi mga bangko. Di ba? Yung iba kaharap ninyo palagi. Kasabwat pala sila. Ayun. Kilalanin ninyong mabuti. You see? So yun po, mga kababayan. So si Trump, balikan natin si Trump. He is just playing with the globalist. Kaya lang, nang makalata siya, mga kababayan, ayun, tinanggal niya na yata si ano? Basta hindi na niya, iwag ko. Ay, mga kababayan, kumusta kayo dyan sa Amerika? Ano nangyari kay Fauci? Kasi hindi ko na nakikita sa press con. Dati laging katabi ni Trump. Si Vice President Pence, nandyan lagi sa tabi niya. Tapos, pag nagsasalita si Trump, maya-maya, tatawagin si Dr. Fauci. Siya na yung nagsasalita. Ngayon wala na, nag-iisa na nagsalita. Then, all of a sudden, sabi ni Trump, hindi niya, i-freeze ko yung funding sa WHO. Trump insisted, WHO had failed to adequately share in a timely and transparent way information about the outbreak after it erupted in China late last year. Tedros said, there is no secret in WHO because keeping things confidential or secret is dangerous. It is a health issue. So, nag-aakusahan yung dalawa. Ang totoo niyan, nahalata ni Trump. Paikotin ninyo ako. And the other president ng isang bansa na nakahalata, mga kababayan, yung Brazil. Kaya nga po, I am praying that the president sana po makahalata kay Doke. Baka makalata po kayo, Mr. President. Kaya nga po yung aking panawagan po sa inyo, Sir, Mr. President, Tatay Diggs, baka po naman pwedeng panoorin po ninyo si Dr. Sheba at si Dr. Botros. They're experts sa virus. Pakinggan ninyo po. Pakinggan nyo lang. Kasi sabi po ninyo, you will follow the... I think itong mga taong ito, they're more than qualified than the experts here, tulad ni Doke. Kasi po, yung advice po tungkol sa bakuna, it is dangerous. Bakit po nasabi kong dangerous? Hindi pa po tayo, Mr. President, natuto sa dingbak siya. If you believe, Mr. President, na yung bakuna ay safe, pag-isipan ulit po natin and magsagawa po siguro kayo ng independent research on the effects of vaccines. Especially, yung pinupos po ni Bill Gates is not an ordinary vaccine. Ako po binakunahan din. Mga anak ko may mga bakuna. Misis ko may bakuna. But these are ordinary vaccines. The vaccine that Bill Gates wanted to inject is a different vaccine. It has a nanotech that contact tracing will not be difficult to do. But it has also an artificial intelligence in nanotech form that could even alter your brain. Ganon katindi, ka-high-tech. Kaya nga po, o hindi kayo naniniwala, think again. Pag-isipan ninyong mabuti. Kasi po, itong sinasabi ko, hindi ko po katang-isip ito. I am being accused of, spreading katang-isip. Kwentong kutsero. Ito ko kunin. Matangad lang ako. Titingala lang ba ako dyan? Ito ganito yung dinictate ng brain ko. Galing mismo sa kanila to. Galing mismo kay Bill Gates. Sa bibig niya mismo galing. The ID, digital ID 2020 of Bill Gates is a form of vaccine. At the same time, digital ID mo siya. Na pag in-inject sa'yo, all the, ang tawag dito, all information about you, especially your health history. Kung ikaw ay diabetic, kung ikaw ay may problema sa puso, kung ikaw ay high blood, lahat nandun ang information. At the same time, yung injection na yon, yung digital ID, will become your cryptocurrency. It will be your wallet. Napaka-advance. Bakit naman hindi niya kayang gawin? Siya ang may-ari ng Microsoft. So madali siyang gumawa ng microchip. Parehas micro, ano? Nang patent nga po niya, tingnan ninyo sa post ko. Ang tanong ko, is it just, nagkataon lang? Ang patent ng kanyang pag-aari ng ID 060606. Makita ninyo? Bakit ganon? Bakit yung patent number nagkataon lang bang 060606? Pag inalis mo yung 0, ang basa 666. Talaga. Sabi ko sa inyo. So, yun po mga kababayan ang gusto ko pong sabihin sa inyo. The vaccine that is being pushed is an extraordinary vaccine. It has an AI technology, artificial intelligence, that will alter your brain and will enable you to communicate by your mind Kaya po yung mental telepathy. Kala ninyo, nagbibiro lang ako? Mental telepathy niya. You communicate with others. It is now possible. Kasi nga po, that AI technology, mga kababayan, na it will be injected sa atin, nakakabit po siya sa internet through the 5G. 5 generation towers. We will be connected, all the people, all throughout the world, will be connected to the internet. Di kayo naniniwala? The film Matrix, mga kababayan, and Minority Report, you watch. Ang akala po natin, mga kababayan, that Minority Report film by the Hollywood and the Matrix, sino yung kanang Matrix? Ay, mga kababayan, sino yung aktor ng Matrix? Kala ninyo, yung film na yon ni Keanu Reeves, katang-isip lang yon ng writer, ng producer. Hindi po. It is based on their grand plan. As they already develop it for implementation of the new world. In that film, Matrix and Minority Report was produced for the purpose of predictive programming of humanity. Ano po, pag pinanood ninyo po yon, mga kababayan, ano ang nandun? Si Keanu Reeves, kahit takbo ng takbo, monitored siya. Monitored by the Big Brother. Ang akalat po natin yung Big Brother program sa television dito ni Kuya. Kwan lang yon for entertainment. Hindi po. Ini-implement po yon ngayon. Stay at home ni Kuya. Hindi makalabas hanggat walang paintulot si Kuya and has all the power to expel ng hindi niya, hindi mo pumasa sa kanya. Expelled ka sa bahay ni Kuya. Alam ba ninyo na that is part of the so-called predictive programming? Ang akala natin entertainment siya. That is a Big Brother. Ang tawag doon? A Big Brother enslavement. Pinoprogram tayo through entertainment of the future na yung leader ng mundo that will arise, kung anong sasabihin niya, kailangang sundin. Pag hindi, you'll be expelled. Kita ninyo? Now you understand the Big Brother concept. The Orwellian society. You see? Yun po, kwan lang po yon. Anong tawag nga sa Jollibee? Yung franchise lang po yon. Ang Big Brother program on television na nandito sa atin, kailan yung susunod na season on? Kung magbukas pa yung abayas, pa-expire na. You search. In other countries po, kinopya lang po natin yon. As part of the napakagaling po ng Big Brother. Napakagaling po ng totoong Big Brother. Kung paano tayo i-brainwash. You see? So yun po mga kababayan, ang sinasabi ko po sa inyo. Ngayon, yung mga nanonood na iniisip conspiracy ito, o di okay. Conspiracy. So, sinasailalim po tayo sa predictive programming. Matagal ng panahon. We are being brainwashed. Kaya nga po, sinishare ko sa inyo sana yung isang video rito. Kaya lang, tinitingnan ko yung mga nag-likes at nag-react, kukunti. Sabi ko, mas marami pa yung nag-likes at nag-react doon sa post ko. Ito, ipakita ko sa inyo muna ito. Para ito malinaw kasi. Ito yung pinopromote nila. Nakita ninyo ito? Mata. Mata. Yung bilog. Ito. Kala ninyo bahay ito? Ay, kala tayo stay at home. Together at home. Kala ninyo ito? Yung bahay, yung bubong. Hindi po yung ang ibig sabihin. Mata yan, mata. Kita niyo, ito yung alinaw-naw. Ano ito? Yung alinaw-naw? Yung center ng mata. Ito. Anong sabi diyan? World Health Organization, Global Citizen. Sabi ko sa inyo. Ngayon, hinahanap ko, mga kababayan, yung isang documentary. Out of Darkness yata. Nakita mo yun, Kuya? Out of Darkness. Darkness ba yun? Para kukunti yung nag-react. Tapos siguro, nabur kayo sa panonood kasi most of us, wala mang ganong mga interes. I advise you na magka-interest na po kayo. Kasi doon ninyo, mga kababayan, maiintindihan kung paano tayo pinaiikot nila. At ano yung gagawin natin? May dapat tayong gawin. Ito po yung ori ng currency. Ipakita ko sa inyo dito. Microsoft ID. Ito yung ID. ID 2020. Sabi rito, Microsoft not only funds ID 2020 but they also filed a patent for a device connected to the human body for buying and selling. May lumalabas na kung ano-ano. Ito yung si Butar pala, Butar. Exclusive, Dr. Rashid Butar. Panoorin po ninyo siya, maintindihan ninyo kung totoo o hindi. At pati yung mga cases reported, doon ninyo maintindihan. Hindi ko na makita kung nasa na yun. Baka tingnan ninyo ito. Si Bill Gates siya. Pakita ko sa inyo. This is the report from Yahoo, newsyahoo.com. Trumpists believe Bill Gates is using coronavirus to implant brain chips. O, nakita ninyo ito na inuupuan niya? Ito po yung chip. Ang patent na number niya, 060606. Nagkataon lang ba? Bakit of all numbers, yun ang yun ang yun ang naisip nila. Hindi ko na nakita eh. Malalim na yata. Anyway, out of darkness yata. For you to understand. Natingilid siya doon sa hospital. Ano nga din, nag-OJT sa hospital na yun. Para sa design, kasi may renovation sila. Nag-OJT siya doon. Ano siya natingilid? Start na ako. Paganyan. 4,000 na eh. Mga kababayan, pag-usapan na po natin itong COVID that according to the president will last for 2 years. Ano po yung inyong damdamin? This is, a protection of the president. So, ito po yung nakakalungkot dito. Kasi, ang tanong ko ngayon, kakayanin pa ba natin, mga kababayan, kung itong COVID wala eh. Basahin ko po yung kwento para yung ito po. Maraming mga statements na inilabas yung ating Pangulo kahapon. And he also wants yung mga ang tawag dito, landlords. Tama yon. Landlords ba yung tawag doon? Landlady? Landlady na lang? Landlords din? Landlords? Pag landlords kasi, parang asindero. Di ba? Mayari ng lupa. Yung mga nagpaparenta. Kasi naman, mga kababayan, may isang actually, it was, ayan ko kung yun ang nakarating sa ating Pangulong balita. May isa pong frontliner na nurse, taga Bulacan. Pero nagtatrabaho siya sa Pasig, nakatira siya sa isang hospital sa Pasig. Nakatira siya, mga kababayan, sa Makati. Na-i-vlog nga si Daniel Rason ng UNTV. Kasi ini-interview, mga kababayan, si Mayor Binay, parang yung introduction pa lang ni Binay, naiinis siya kasi yung problema niya, pinarating kay Daniel Rason. Of course, saan pa yun pupunta na wala mang tumutulong sa kanya? Tapos, na-found out, mga kababayan, wala nga pala sa lista. Gusto niya, parang yung feeling kasi ni Abi Binay, mayor ng Makati, hinahanapan siya ng diferensya. Bakit kayong mga government officials, pag tinatanong kayo tungkol sa mga problema na gustong i-refer sa inyo, that's also our experience here noon. Talagang inaaway ko yung kausap ko, mayor or governor, inaaway ko talaga. Sabi ko, hindi namin kasalanan kung dito sa amin tumakbo. Siyempre, tatanungin namin kung ano ang problema. Kaya tumawag kami sa inyo, baka lang gusto ninyong tulungan. Di ba? Because you are the mayor. Yun ang punto doon ni Kasi ang ibig sabihin ni Abi, huwag dapat pumunta sa media yung nurse. Kasi hindi yung media ang makaka-solve ng problema. Alam naman namin, kaming mga nasa media, alam naman namin kung saan lang yung papel namin. Of course, kayo yung magsosolve kasi kayo yung mayor. Na-blood si... I'm glad si Daniel Rason. I'm with you, Daniel Rason ng UNTV. Yang tong baka yun nakarating sa ating Pangulo. Kasi yung case noon, tinatawagan daw yung landlady, yung dorm. Yung may-ari ng dorm doon sa Makati, pinagsarahan ng telepono. Ang purpose lang naman, pinapunta niya yung kaibigan niya doon. Ang purpose lang naman, mga kababayan, sana, kunin yung damit. Kasi nang magpasatin, hindi na siya pumunta doon. Siyempre, in-isolate na yung sarili niya. Doon na siya sa ospital. Pero wala siyang damit na iba. So, anong gagawin nun? Siyempre, normally, ayaw mo naman makahawa ng iba. Hindi nga niya pinaalam sa pamilya niya para hindi daw mag-alala. Napakalakas din ang loob noon. Napakabata pang nurse, mami. Hindi niya pinaalam kasi ayaw niya mag-alala yung pamilya ko. Ayon, mga kababayan. Ayaw ibigay yung damit. Ayaw makipag-usap. Kaya nga po, gustong tulungan ni Daniel Rason, in-interview niya, in-refer niya yung problema kay Abi Binay. Kasi yung Makati, siya yung mayor doon. Kasi yung dorm nasa Makati. Galit agad si Abi Binay. Bakit niya kayo? Bakit sa inyo? Dapat niya sa amin. Hindi naman niya namin pinapabayaan. Ganun kaagad yung reaksyon. Alam niyo? Sabi ni Daniel Rason, tatakbo-takbo kayong mayor, tapos ayaw ninyong nire-refer sa inyo yung problema? Pag na kayong tatakbong mayor, tama naman si Daniel, hindi ninyo pag-aari ang opisina. Kung inis kayo na may tumatawag sa inyo, umalis kayo sa pwesto ninyo. Hindi ninyo pag-ari ang gobyerno. Pero ito, yung ating Pangulo, iba. Sabi ko, baka ito yung nakarating sa kanya. Huwag ninyong, ano daw, kayong mga landlady, ay talagang ako kanya makakabangga ninyo. O di mag-file kayo ng case. But I'll order the police. Huwag ninyong palalayasin yung mga hindi makabayad ng renta in this time of emergency at magiging lagalag sila sa daan. Kasi hindi nakabayad sa inyo. So palalayasin ninyo. Lalo pa siguro kung tulad nun, frontliner. Pero sabi ng nurse, alis na ako yan niya doon. Sino ba naman ang magugusto pa? So, diniscriminate na yung tao. Alam niya din yung mag-ari ng. Huwag ninyong gagawin yon kasi talokso ng Diyos. Pag kayo'y nagka-COVID, we will appeal to the frontliners, doctors and nurses. Kayong may-ari ng doon, huwag na kayong gamutin para makita na ninyo si Lord. Kasi sa ugali pa lang ninyo. Tama? Itong mga frontliners na to, nire-risk nila. Tinanong nga ni Daniel Rason, yung nurse, ano niya, yung feeling mo ngayon? Alis ka na ba sa pagtatrabaho? Hindi niya. After ako makarecover fully, kasi nagre-recover pa siya ngayon, pero okay na daw siya. Grabe yung kanya. Alam niyo yung sagot niya? I will continue serving our patients, anya. Walang anyang sundalong umaatras sa laban. Feeling niya sundalo siya ngayon. Can you imagine that statement of a nurse? Babae. Magandang babae at napakabata pa. Pero despite yung muntik-muntika na siyang mamatay dahil sa COVID, hindi naman anya namin before pa itong nangyari kasing, yung tawag doon, yung damit. Wala pa sila kasing sufficient na protective equipment. Di pa nakabili yung ating gobyerno. They were exposed sa sakit, sa virus. Huwag tayong ganun po. Mga kababayang, mga sakim at makasarili. Sarili lang niya yung iniisip niya. Ano ang problema kung ibigay niya yung may initosan, di man wala mang tawag doon, encounter. Tinawagan niya sa telepono yung kaibigan. Hello, kaibigan, friend, ikuha mo akong damit doon kasi hindi ako pwedeng pumunta doon. Ayun, nilinak. Di daw maari. At ayaw kausapin yung nurse. O ngayon, itong order ng ating Pangulo, bantay kayo. Kasi tanggap ng ating Pangulo, this government niya is desperate. And I am desperate. Ay talagang papatulan ko niya kayo. Pupunta ko kayo mismo. Pinalayas mo yung border mo kasi hindi makabayad? Not this time. Not this time. Palampasin mo to. Gagawin mo. Yung border mo, titira sa kalye, kalsada. Eh, hindi maaari. I will intervene. Salute to you, Mr. President. And we appeal to our fellow Filipinos. We Ophirians. So, wag na tayong Huwag tayong magkanya-kanya. Tulong-tulong po tayo. Para malampasan po ito. We are being manipulated by the elites. At yun nga mga kababayan, dito na tayo sa sinabi ng ating Pangulo, this could last for 2 years. President Duterte called on the public na to not rush in solving the coronavirus disease. And this is the news from Inquirer ngayon. Crisis saying it could last for 2 years. Bakit niya nasabi yon? Sabi ng ating Pangulo, based na niya sa aking pagbabasa, na-encounter niya siguro yung mga nababasa natin kasi sabi niya, kumukuha niya ako ng mga information sa Facebook. Kapag inayos itong COVID-19, mapurnada talaga tayong lahat. Huwag ninyong madaliin. Sabihin ko sa inyo, think of COVID-19 sa ganitong sitwasyon. Tatakbo ito ng 2 years. Duterte said in an address early Thursday, Duterte said he already saw this coming, claiming he was the first to place a lockdown to combat the virus. Ito nakita ko na noon pa eh. Itong COVID na to, sinusundan ko talaga. Ako ang pinakaunang lahat nag-lockdown kasi nasundan ko itong istorya. Sabi ko, nagbabasa naman ako, different sources of knowledge, fake everything. Kaya nga po, Mr. President, mahilig ka din na pala sa Facebook. Please consider this live streaming. And if I may suggest to you, please reconsider your position on the vaccine. Kasi po, nasabi mo kagabi, nalungkot ako. At siguro marami din mga tao sa buong mundo, especially the Filipino people na supporters mo, nalungkot. Hindi po kita sinisisi, Mr. President, kasi kahit naman ako nga binakuna din eh. All of us, may bakuna dito. Diretso nga na ako, may bakuna. Hindi ko napansin. Dali lang po ha. So, ang alam natin, pari-parihas, di ba? That the vaccine is a protection. But this vaccine, Mr. President, na sinasabi po ninyo, that will be posed by the globalists, iba po itong vaccine. Please reconsider your position as you discuss about the possibility na it could last for 2 years. At ang sinasabi po ninyo, ang solusyon lang nito ay isa, bakuna. I've said everything, lahat ng what I can get my hands on the study, on hands-on, to study the matter because presidente ako. Dumating nga, the president then noted the importance of a vaccine to solve the problem, saying the crisis would not end without it. Kita ninyo? The president is so, carried with this propaganda by the elite. Siyempre iyon din ang ipopos ni Doki. Natural. Idoktor yun at sekretary niya. And the president respects experts' opinion and experts' position. What if these so-called experts manipulated by the globalist elite ng agenda, i-enslave po tayo at imbes mabuhay tayo, ito na nangyari sa atin. Panalangin po natin ang ating Pangulo na masumpungan niya ang katotohanan. And instead of telling us na only vaccines could solve this problem, tingnan niya yung ibang mga possible solusyon tulad ng itong kay Dr. Fabunan. Nan sabi, napakaraming documented. Positive sa iba-ibang virus. Mga kababayan, pati nga yung venom na gamot, nakadevelop siya ng gamot. Matingnan po yon. Kaysa itong mga pinopost ni Bill Gates po, na bakuna. Na mga kababayan, ang purpose hindi man po tayo ay para mabuhay, kundi tayo ay gawing alipin nila as they establish the New World Order, mga kababayan. And they're so dead serious in implementing it within $10 years. In these 2 years, mga kababayan, or 1.5 year, ito po yung kanilang failure. This is the perfect storm, mga kababayan. Ano sabi doon? Binasa ko kahapon. We are on the verge of a global transformation. We are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right crisis. Global crisis of the world will accept the New World Order. And this is the perfect storm na kanila pong dinesign. Dinesign po ito. Sabi ko sa inyo. The president noted the importance of a vaccine to solve the problem, saying this crisis would not end without it. Yun ang nakaka... Kuya. So dito tayo na sa bakuna. COVID, anong sagot? Vaccine. Walang vaccine? COVID stays. Kita ninyo? Yun ang sabi ng ating Pangulo. The government has placed the entire Luzon under an enhanced community quarantine until April 30. Sabi ko nga kanina, I just hope po na the extension will not be extended. Pero it will depend sa interagency committee. And itong interagency committee, mga kababayan, pag nakita nila na hindi pa kailangan the same justification, the gains that we got, masasayang lang naman niya. Pag hindi pa tayo, pag ito niya, nilift natin. Lalo pag nagsalita, Mr. President, please do search as you search for truth about the WHO. I appeal to you, Mr. President, be independent-minded this time. Do not just believe the statement from WHO. Kasi nakita naman po ninyo kung ano yung mga pinagsabi ng WHO. Bangga, kontra-kontra. Nonsense. And this time nga, yung WHO Secretary General gustong may petition to resign. Dapat niya, mag-resign ka na. Bakit po ganon? Kala ninyo, kalaban yon ng WHO? Hindi. Kakampi pa rin yun. Kung kalaban po ng WHO yung hindi resignation, it should be dissolution. That agency of the United Nations should be dissolved. It is just a duplication of the authorities of the national governments. Sila yung nagde-dictate. Ngayon, gusto kasi niya pag dineclare, makakapag-anticipate yung mga bansa. Paano yung objective nila? Nang akala ng tao, ang objective nila, contain. Hindi mako-contain. Makikita ninyo sa mga bangga-bangga nilang statements. Di ba? Sabi nila, di kailangan yung mask. Ngayon, kailangan na. Kailangan na. Kasi, ayun, dumami na. Noon kasi hindi pa dumami. Kaya, wag mo na niya. The extreme measure suspended public transportation, prohibited mass gatherings, and even ordered temporary closure of some businesses. Hindi some businesses ito. Almost all. Kayo naman dyan sa Philippine Daily Inquirer. Kung hindi sobra kulang, yung mga balita. Some, tingnan mo nga ako, some lang ang bukas. Hindi yung some, yung sarado. Some lang yung bukas. Tingnan mo sa paligid. Wet market lang, tapos mall, grocery. Yun. Paano naging some yun? Excluding hospital, groceries, and drugstores in other establishment. Mali-mali yung kwento ninyo. This is to limit the public movement and flatten the curve. Yung tinasabi ninyong limit the movement, flatten the curve. You flatten the economy. That is actually the result, the consequence. And they want us to sacrifice. Ang gandang kinggan sana. They want us to sacrifice to kill the virus. Mga kababayan, yun ang pinaniwala sa atin. The curve, to flatten the curve of COVID-19 cases, which has so far reached 3,870 with 182 fatalities and 96 recoveries. You see? Pagkatapos, damay lahat para ano? Para po, papaniwalain tayo, ganito kaseryoso ito. And they are, doing their best to solve the problem. Mga kababayan, Mr. President, I think, lalo na yung mga nakapaligid sa kanya. Kasi I believe, the President is, infiltrated by the agents of the elites. I appeal to Secretary Mijaldea kasi lagi kang nandyan dyan. You are a pastor, former pastor. And to Senator Pacquiao, you have a good influence to the President, spirit of the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Please, tell the President to reconsider his position about the vaccine. Because this vaccine na dinidevelop ng WHO, si Bill Gates po, ng the biggest funder na masasabi natin ng WHO. Conflict of interest siya. The WHO is the one pushing for the vaccine Then, the one promoting of the use of vaccine, Bill Gates, siya yung funder ng WHO. Conflict of interest. You see? Yung mga companies na gagawa, funded din. Sa kanya lahat. Yan lang yan. So yun po ang appeal natin sa ating Pangulo.
Di ba? Hindi po ninais ng ating Panginoon na tayo'y maghirap. Kaya na hindi natin sinusunod yung kanyang utos. Hindi tayo ganito.
Iikon ko na po sa inyo. O, ito po yung statement ni Bill Gates. Una, ang sabi niya, may dali lang po. I-replay ko po sa inyo para makita po ninyo. Ito po siya. Nasa timeline ko siya po, mga kababayan. Sabi dito, Bill Gates, you cannot travel without a vaccine certificate. Ako, to my mind, ang nasa isip ko po nito, ang restriction, yung travel abroad. Sasabihin po ng karamihan, Mr. Maravillas naman, tinatakot mo yung mga tao. Normal po yon. Kasi kaming mga OFW, hindi ka man paintulutan na pupuntang ibang bansa at magtrabaho without vaccination. So that is normal. Alam ko po yon. Kasi dalawa sa anak ko, ito. Ito yung una. Si Kuya, galing abroad. Tapos si architect, ganun din. Lahat sila, binakunahan as a requirement. Medical check-up plus vaccination, protection sa sakit. So you have to follow. Or else, di wag ka na mag-abroad. Alam ko naman po yon 3,500 na yung nanonood sa atin. Pero ito po, iba. Iba to. Kahit hindi ka mag-abroad, para magtrabaho. You will be required, kahit tourist ka, kahit yung tulad ko, pupuntang Malaysia, wala man po akong bakuna, pa-medical certificate ako, wala man po, passport lang. But because of this COVID, kaya nga po tinatakot tayong tinatakot, ginagatungan nila yung kwento so that their actions would be justified. And this is their action. Sabi ni Bill Gates, you will not be allowed to travel without a vaccine certificate. I-replay ko po sa inyo, mga kababayan, ang sinabi niya. Dali lang po.
What does Bill Gates want? Eventually, what we'll have is certificates of who's a recovered person, who's a vaccinated person, because you don't want people moving around the world where you'll have some countries that won't have it under control. Sadly, you don't want to completely block off the ability for those, people to go there and come back and move around.
Okay, I'm going to play that again, guys. Listen to this. He's suggesting we need to have certificates for people who have recovered, been vaccinated. Certificates, like papers, an ID saying you've gotten the vaccination or you've recovered.
Eventually, what we'll have is certificates of who's a recovered person, who's a vaccinated person, because you don't want people moving around the world where you'll have some countries that won't have it under control. Sadly, you don't want to completely block off the ability for those, people to go there and come back.
So, bina-mindset na po tayo, this will become a policy. And who is Bill Gates? Ano ang posisyon niya sa world government? May narinig kayong appointment? Or sa WHO? Or sa United Nations? Why is Bill Gates dictating on us and telling us of a policy that will be imposed by nations of the world? Is he the president of the United World? One united world under God. I think he is appointed, mga kababayan, as temporary leader of a one-world government, telling us what to do, imposing policy without discussions from parliamentarians all throughout the world. Kaya po si Bill Gates, mga kababayan, nag-step down as CEO ng Microsoft to focus on this. As I was telling you kanina, magsalita si Bill Gates, ini-interview sa mga television, CNN, BBC, kung ano-ano pa, discussing about the pandemic. Di ba kayo nagtataka? May credential bang masasabi si Bill Gates as an expert on this field? Doktor ba siya? Or kahit dentist man lang? Epidemiologist ba siya? O general, ano yan tawag doon? Yung general practitioner? Sabi ko sa inyo, babayan, pag si Bill Gates, nakikinig ang lahat. And he is telling us, anya, he is the appointed chancellor of the world. Bawalan niya ang lalabas ka. Then you travel to other countries without a certificate na ikaw ay nabakuna. have to have vaccine certificate so that nations of the world or the country na pupuntahan mo is assured you are not a carrier. Galing ano? Alam ba ninyo kung anong gagawin ni Bill Gates? Ready na po yung pangbakuna niya. May tawag pa siya. It is a digital vaccine. And it will be your identity. All the information about your health status nandun. At kung magka-virus ka, automatic po yon. It is your medicine cabinet. Ayaw mo gano'n? It is your passport, it is your wallet. And he calls it ID 2020. Kaya yung strategy nila, tinatakot tayong masyado. So that, pag nag-recommend silang solusyon, kasi hirap tayo sa tracing. Tingnan yung Amerikano dito sa amin. Ayun, nag-resist pa sa mga authorities. Tumakbo. Yung carrier Amerikano. Kaya nag-lockdown. 3 barangay dito sa amin. Nag-lockdown. Ngayon, nandun na TTH. Then, hirap kung sino yung mga nakontak niya. Hirap. Sino yung nakausap niya? Sino yung kasama? Yung tinatawag na contact tracing. With the ID 2020, mga kababayan ni Bill Gates, i-search ninyo YouTube. 20 contact trace, the difficulties encountered by the authorities would be solved. Lahat ng problema, solved. Bakit? Digital po yon. So, mga kababayan, you can travel because you are a global citizen. May ID 2020 ka. It is your passport. It is identification. It is vaccine. Go vaccination. That is your permanent vaccine. Sabi ko sa inyo, in this mga kababayan is playing God. And that is our topic maya-maya. The ID 2020 is about to be implemented and it has a spiritual dimension. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, you read the scripture so that you will understand kung anong pinagagawa nitong mga taong ito. And don't worry. There is, if they think there's no escape, mga kababayan, kasi ganun yung gusto nilang gawin, there is a escape route prepared by our Savior. Ililigtas tayo ng ating Panginoon. Kaya ang tawag sa Kanya, tagapagligtas. Kasi pag hindi tayo naligtas sa Kanya, hindi siya Savior. Di ba? Satan is working overtime with his agents here on earth. The globalists working 24/7 to enslave humanity using the COVID pandemic. Sila ay gawa nito, pandemic na mga likod ng pananakot sa atin using the mainstream media. Hindi ako. Ako? Ang advocacy ko nga rito, sabi ko sa inyo mga kababayan, araw-araw tao kung ano-anong mga reactions, paranoia. Paranoid na ikako, praning na. Ang sabi ng ating Panginoon, do not be troubled. Fear not. Do not be troubled. If you are assured of his promise that there is a scapegoat prepared by him, you will never be troubled. In case, sabi ko kay Mrs., ay, kako, paano yan? Yung, ay, hindi, ako pupunta doon. Di sila niya pumunta rito. Yan na lang po ninyo, ang pinakang worst case scenario in the future. If you will not, follow them, ay, hindi ka makalabas ng bahay. Parang yung barangay, sabi ng barangay, ano yung kinuha mo? Quarantine pass. At isa lang ang lalabas. Alam po ninyo kung bakit ito inimpose sa atin? Mind setting. Kinokondisyon tayo sa magiging future na tatanggapin natin yung kanilang final solution. So na mindset na tayo. Without the pass, you cannot go out. May point eh. Ka. Threat immunity. Di ka bakuna, huwag kang lalabas ng bahay. You are detained in your own house. So, you will be pressured in the coming days, mga kababayan. Pag hindi ninyo na tagpuan yung escape route dito sa mundong ito, you cannot eat. Why? Wala man magdi-deliver sa'yo. Tigasan niya ng ulo niyan. Di man na niya nagpabakuna. Baka carrier na yan. So, dideliveran ka ng city? Deliveran ka ng barangay? Hindi. Ang requirement na niya, magpabakuna kayo. Pag hindi, you cannot go out. May logic, mga nasabi. Hindi ko sa inyo. Ganon, mga kababayan, ang magiging future natin. It is very, very difficult. That is so itong mga pastor na to, na nagsasalita po, pakinggan po ninyo. Kung noon, inis kayo sa kanila, pakinggan ninyo sila ngayon. To warn you of the future, because the future will be very, very difficult. They will control our food, our buying. They will control. You cannot buy, you cannot sell if you don't have that. It is your money, it is your passport, it is your identity. It is your assurance that you are not a carrier. You cannot move. And these people, mga kababayan, they're ungodly men. For them, this is the right thing to do. Tama po? And in fact, kung wala kang understanding of the scripture, iisipin mo, tama? Tama naman na niya. Anong problema mo, Mr. Maravillas, yan? Po yung mga taong hindi naniniwala sa ito natin. It is your bakit? Make or break po yan, mga kababayan. Make or break. They're seizing this global pandemic, mga kababayan, as an opportunity, golden opportunity to seize power and establish the government that they want to establish. Tagal na nilang plinano. E dito po yung nakita nilang plinano nila eh. Mga kababayan, panoorin ninyo yung una kong nakalimutan ko na yung video yon. Plinano nila. Pati yung pandemic. 2011. Plinano nila. Nag-usap sila doon sa City of London. Ilan daw yon nag-usap-usap? 25 people. Di man minention kung sino. But to my mind, kasama doon sigurado si Bill Gates. May mga religious leaders daw na nandoon. And government leaders. Past and present. May incumbent, may hindi incumbent. You see? And afterwards, mga kababayan, na mag-usap tungkol sa coronavirus ang pinag-usapan. Comes the coronavirus in 2020. 9 years. You see? So, yun po mga kababayan ang gusto kong ipaabot sa inyo.
Na-hide ni Missy. Hindi na sinasadya. Na-hide. Maganda sana yung comment mo na gusto niyang ipabasa. Na-hide nila. Sabi ni Elvira.
Ngayon mga kababayan, dito na tayo sa pangatlo na natin. So, tama tayo. And you know, ako, I'm praying na sana last na to. Sana. Last na to. The proposal mga kababayan, kaya gusto kong gusto ko po na kunin ang inyo pong opinion dito. Sana yun? Ano po yung inyong posisyon dito? To extend for another 15 days. Actually, yung unang proposal ni Congressman Joey Santos Salceda, 15 to 20 days. Kasi daw, mga kababayan, the gains na nakamta natin, nakuha natin, kasi yung trend po, makikita ninyo, the curve, flatten the curve, that is the objective. Yung number of infected, a number of deaths. And this time, ilan na yung latest na figure? 100. Ilan na nga po, mga kababayan? 150 na yata. Tingnan mo nga, kuya, search mo nga kung ilan na yung. So, yun ang purpose, mga kababayan, nitong extension. Ano po yung pan ninyo? Ano yung posisyon ninyo? Babalikan niya tayo sa zero. Pag nilift yung lockdown ngayong darating na April 14. So, nakikita natin, it is unlikely that the lockdown, mga kababayan, will be lifted this, ano nga yung 14? Sa linggo na yon. Sa linggo na sana, 1 week na sana tayo. So it is unlikely. So, more weight on the extension for 15 days. So, katapusan na, mga kababayan, ng buwang ito, malilift, kung malilift. Bakit? Hindi natin alam. It depends on the situation. Kung kukunti na, mga kababayan, yung mga numbers infected by the virus. I was telling you, ang unang nagsabi, floating the idea of an extension, yung WHO. Sabi ko sa inyo, ang gobyerno na po ng mundo, yung WHO. Yung mga nandito, tinitingnan kung ano yung sinasabi. Pinapakinggan nila. Kung ano sinasabi ng United, o ng World Health Organization. Kung anong sinabi doon, yun ang i-reflect po dito. So last week, sinabi ko na po sa inyo na kako, I think, kailangan natin maghanda sa mas na pinahabang lockdown dito sa ating lugar, Luzon. And sa katotohanan yan, mga kababayan, yung lockdown na to was, duplicated sa ibang regions ng ating bansa in the Visayas and Mindanao. Kasi nga, yung objective nito, huwag nang kakalat sa iba pang lugar. Now, kanina, mga kababayan, nabasa ko doon sa post ni Congressman Joey Sarte Salceda. He's telling us, encouraging us, suggesting to all of us na may mga bakanting lote. Yung may matataniman. Kung wala kayong matamnan, kahit sa paso siguro, para hindi tayo magutom. I'm not alarming you, mga kababayan, pero sa nakikita kong writings on the wall, as I was always quoting, I see the writings on the wall. Bakit po? In other countries, in the statements of, so-called experts on this, what they are saying, mga kababayan, that this crisis could last, mga kababayan, for 6, 12 months to 18 months. Pag sinabi mong 18 months, it could last for 1 year and 6 months. 1.5 years, mga kababayan. Sa aking analysis with that statement, reading between the lines, baka tayo po matagalan. Tama naman po na magtanim. In fact, may tumawag sa atin na taga Pampanga. Ganun din yung suggestion niya. Kasi po, halimbawa, May tumawag sa atin from Hong Kong, sabi niya. Yung amo ko niya, dito yun ngayon. Nagpa-panic buying na ng bigas. Sabi ko, matagal nang nag-panic buying. Hindi niya. Nag-panic buying na siya. Then, another panic buying ngayon yung ginagawa niya ngayon, yung amo ko. Kasi ang kwento, mga kababayan, baka magkaubusan dyan sa Hong Kong. Remember? Yung panic buying na nakita mo na Hong Kong. Then, other nations, nag-panic buying na rin. Then, napunta rito sa atin. In Europe, in the United States, nag-panic buying. Ano daw yung sabi ng amo niya? Baka daw kasi magkaubusan ng bigas kasi yung Japan, yung kinukuhanan ng supply, Vietnam, ayaw nang magbenta. Of course, normal. It is a normal reaction of a country kasi they want to, protect themselves. Self-preservation yon. Kasi binta ka ng binta sa ibang bansa. What if sila naman yung mawalan? Kasi nga, hindi makalabas eh. Walang nagtatanim. You see? O ngayon, with that statement, the government should allow farmers to work freely in the field. Anyway, in the barangays naman, may social distancing na. Normal na sa kanila yung social distancing. And even us na nasa urban, I think, pag-isipan natin kung paano we could maximize the space in our backyard. At least yung mga basic na pangangailangan natin, doon na lang natin kukunin sa ating backyard. Or maybe in the paso. Kasi po, sa totoo lang, hindi malayo na magkagutom po ang buong mundo. Hindi po malayo. Bakit ko sinabi na hindi malayo? If the economy of the world will collapse as it is now happening, the world is in recession. In the closure, mga kababayan, ng mga negosyo, hindi natin alam kung makakabalik pa sa dati. Kung mapapanood ninyo itong revelation dito sa video, nitong babae, tingnan ko po yung para mapanood ninyo. Panoorin ninyo, nasa timeline ko. COVID Action Platform, the blueprint of the New World Order explained. Pag napanood ninyo po yung sinasabi niya, sabihin ko po sa inyo, the world will never be the same as before. Sabi nga po ni Bill Gates mismo sa bibig niya, panoorin niyo itong interview sa The Daily Show. Trevor and Bill Gates discuss coronavirus testing, accelerating vaccine development, and how the world will rebound. At the end of the video, sabi ko rito, mga kababayan, listen folks, at the end of this video, Bill Gates warns of bioterrorism. Baka po ako ma-accuse ng fake news at pananakot. Hindi ko ako nananakot. Kung may dapat i-accuse ng pananakot and undue alarm, si Bill Gates yon. Si Bill Gates po ang ireklamo ninyo. Narinig ko sa kanya Siya nagsalita ngayon pa lang mga kababayan, sa kailan to? Ay, hindi ngayon. 6 ngayon. Ngayon ko lang nakita. Ang date ng interview kay Bill Gates, mga kababayan, April 3, 1 p.m. 8:01 p.m. Gabi pala to. Oh, ang nanood, 5,387,107 views. Sinare sa akin, sino nag-share sa akin? Si Renio de la Paz yata. Nag-share sa akin. Maraming salamat. Nang pinanood ko ngayon lang, mapapaihi ako eh. Bakit? Sabi niya, at the end of this video, mga kababayan, Bill Gates warns of bioterrorism. He said, this could be such a big change to the world. Sabi ko sa inyo, pag pinanood ninyo yung pandemic, part 1 of the movie, it is not a natural cause. The spread of the virus is not of natural cause. It is bioterrorism. Bakit parehas ang statement ni Bill Gates doon sa pandemic movie? Tapos yung sinasabi ngayon niya, although sabi ni Bill Gates dito, that this coronavirus, ito mismong na-experience natin, is of natural cause. Maniwala kayo? Natural ang kausa, hindi siya gawa. Yun ang gustong isipin natin. Pero habang sinasabi niya yon, mga kababayan, nag-warning siya, this could be such a big change to the world. And get ready for the next epidemic. Sabi nang nag-interview sa kanya, it is prophetic. You are again telling us a very prophetic statement. Remember, mga kababayan, before this corona, COVID-19, nagsalita si Bill Gates. And it was, I think, 2015 yon. Tingnan ninyo. Ang sabi niya, mga kababayan, ang susunod niya, the next war is not nuclear. It could be the virus. Paano niya nalaman? At may dala-dala pa siyang barilis na may kapanalan coronavirus. Paano niya alam, mga kababayan? And this time, April 3, nag-warning siya. Pakinggan ninyong mabuti, mga kababayan, yung kanyang statement. Then you will understand kung ano yung mangyayari in the future. O sinasabi ko po sa inyo, in simple terms, ang ibig niya pong sabihin, mga kababayan, this pandemic is a series of events. May kasunod ito. Yun ang nakakalungkot. Bakit ito ganito? Pinaliwanag ng isa babae po rito. Ito pong video na nasa timeline ko rin po. COVID Action Platform, the blueprint of the New World Order explained. Panoorin na lang po ninyo sa detalye. Bakit siya ganon? Kasi nga po, as I was telling you, the globalists has a long plan for this. Napakatagal na pong plano nila ito. As you can see sa statement po, you can search it. I-google po ninyo about the statement of Dave Rockefeller. And for you to understand kung sino ang taong ito, fully, i-search na lang po ninyo. Mahaba ang kwento kasi. Nagsalita siya, mga kababayan, sa UN Business Conference in September 14, 1994. Si Rockefeller, siya po isa sa mga kilala na bankers. Mga companies, pharmaceutical, para alam ninyo. Anong sabi niya doon sa UN Business Conference? In 1994. Napakatagal na to. 1994. We are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the new world order. The new world order, mga kababayan, is the new United Nations. That is the one world government as dreamed from the beginning of human history. Kala ninyo, bago to? Napakalula to, kababayan, na pangarap, panaginip ng mga influential people, those who claim enlightenment. Yung mga nagkiklaim na they are enlightened, tagal na nila itong kin-trace back, mga kababayan, to the Tower of Babel, when God confused the language of men as they attempted to build a tower to reach heaven, an attempt of man to become at par with God. Kita ninyo? Napakahabang history po ito. So, I would encourage you to please panoorin po ninyo for your deep understanding. At para po, mga kababayan, magkaroon kayo ng malinaw na, tawag dito, malinaw na pagkaunawa, panoorin din niyo. Lahat siya nasa timeline ko. Wala naman tayo siguro masyadong ginagawa ngayon kasi lahat tayo naka house arrest. Ito na lang po ang panoorin ninyo. Pwede ba? The Illuminati in the One World Government by Major Amir Chaparty. Ito pong si Major Amir Chaparty. Nasa YouTube siya. Pero nasa timeline ko siya ngayon sa Facebook. Isa po siyang Jew. Major. Ibig sabihin, nasa military siya. But he is a pastor. Yes, you know, a deep knowledge about one world government. Nang pinanood ko siya, although hindi na po ako nabigla ng mga sinabi niya kasi matagal ko na rin pong alam ito, siguro mga 20 years. Almost 20 years. Hindi na po ako nabigla. Para alam ninyo, yung mga, alam po ninyo, pag pinanood ninyo siya, yung mga ginagawa ng mga globalists, Yung mga leaders ng ating mundo, maintindihan ninyo kung bakit ginagawa nila yon. At ano yung objective nila. Magiging advance po ang inyong pag-iisip. You can anticipate kung ano yung susunod nilang gagawin. Kaya nga, yung mga listeners ko noon sa radyo, binansagan akong Nostradante. Bakit ako binansagan? Kala nila, prophet ako. Tulad ni Nostradamus, hindi man po. O di, sabi ko, kunin ko na yung bansag ninyo sa aking Nostradante. Ginawa ang team Nostradante. Napakinabangan pa. Di ba? Kasi niya, yung mga sinasabi mo nangyayari, prophetic siya. Hindi man po ako prophet. I'm not. Bakit advance? Because of the scripture. Bakit advance? Because of this knowledge. From these people na gumagawa ng mga plano. You see? Na-advance na lang tayo. You will understand fully kung ano yung plano po nila. Using this pandemic as their platform. And those behind, you will know kung sino po yung nasa likod. I urge you, Catholic friends natin na nanonood sa ngayon, I urge you, please, watch and ask for the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Para po, maintindihan po din ninyo, bakit yung Pope tahimik siya nga ngayon at nananalangin lang lagi. You will understand kung bakit siya ganoon. Ano yung role ng Pope, ng Vatican dito? You will understand. Sino to na mga enlightened? The Illuminati. Lambin ninyo kung bakit yung mga naniniwala dito sa Illuminati na they are actually existing. Pinagtatawanan, ridiculed. The ridicule. That's one way of, attacking the truth. Para po, to put doubt into the minds of those people who came across of this story. Para po, papagdudahin kayo. Magdududa kayo sa, hindi man yan, mga kalokohanan niya yan. Kaya nga po yung mga naniniwala sa ganitong kwento, labeled as conspiracy theorists, another propaganda by the globalists para hindi kayo maniwala. Pero sabihin ko sa inyo, before you doubt it, tingnan mo na po ninyo. Kayo na yung bahala na maghusga as you watch all these videos na gusto ko pong i-share po sa inyo kaysa naman mag-TikTok. Kasi yung TikTok pala ay yung apps pa lang yon. Kita ninyo. It is used by deep state. Mga kababayan, can you imagine that? Akala ninyo, entertainment. Yan pala, ginagamit ng deep state para nakawin yung inyong identity. Kita ninyo kung paano tayo under surveillance. Pero kami, walang surveillance dito. Surveillance rin ninyo lahat. Anyway, hindi man po kami nangangarap na sasama sa kaharian niyo. Di ba? Di man po kami nangangarap na sumama sa kaharian ninyo. Inyo ang inyong kaharian. We have our own kingdom. and we will go with our King. Kaya lang, I warn you people, ang darating dito sa mundo, si Jesus Christ po, babalik po dito sa ating mundo. For His elect, for His chosen, for the saved, for the believers. Pero po, si Antichrist po, mauuna siya. And the people of the world will believe na yung unang dumating na leader na magpapakilala na Christ, siya yung totoong Kristo. I warn you po, mga kababayan, habang namumo ang ganitong mga developments, sabihin ko na po sa inyo, kahit walang detalye, sa mga susunod na nating araw, gawin yung detalye. I-discuss yung detalye. Sabihin ko na po sa inyo, ang una pong magpapakilala na leader sa mundo, he is not the Christ. He is the counterfeit Christ. Kaya kailangang makilala natin ang totoong Kristo. Kasi pag hindi, yung counterfeit Christ ang tatanggapin ninyo. Mauna siya eh. Unahan si Christ. You see? And in fact, siya ang nasa likod nito lahat. Itong mga kaguluhang ito, this pandemic emergency, all his agents working overtime to pulling the string. Mga kababayan, mga pag-uugali because of the agenda ng UNICEF being promoted by STAR because this UN agency, ang UNICEF, mga kababayan, alam niyo ang ganda ng agenda ng UNICEF. Sabi ko sa inyo, sinakialaman nila pati yung innocent, sexual innocent. Encouraging you. Before it's too late, gawin ninyo ngayon na. Isaac Naba, Sir Dan, thank you po for your live regarding your topic. It enhances our knowledge. Watching from Oxford, United Kingdom. God bless po. Kumusta kayo dyan sa United Kingdom? O, ikaw naman.
Marcus Oliver, bakit kasi nawala, Sir Dan, ang notification? Hindi tuloy namin namalaya na naka-live na.
That's the reason why sinasabi ko po sa inyo na we are being restricted kasi ang sinasabi po natin totoo. Ayaw nilang malaman ng totoo. Kaya kahit nakasubscribe kayo, dapat sana may automatic notification sila pag ganun ba ang epekto nun?
Dapat
Oo.
dapat po nakasubscribe po kayo tapos pipindutin niyo po yung bell button para po may notifications po kayo every time na may live streaming po.
Kaya lang, ano nangyari? Nakasubscribe na po ba kayo? Tapos, despite na nakasubscribe kayo, baka na-unsubscribe kayo bigla.
Ngayon po, naka-classify po ang video natin na na opinion on sa mga related sa COVID. Kaya siguro po, isa po yun sa sa mga rason kung bakit medyo
Wala kayong notification.
screen tayo ng konti.
So, yun po, mga kababayan. Hanapin na lang po ninyo at do not surrender. Kasi pag suminorender po tayo, mananalo yung enemies natin. Ang enemies po natin, remember ang enemies po natin, hindi man po tao. Ang enemies natin, mga powers and dominions, powers in high places. Mga dominions of Satan. Itong mga nakikita ninyo mga tao, they are just instruments. And in fact, ako nga naawa din sa kanila. Naawa ko kay Bill Gates. Ay, hindi man alam ni Bill Gates na ginagamit siya ng demonyo. Bill Gates is so deceived, mga kababayan, by the evil forces. Binigyan kasi siya ng kapangyarihan. Binigyan siya ng wealth, power, wealth, and influence. Mga kababayan, lulang-lula si Bill Gates. Kawawa naman ang taong ito kasi yung cravings niya for power, habang nakuha niya yon, it is short-lived. It is very, very short-lived. So, ang message ko na lang sa kanya, enjoy your life. Mo na lang. So, ganun lang po mga kababayan.
Sabi ni Paul Villares tapos ni Angie Banyes, merong notification kaya lang late.
Ganun nga po kasi we are being sabotaged by the enemy. Ganun po yung nangyayari sa atin. Anyway, diretso lang po tayo. Fonty Fabian. Nakapagtataka nga po talaga kasi tayong walang sakit, tayo ang naka-confine. This is total insanity. This is madness. Ano ang tinatawag lang the new normal, which is abnormal. So yung mga tao ngayon na naniniwala sa lockdown and quarantine, napaniwala sila na ito yung tama. Kita ninyo? Sabi ko nga, mga kababayan, kahapon, in biblical times, hindi magkakang Bible. Sakit. Hanggang, mga kababayan, dumating yung COVID. Ngayon lang po, naging baliktad yung pananaw ng tao because we are so brainwashed by the mainstream media. Pinaniwala tayo, mga kababayan, sa virus na to, na sila din ang may gawa. Ang may gawa ng virus, mga kababayan, mga globalist din. Ay, in-admit yun. May as it is studied carefully. It is engineered. Ang ibig sabihin, it is a created virus. It is not natural. Kasi nga po, ang objective ng virus na to, political. Political po ang objective niya. And as we are brainwashed, so much brainwashed globally, napaniwala yun na pati tayong mga walang sakit, kailangan nating i-quarantine.
And we believe that. At yung hindi naniniwala sa ganong pananaw nila, kinagagalit nila, mga kababayan. Kinagagalitan tayo. Yung mga post ko, ang dami po mga nagagalit sa akin, challenging me. Lumalabas po kami araw-araw. Gusto yun si Mama? Sabi ko sa inyo. Tama po yan, Sir Dan. Rahon Inokoshi.
Sabi ni Smayko, opo, sir, nakasubscribe po ako pero minsan walang notification kaya inahanap ko na lang. Kailangan ko pang i-type para makita tapos press ko na lang ulit bell button. Pero notification minsan sa akin yung old broadcast.
Ganun nga po. Ay. Mamaya na kasi may nag-message sa Facebook. Si kabubuhan talaga itong mga WHO. Ismayko, opo. Nabasa na ito ni Kuya. Evangeline Ballesteros, thanks po for sharing the good news. Yes, Satan is happy kung ang mga tao nagpapautos sa maling tao at dawang-dawa po si Satanas ngayon. O, tingnan mo niya kayo, nakakulong kayo ngayon sa bahay ninyo. And defending the tension. You see? Imelda Noke, Sir Dan, good morning. At least grateful po ako na ini-expose ninyo ang nangyayari ngayon kasi iba, normal lang po sa kanila na hindi curious sa buhay. Salamat po. God bless you and your family.
Rodel Rubio, let us be patient to what the government is implementing. Right now, we know when people is in bad situation like this crisis, their instinct is their anger.
Woman Ligis, Satan is so excited to welcome these evil people to hell. Our faith and strong foundation, which is Jesus Christ, will make us stand firm in any life situations. Leonardo Manansala, pati nga po internet nawawala pag nanonood po ako ng live sa inyo. Parating ganon. Ganon po yung power ng kalaban natin. Spirit kasi po siya. Cecil Andrade, hello po, watching from American Canyon, California. Pa-shoutout naman po. Hanga po ako sa inyong mga pamamahagi ng katotohanan. Thank you po for sharing God's word.
Generoso Bandalir. Good AM po. Dapat tanggalin na ang ECQ para makapagtrabaho na kami kasi wala naman kaming matatanggap na 6K. Ako no work, no pay.
Tess Balborias, Sir, sobrang busy po sa YouTube sa pagbaba ng mga nagsasabi ng totoo kagaya po ng nangyari sa interview ni Dr. Rashid sa London Real TV. Hindi nila kaya yung talino. Scientist kasi yun po. Scientist itong si Ngayon, ginagawa ng mga enemies, ng mga globalist kay Dr. Rashid, sinisiraan siya through the mainstream media. So, other than yung censorship na ginagawa po and restrictions, yung mga videos niya, tinake down po. Kasi pag napakinggan po yon ng mga tao, ng maayos, maintindihan ng mga tao. Ang maninitak daw, kasi naintindihan yung virus, mga kababayan, na ikuininto ng mainstream media na nakakatakot and contagious and deadly, hindi man totoo. Hindi man siya totoo. Pinaniwala lang tayo para tayo po magpanik, matakot, para pag binintahan yung gobyerno natin ng vaccine nila, approve agad. Ninegosyo na tayo, ginago pa tayo. Worse, mga kababayan,
kinulaps pa yung kabuhayan natin. Dinestroy nila yung ating bansa. Dinestroy nila ating mga kabuhayan. Maghirap para po wala tayong magagawa. We cannot fight them. Kasi nga, wala tayo. Sila ang mayroon. They want to enslave us, sa madaling sabi. Kung ang akala ninyo, yung enslavement, yung mga pang-aalipin, nung panahon lang yon. Hanggang ngayon po, mga kababayan, yung mga mapang-alipin, nandiyan dyan pa rin. And they are using their wealth and power and influence right now para po tayo alipinin. And this time, ginagawa na po nila yon. Kaya nga po, gising ko kayo. Kaya lang natutulog. Ayaw silang gumising. Matulog lang po kayo. Balik kayo sa pagtulog po ninyo. Hindi ko kayo iisturbuhin. Hanggang isang araw, pagising ninyo, wala na. Tapos na.
Scenario kill. Sir, ano katotoo balitang leader ng North Korea, Deadpool na? Share ko lang.
Hindi man po totoo. Nakakausap yata ni President Trump at maging yung South Korea, sinabi na, alive and kicking. Alive and kicking yung North Korean leader.
Ana Cortel, noon sir, subscribe na kami at na nakita ang hindi na-subscribe. Tapos, Pinilda Celis, minsan may notification ako, minsan wala.
Ganun nga po. Kaya gagawin ninyo, i-subscribe ninyo uli. Pag wala kayong notification ko, ilang days na, mag-subscribe kayo uli. Georgian Morales, I just listen to your topic every day. I just listen your topic every day because we're on the stage of ACQ, watching here in Quezon City, Barangay Matandang Balara. Maraming salamat po sa inyo dyan.
Joel Alejandro, tama po Sir Dan, stress na po mga tao, lalo na po hihina ang immune system kasi ang kunain ng iba, puro delata na lang ulam. Kaya sana alisin na ang ECQ para wala, maka-exercise na yata.
Oo. Anyway, so ganun lang. Pag-usapan na natin yung hatin para naman gumaan yung inyong pakiramdam. Di ba? So, pag-usapan na po natin, mga kababayan. Namaya naman yung iba ninyong mga reaction po. Ito po yung balita galing sa Philippine
ibig sabihin, pinag-aralan ng mga expert na ito isang halamang gamot. Tinignan ko, sabi ko, parehas yung dahon. Ayun, pinakulo ko, pinainom ko. 24 hours. After that, dinali ko sa ospital. Takang-taka yung doktor. Mga kababayan. Maraming salamat kasi yung mga 15 dilawans ang nag-unfriend sa akin. 5,000 dati, naging 485. So ngayon, nakapag-confirm ako ng iilan sa mga napakaraming nag-friend request sa akin. Tinitingnan ko muna kasi baka mga spy. Pasensya na po ninyo. Kasi baka yung iba, mga trolls, ma-confirm ko. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Kasi sabi ko nga, panawagan ko, yung mga hindi gusto yung ating broadcast, pakawala na ninyo po yung pagiging friendships natin. Okay? Pakawala na ninyo kasi maiinis lang kayong manonood sa programa ko tapos friend kita, ang totoo, enemy kita. Diba? So, i-unfriend mo na lang ako para yung mga totoong friends ko na nag-friend request, ma-accept ko na. Kasi congested na po tayo. Okay? So, maraming salamat po sa inyo. At least, decision kayo na till kingdom, di na ninyo malalaman ang totoo. Di ba? Okay, mga dilaw na mga galit sa akin. Till kingdom come, di na ninyo malalaman ang totoo. Di okay. That is your choice. Di ba? So, mga kababayan, before pa na mag-brown out, pag nag-brown out po ulit, pag nawala tayo, next time na, Monday naman. Okay? So, ito pong ating programa ay atid sa inyo ng ating napakagagaling na products, Firmax, Firming and Lifting Cream. Galing po itong Malaysia. Gawa sa 11 powerful herbs. Pinapahid lang sa mga pulses. Napakaganda ng epekto mga kababayan. At doon sa affected area. Dumiritso na lang po kayo sa inyong mga inquiry sa aming messenger. Huwag na dito po sa comment box ng YouTube. At din sa inyo mga kababayan ng Automax Anti-Aging Serum. Revitalizing Serum. Pinapahid sa mukha twice. Pang-alis ng wrinkles. You will look 10 years younger than your age. Ito palang Firmax, mga kababayan, kalimutan ko. Immune system po din siya. Tamang panahon oros yun, Japanese expert yata yun nakita ninyo yun? Pinag-aralan ng isang Japanese expert at isang American virologist. This can never be natural niya. It will take us 600 years before na magkaroon ng situation ng tawag dito yung virus mismo, pinag-aralan nila. I am pretty sure this is engineered. It was created in a laboratory. Alam ni George W. Bush, alam ni Barack Obama, lalong alam ni Bill Gates na magka-pandemic. Paano hindi nila alam? It is engineered in a laboratory, mga kababayan. Sabi ng isang Japanese expert, isang doktor, sabi ko sa inyo, gaya nga po itong mga expose, mga kababayan ng mga hindi kanilang mga doktor, dinidelete nila, and it is labeled as false information. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo kanina,
kailangan magtulong-tulong po tayo kung ayaw ninyong mangyari sa lalong madaling panahon ang hindi natin gugustuhin mangyari. At sila'y nagsisimula na. Pag hindi po tayo nagtulong-tulong at hindi tayo nagising, sasabihin ko po sa inyo, hindi po maganda ang future natin. At pag nandun tayo sa future na yon, we become a citizen of that future. I tell you, gugustuhin mo pang mamatay na lang. Opo, sasabihin ko sa inyo, gugustuhin mo nang mamatay na lang kaysa buhay ka doon na grabing paghihirap. You see? Dinidescribe ko sa inyo ang future para hindi ko para takutin kayo, hindi. Kasi hindi ko na kailangan takutin kayo. Nakakatakot talaga yon. Nakakatakot yung future. Ngayon nga nakakatakot na yung virus. Tago tayo ng tago ngayon. Ayaw nating lumabas. You see? Diyan sa Amerika, nagpapatayan na. Kita ninyo? So, pakishare po ninyo para makaabot sa ating mga mamamayang Pilipino, lalo na sa buong mundo, ang ating warning sa inyo po mga kababayan. And itong ating programa ay atid sa inyo ng Arczone Design and Build Company. Yung gustong magpagawa ng bahay, pa-design lang po kayo sa aking anak na arkitekto Riz Maravillas on Facebook. Cellphone number 0977-098-2884. Okay po. At yung gustong bumili nitong napakagandang flower, this is Eternal Preserved Roses. Yan. Umiilaw po siya at iba-ibang kulay po ang rose na nandito sa amin. May blue, may white, may yellow-white, yellow-blue, white and blue, may red. Pangregalo po ninyo o gawin ninyong lamp sa inyong bahay. 1,000 na yung nanonood sa atin. Maraming salamat, naka-recover po tayo. And ngayon, kalaban natin dito yung Abayas. Siyempre, corporation sila at maraming followers, milyon. And umaabot silang 100,000, 180,000. Yung actual views. Tayo, 1,000 hanggang 5,000 lang. Okay na yon. Nag-iisa naman po tayo. Wala man tayong reporter. O di ba? Nasa bahay lang tayo. Tanggap ko po yon. At least may konting share tayo ng views. Imagine, 1,000 yung nagsatsaga sa atin ngayon. Di ba? Nakakatuwa na yon, mga kababayan. So, dito muna tayo sa inyong mga initial reactions. Basahin ko po sa inyo ang basahin yung inyong mga initial reactions ngayong umaga. Yan. Kasama ko pa rin yung aking anak kasi Philip yung athlete yung marami sila. Break po sa ngayon dito sa Toronto. Ano yung breaking news dyan sa Toronto po? Pakishare po ninyo. Ano, lockdown ulit? Test Balboria, sir, dito po sa amin sa Cebu, mukhang aabotin pa kami ng end of May. Kaya nga po, rini-ready ko yung inyong isipan. Rini-ready ko po kayo. Dapat maging handa economically, financially, and psychologically, ready po tayo. Randy Grena, sir, gusto ko pong mag-order ng Firmax. Mag-kuwan po kayo doon sa mag-message kayo po sa messenger ko, Dante Maravillas. Elizabeth Vales, ano po ba mabuti nating gawin Mamaya, sasabihin ko sa inyo kung ano yung mabuting gawin. Kaya lang, yung mga... sasabihin ko na lang sa inyo. Nasa sa inyo kung tatalima kayo, hindi. Basta sasabihin ko sa inyo ng prangka, wala pong... Hindi po tayo makakatakas. Susukubin po tayo nila. The whole planet, Earth. So, all the nations of the world, walang makakatakas. Wala. Ang makakatakas lang po, mga kababayan, during that time, yung kapalit po ay kamatayan. Kamatayan yung kapalit para makatakas ka. All the planet, mga kababayan, susukubin po nila. Ngayon nga, hindi ninyo nakikita, sinusukob tayo. Ano panlaban natin? Tingnan ninyo, yung mga nagprotest doon, nagpataya na sa Amerika. Sabi ko sa inyo, may isang police officer, nagising siya. Kinundinan niya, mga kababayan, yung mga kasama niya na mismo. Tingnan ninyo yung shinare ko po. That will be the sin of the future. Worse than that. Mismong bahay mo, papasokin nila. And you have no right. All the rights will, be gone, will disappear. At walang human rights na sasaklol po sa atin. In the future, wala po. Sasabihin ko na sa inyo ng prangka. Alam ba ninyo, pati itong mga agencies ng human rights, kasi dictate sila ng United Nations, kasabwat sila. Di ko sinasabing awake sila. Most of them hindi awake. Sabi ko po sa inyo. But their agencies, mga kababayan, kasabwat. United Nations, ang human rights po, kaya po siya pinanganak dahil it is a creation of the United Nations. Kita ninyo? 1,200 na yung nanonood sa atin. Paramihin pa po ninyo, mga kababayan.
The Corbett Report is brought to you by the Corbett Report subscriber, a weekly newsletter featuring James Corbett's international forecaster editorial, recommended reading and viewing, discounts on Corbett Report DVDs, and once a month, a subscriber-only video. Sign up today to start receiving your copy at corbettreport.com/support.
Here's some websites, go post it on this site, reach out to friends, go to coffee shops, put up flyers, just do it, take action there.
You're listening to the Corbett Report.
Welcome, friends. James Corbett here at CorbettReport.com in a conversation that is being recorded on the 28th of July, 2020. And if you'll cast your mind back all the way back to the beginning of June, you'll remember that I was talking to guest Derek Brose of The Conscious Resistance at theconsciousresistance.com about the Expose Bill Gates Global Day of Action. And if you don't remember that, I'll link that up in the show notes just in case you want to refresh yourself about that event. Well, it was successful, in case you didn't notice. And as a result, it's going to happen again and again and again and again. And as many times as you out there want to make it happen. So to join us to talk about this idea, we're going to talk to, once again, Derek Brose of the Conscious Resistance. Derek, thanks for coming on once again.
Yeah, thank you, James, for having me back on to talk about this.
Yeah, well, let's talk about it. First of all, for people who may have not noticed, the original, the exposed Bill Day wave. People who didn't even see our conversation may have heard about that through other social media and other places. Talk a little bit about the success that event had.
Yeah, I was not sure what to expect. You know, we did the interview last time, and various other independent media were sort of promoting it, Jason Burmis and a few others, but it didn't have quite the amount of support going into it that I was hoping for, as far as just more bigger channels and just people speaking about it. But on the actual day, it took off on its own, and that was Saturday, June 13th. It was seen throughout Twitter, different parts, people translating the material into French, Italian. There was Farsi at one point, Spanish, of course, and just so that was really cool to see. And then we did have some coverage from RT and I think a few other websites that at least reprinted what they wrote, and it acknowledged, you know, the call to action. And of course, there was the labeling of conspiracy theory, that sort of thing. Overall, it did get out there, and to the point where, you know, some people felt the need to try to hijack it and try to turn it into like, oh, expose Bill Gates for being such a great philanthropist or whatever. But the point is, it was starting conversation, which is what we set out to do. The whole reason we had this original talk about it was because you have the awesome documentary series that's out. I've got my article, my 3-part series investigation. There's other people who've dug into Gates is about. He emerged from his parents' basement, and he's out in the last couple of days calling for more lockdowns and no school till 2021 and multiple doses of vaccines for everybody, and dismissing all these crazy conspiracy theories and everything. And so it felt like we should try to jump back into some of that success, because I did have people reach out after the fact who said, hey, I didn't even know this was going on. Is there a plan to do another one? I got enough of those emails that it felt like, yeah, maybe we something. And in the past, we're 2 months since the last one. So it'll be, I think, the perfect time. And yeah, so we had good success the first time getting it trending. We had, I guess you could say, various minor right-wing and left-wing celebrities kind of getting in and promoting it as well, and posting it. And hopefully we can get more people involved this time.
Absolutely. The real, the meat and potatoes of what is going to happen is up to the people out there. And if nothing happens, if no one wants to do anything, well, that could happen too. But it really is up to everyone out there as to what they want to do or don't want to do with this idea. I say run with it. And if your question is, should I ... the answer is yes, you should. And if the question is there anyone out there who's going to ... the answer is no, there isn't, but you are now in charge of it. I officially give you the seal, the sheriff badge, to be the head chief, whatever, disseminator in whatever way you want with this information. So let's talk about some of the resources that people can use if they do want to spread information and help to expose Bill Gates. You mentioned your 3 articles. Obviously, I'll link to that. And of course, there's the Who is Bill Gates documentary that I did. But I notice on your site, you have a page dedicated to this day of action. It's called theconsciousresistance.com/Bill Gates. Expose Bill Gates monthly day of action, how to get involved. And it's just some basic information about this. At the bottom, you have a little 4-point bullet list of how to get involved. Let's go through some of these ideas that you have of what people can do with this this hashtag and how they can run with it.
Yeah, for sure. I want to add to what you just said, James, that it's absolutely a decentralized thing. And as you have, surely emails actually and I sent them back. You haven't heard from anybody. You're going to be the one to put together. Here's some websites. Go post it on this site. You know, reach out to friends. Go to coffee shops. Put up flyers. Just do it. You know, take action there. But yeah, I tried to make it as simple. You know, give people the basic information about what we're about. They can go watch your document. They can read my articles. There's plenty of other information now coming. Bill Gates, you know, and Epstein, and all this whole thing that we were trying to expose, as well as the larger agenda that Gates represents. And so for me, the first thing is to host an event by calling for people to host events, whether that means going out into the real world, protesting, documentary screenings, banner drops, just handing out flyers. That's what I did in Houston on in June, a small group of people, I think 7 to 10 people, and we just went to a public park where there was a lot of people out and passed out flyers and talked to them. And we actually found a lot of people who were receptive to the issue, including somebody who was a Black Lives Matter protester who was very much aware of Bill Gates' agenda. So that was interesting. So yeah, calling for people to get out to the streets in some way. And if that's not something you're able to do or interested in, really focusing, of course, social media. We have the hashtag expose Bill Gates. I've had somebody also recommend, and I threw this in there, that we shouldn't forget about Melinda Gates and her role, because after all, it is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And there's a really awesome book. I'm trying to reach out to the author. It's called Africa, and she's an African woman who has wrote about this and wrote about Melinda Gates' role in the African agenda with vaccines. And you've covered this, of course. So, we're using those hashtags: expose Bill Gates, expose Melinda Gates, expose the predator class, expose, technocracy. You can come up with your own as well. Obviously, we're focusing on that main one, but using the power of social media throughout that day. Maybe you schedule a couple of post one of James's parts of the documentary, the 4 parts, throughout the day. Post my 3 articles, post some other videos, things like that. Send them in personal messages, email them to people. Those things go along a lot longer of a way, I think, than just posting sometimes into the abyss of social media. If you reach out to a friend and say, hey, today's an important day to me, it's this expose Bill Gates thing. Here's a couple articles I'd like you to read. Here's a short video. Here's a documentary. Watch this together. We get together. There's people who for that.
Absolutely. And you cut out a little bit as you're saying the title of that book. It's Target Africa: Ideological Neocolonialism of the 21st Century. I am reading that book at this exact moment too. So there you go. Definitely something to check out. I'll throw that link in the show notes. And I think you're right. Again, hey, if you're on social media, if that's what you do, then go do it. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. But as you say, reaching out to people you actually know, either physically or through email or whatever, to directly contact them and tell them about this can be very much more effective than just sort of broadly giving it out into the social media sphere, which we know is censored and controlled anyway. And of course, the trending Twitter hashtag was squashed on Bill Gates, the original Bill Gates, the Global Day of Action. So don't expect that Twitter and companies like this are going to help us promote the virus. Then get people together in a room, they can talk and debate and be exposed to this information. They can exchange contact information and stay in touch. But they may be spreading this deadly killer virus if they do that. So of course it could adhere to all social distancing norms and conventions, and don't upset anyone. Yeah. Well, anyway, as I say, do it however
that's
you
gonna
want.
be in there.
Yeah. Well, do it however you want.
I want to
and
add to
however
that,
is
James. Yeah, I want to add, sorry, that on the day of the action too, you mentioned Twitter while you're talking about Twitter. I actually woke up that morning and for one reason, no explanation, my Twitter account that I don't even use that often was blocked for the entire day of Expose Bill Gates. And, clearly, I think I got one tweet out using the hashtag, and then for the rest of the day until magically the next morning, it's like, oh, your account has been, let back in. You're back into the playground or whatever. Yeah, so definitely can't rely on platforms.
That is obvious to every moment. I want to make sure that people understand you all have some examples of flyers that people can print out that they can hand out that are there on that page. Of course, make your own, whatever. Again, this is spontaneous, it's decentralized, everyone's their own leader, but there are some example flyers there for download on your page as well. I'll throw in a link to a couple of videos that you've done recently, a in-depth video where you go through that latest Bill Gates interview, where, there are severe adverse reactions that are happening to the vaccine trials, and the people who are getting high doses, it's almost every single person having side effects. Oh, no, the FDA, gold standard regulatory agency, they're going to look into it, says Bill Gates, as he is actually somewhat pressed on the issue of vaccines. And aren't you invested in the companies that are going to be making money from this? Which he completely sidesteps. Anyway, you did a great breakdown of that, so I'll direct people to that. Also, you have a little 2-minute video that you can, everyone out there can help to spread around for the sort of low attention span normies in the audience who might need something a little bit more to the point. Trailer for this Global Day of Action will direct people to that. All of these links will be in the show notes. But as I say, this is leaderless. Do what you want, but here's some suggestions. And I think that, again, to keep, because over is going away. And yes, he is not the ringleader of all ringleaders, but he is the public face of this agenda. And the mainstream keeps turning back to Bill Gates. And what does Bill Gates think about this? And Gates, tell us more about these vaccines we're all going to have to take. So it is important to expose Bill Gates. Derek, any final thoughts on this before we leave people?
So the final things, of course, thanks for continuing to spread this and for your work on this. You know, it is every second Saturday beginning August 8th until the end of the new normal, as we're putting it, because many of us know new normal is now like new normal order, or the great, that these language, the words they're putting out there, we understand the larger meaning of them. And the other thing, I did put two suggestions out there that I'll just wrap up with, and one emphasis to favorite content creator, YouTube. Let's hit across the spectrum. I really am trying to encourage this to be as nonpartisan as possible. And I know that there are people who are maybe more left-leaning who understand Bill Gates's, corporate malfeasance, and, the people maybe who are more right-leaning who are concerned about population control, or whatever it may be. The point is, tweet at, email, comment to whatever your favorite content creator and ask them to use the hashtag expose Bill Gates, encourage them to make a short video about it and to, add their voice to the choir on this. So thank you, James.
All right. Thank you, Derek, for the work that you're doing and for keeping this going. I think it is important work. So once again, we'll direct people to theconsciousresistance.com and all of the things we've talked about today. Derek, keep doing what you do and keep us informed about what's happening over on your side of the planet.
All right. Thank you, James.
The Corbett Report is brought to you by the Corbett Report subscriber, a weekly newsletter featuring James Corbett's international forecaster editorial, recommended reading and viewing, discounts on Corbett Report DVDs, and once a month, a subscriber-only video. Now, start .com/support. The Corbett Report